Chapter 16:17. Above the vast wilderness, 7 or 8 origin kings stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. The eyes of the thousands of cultivator also focused on Yang Kai, and for a time, the limelight of Qian Tong breaking through to the origin king realm was stolen. Su Bin Bai stood to the side and smiled, not showing any surprise at all. It seemed to him that Yang Kai being roped in by so many people was a normal thing. Seniors, I understand what you mean. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but please forgive this junior for being presumptuous. This junior is unable to enjoy everyone's kindness, so this junior must thank everyone for their favor. Old Ju looked stunned, not having expected that Yang Kai would refuse the sincere invitations of so many origin kings. Won't you consider it carefully? Li Wanning was also quite surprised. Originally, they had already guessed before coming here that Yang Kai would not be able to refuse such an invitation and would at least join one of them. However, he had refused all of them, which was really beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers also burst into an uproar. Is this boy a fool? With such a great opportunity in front of him, why would he let it go? There's definitely something wrong with his head. Why did we come here? Isn't it all for these opportunities and resources? Now that all of these are in front of him, why would he refuse? Why didn't I get such a good opportunity? How infuriating. Senior Joe, I am willing to join Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Please take me with you. Senior Lei, I've been admiring the Sword Alliance for a long time. Please accept me. Senior Li, the scene was chaotic. The 8 origin kings, whose invitations were all rejected by Yang Kai, were stunned and somewhat uncomfortable. But when they saw others joining in the commotion, their faces sank and they released some of their strength. Who could resist the anger of an origin king? Noticing that these masters were not in a good mood, the chaos came to an abrupt end and no one dared to act presumptuously. Little brother, have you made up your mind? Li Wanning looked at Yang Kai with some disbelief. She really couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so indifferent. The conditions she offered weren't bad. It could be said that they were already the best treatment she could offer, and she had even said that she would personally guide him. Having the personal guidance of an origin king realm master was the dream of any origin returning realm master. He actually wasn't tempted? Yes. Do you want to think about it again? Elder Ju looked at Yang Kai unwillingly. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled. Seniors, this junior appreciates your kind intentions, but this junior really has no intention of joining any force. Hearing his words, everyone revealed looks of pity. After all, if they missed out on such a good seedling, who knew when they would be able to meet another one in the future? Good, good. Since this little brother is not willing to join, there is no need to force him. Aren't there many good candidates here? Don't you have any other ideas? Luo Hai smiled gently. And a forcibly picked melon is not sweet, so this old master won't force him. Little brother, if anyone wants to join my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, feel free to come to my Chamber of Commerce's main star, Watermoon Star, and find this old master. The door of the Chamber of Commerce will always be open to you, and the conditions this old master proposed before will not change. Elder Ju nodded gently to Yang Kai. My sword union is the same. The old woman, surnamed Lei, followed. The others also expressed that if Yang Kai wanted to join, he could look for them. The origin kings who had gathered around Yang Kai dispersed and began searching for other outstanding candidates. They had come to Green Mountain Star this time to lead their forces to participate in the blood prison trial and also to recruit new blood after the trial was over. However, Yang Kai's performance was simply too outstanding, so all of them had set their first goal on Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had rejected them, they naturally could not miss out on other candidates. In an instant, many people gathered around the Origin King Realm Masters, all of whom volunteered to join them. Luo Hai did not move and simply stood in place. Yang Kai looked at him and thought for a moment before cupping his fist to Luo Hai and saying, "Many thanks for Senior's help. This junior will remember. Luo Hai glanced over at him and chuckled. No need to be polite. This king is Green Mountain Star Master. This is what this king should do. And, seeing the worried look on your face, does this friend who is breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with you? Yang Kai did not deny it. In front of such a master, denial was meaningless, so he simply nodded and said, Yes, he is an elder of mine. No wonder you weren't interested in these people's attempts to win you over. It turns out your family's elder is about to break through to the Origin King realm. Luo Hai seemed to understand something and chuckled. This king is a little curious. Where did you come from? How come everyone here is so outstanding? Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Xiu, Zhu, Chu Hanyi, and the others who had been standing next to Yang Kai. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that these people had reached the peak of the Origin returning realm and only lacked some comprehension of sure to break through to the Origin King realm. In other words, these people were absolute elites among the Third Order Origin returning realm. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was reluctant in his heart, he still replied, We are from Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star. Luo Hai frowned. Even though he was quite knowledgeable, he was still quite unfamiliar with the name Shadowed Star. Glancing over at Yang Kai meaningfully, he chuckled and said, It must be a good place. He thought that Yang Kai had casually fabricated the name of a star to fool him. However, Luo Hai had no intention of pursuing the matter and simply fell silent, staring forward indifferently as his thoughts ran wild. Yang Kai also raised his eyes and paid close attention to the location of Qiantong. Over there, Qiantong Shi had spread to a radius of 10,000 meters, with countless large and small tornadoes shuttling back and forth. Sometimes a large tornado would split into several smaller tornadoes, and sometimes several smaller tornadoes would gather together to form a large tornado. The ground within 10,000 meters looked as if it had been plowed by an iron plow, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. An astonishing and terrifying amount of world energy gathered in the sky, gradually forming ink-like dark clouds. These dark clouds were like a blanket that pressed down on the sky, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frightened. He could sense that the dark clouds contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy of the world. It was an existence that even he was extremely wary of. This was not the end, though, as the surrounding world energy was still gathering towards this place. Time passed by little, and the noisy scene gradually subsided. The Origin Kings who had been recruiting talents also gradually returned, each of them with great gains. However, the treatment of the people they had recruited was quite different from the one they had given Yang Kai before. Not only did they have to accept some difficult tests, but even if they passed these tests and were eligible to join the forces of the Origin Kings, they would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as Yang Kai. No one dared to complain. Bargaining with an Origin King realm master was no different from courting death. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the location of Qiantong as several Origin Kings gathered together and whispered amongst themselves. Soon, they seemed to have obtained some information from Luo Hai, and all of them turned to Yang Kai in surprise. Little brother, is the person who is breaking through your elder? And Yang Kai nodded. Does he have the same temper as you? Old Jiu quipped. They all felt regretful that they had failed to win over Yang Kai. But at this time, there was another person more worthy of winning over, and that was Qiantong, who was on the verge of breaking through. No matter what, Yang Kai was just a good seedling with excellent aptitude. His future was still uncertain. Star territory was vast, and there were countless geniuses, but most of them fell during their rise, unable to reach the peak of the martial Tao. On the contrary, there were some who had been silent all this time who had the last laugh and achieved great fame. There were so many Origin Kings present, and not all of them were top geniuses, but they were now the most powerful group of cultivators in the star field. Relatively speaking, Qiantong and Yang Kai's weight were different. Once he successfully broke through, he would become a genuine Origin King. Each great force did not have many Origin King realm masters, so the addition of one would greatly improve the strength of their force. It could be said that they were determined to win over Qian Tong. Of course, the premise was that the other party could successfully break through. Do you want to win him over? Yang Kai quickly understood, and Old Ju nodded. If that's the case, you can talk to him yourselves when the time comes. Whether he is willing or not is up to this junior and senior. You little brat. Old Ju smiled helplessly. At that moment, everyone stopped talking and focused their attention on Qian Tong's breakthrough. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, faintly feeling that something was wrong. For some reason, although the dark clouds were constantly growing and absorbing the world energy within a 10,000-kilometer radius, Qian Tong was still not undergoing a baptism. Breaking through to a great realm was bound to be accompanied by a baptism of world energy, allowing the cultivator to break through their own shackles. However, this baptism was still delayed, so the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, making everyone feel uneasy. Brother Yang, the concentration of world energy here doesn't seem to be enough. Su Bin Bai suddenly leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, "Is that the problem?" Yang Kai showed a look of astonishment. And because I am at the peak of the third order origin returning realm and can break through to the Origin King realm at any time. Before I came out, my master gave me some instructions on how to break through. Everything else is fine. But when breaking through, the world energy must be maintained at a sufficient level. My master told me to find a place with sufficient world energy when breaking through. Su Bin Bai explained. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Although Green Mountain Star's world energy was quite good, it was still divided into different places. The world energy in this vast wilderness was not very strong, so it was obviously not enough to meet the requirements for Qian Tong's breakthrough. Is there a solution? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Naturally, there is a solution. Su Bin Bai didn't answer, but Old Jiu suddenly laughed. If the world energy isn't enough, just find a way to supplement it. Saint crystals are the best choice. Little brother, do you want this old master to lend you some saint crystals? This old master doesn't have much, but he has enough saint crystals. Chapter 1618. Old Jiu was obviously expressing goodwill. He was eager for Yang Kai to ask him to lend him some saint crystals. As long as Yang Kai accepted this favor, everything would be easy to negotiate. After all, taking advantage of others was the shortest path. This queen also has a lot of saint crystals. Li Wanning pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he ignored them. How could he not see what these people were thinking? If he really wanted to lend them some saint crystals at this time, it would be a huge favor. This matter was related to Qian Tong's breakthrough and whether or not he could break through to the Origin King realm. How many saint crystals do you have? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yang Xiaozhu and the others. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han-yi, and the others exchanged glances before each taking out their own saint crystals and handing them to Yang Kai. So little! Yang Kai swept his divine sense and roughly counted, his brow furrowing. The total number of saint crystals each of them possessed was only about 5 million. This was not a small amount. After all, it was more than enough to meet everyone's cultivation needs. Moreover, when they left Shadowed Star, the saint crystals allocated from the sect were basically all taken care of by Yang Kai. Those saint crystals had already been used back on Tongxian Realm when his little senior sister was refining the star source of the stars. Yang Kai did not have many saint crystals on hand. He could not help feeling a little troubled as he quickly rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai found the saint crystals belonging to Mi Tian, Shuelian, Lai Feng, and the others. But even after pooling all their saint crystals together, there was still no more than 10 million. They had all come to the blood prison trial. So who would bring so many saint crystals with them? Is that enough? If not, I can lend you some. Subin Bai saw Yang Kai's worried look and took the initiative to ask, "How could I accept that?" Yang Kai smiled wryly. He had never expected that one day he would be worried about Saint Crystals. In the past, he had always spent Saint Crystals freely, regardless of the number. "What's the matter?" "Saint Crystals are just worldly possessions," Subin Bai grinned. "But I don't have much, only 20 million. It should be enough." Yang Kai nodded. "Thank you, Brother Su. There's no need to be so polite. Perhaps one day, this Su will have something to ask of Brother Yang. When that time comes, I hope Brother Yang won't refuse." Subin Bai smiled as he handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and nodded at him. "Brother Su, this Yang will remember this kindness. If there is anything you need me to do, please don't hesitate to ask. I hope you and I will meet again one day." Subin Bai smiled. A total of 30 million Saint Crystals was not a small number, but it was also not a large number. However, it should be enough for Qian Tong to make a breakthrough. The heaven and earth spirit qi in this wasteland was only slightly thin, but it was not really barren. Seeing that Yang Kai would rather borrow Saint Crystals from Subin Bai than ask them for help, the many Origin Kings exchanged glances before slowly shaking their heads helplessly. Yang Kai knew what they were thinking, but how could they not know what Yang Kai was thinking? Not saying anything, old Jiu just kindly reminded, "Boy, if you want to deliver those Saint Crystals, you need to return quickly. The terror of breaking through to the Origin King realm is not something you can imagine. If you stay inside for too long, even you will be affected. Many thanks for Senior's reminder." Yang Kai gently nodded before taking a deep breath. His figure flickered slightly, and suddenly disappearing from where he stood. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards the dark clouds. Everyone's attention was fixed on his movements, their gazes fixed on him without blinking. Countless large and small tornadoes swept across the earth as Yang Kai's figure flickered back and forth, approaching them at an extremely fast speed. The Shi surrounding Qian Tong's body was the biggest obstacle preventing him from moving forward. The grand accomplishment Shi was almost comparable in power to the territory domain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had many experiences in the blood prison, so this difficulty was not enough to stop him. Integrating his Shi into the territory domain, Yang Kai did not encounter much resistance, his movements flowing smoothly and quickly. Even Qian Tong was not affected. "This little brat really has some skill." Old Jiu's eyes lit up. He was actually able to integrate his Shi into another's. It seems his understanding of Shi has far surpassed that of many third-order origin returning realm masters. Given some time, he will definitely break through to the Origin King realm. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already rushed to a spot not far from Qian Tong. Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged in place when Yang Kai's arrival caused him to open his eyes. But after seeing Yang Kai, he closed his eyes again and remained motionless, as steady as a rock. Yang Kai did not dare to delay. Sending out his divine sense and taking out all the Saint Crystals he had collected from his space ring, piling them up around Qian Tong, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. "Elder Qian, this is for you. It may be able to help you at a critical moment." Yang Kai suddenly threw out a jade bottle that landed firmly in front of Qian Tong. After doing all this, Yang Kai rushed back without stopping. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to his original place. Just as he stood there, an astonishing energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. A white beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing straight into the 9 heavens. Along with the birth of this beam of light, the 30 million Saint Crystals scattered by Yang Kai burst into a dazzling light. Seemingly attracted by some unknown force, the energy inside these Saint Crystals poured out, gathered together, and poured into the dark clouds in the sky along with the beam of light. The dark clouds became thicker and more solid. A faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from inside these clouds, shocking everyone. Kacha! Asterisk with a deafening clap of thunder. A dragon-like world energy descended from the sky and struck Qian Tong without warning, pouring into his body and cleansing his marrow. "It's begun!" Luo Hai shouted as he stared at the scene with a deep gaze. Qian Tong's breakthrough had finally begun. A mysterious aura began to spread as the breakthrough began, causing all the cultivator present to involuntarily show a thoughtful look. Everyone tried their best to savor this aura, hoping to gain some benefits from it. This was the aura of an origin king breaking through. The scene before them was also one of such breakthroughs, so observing it would definitely be of great benefit to their own growth. The first wave of world energy fell, causing the entire Earth to tremble violently. Within a 10,000-kilometer radius, a violent rumbling sound reverberated through the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and causing the air to become chaotic, giving everyone a terrifying feeling that the heavens were not the heavens and the earth were not the earth. Such power caused most of the origin returning realm masters to go pale. Putting themselves in this situation, they all felt that with their current strength, they would not be able to resist and would be reduced to ashes in a single blow. Was the breakthrough to the origin king realm really so terrifying? Some people's confidence suffered a blow, but others' eyes shone brightly, filled with a strong desire for the future. These origin king realm masters seemed to be paying attention to Qian Tong, but in truth, they were paying attention to the reactions of these cultivator and screening them for potential talents. A second wave of world energy fell, followed by a third, then a fourth like a torrential storm. There was almost no pause. Qian Tong's beast-like roar came from the other side, and anyone could imagine how much pressure he was under. Qian Tong's sure fluctuated wildly as large and small tornadoes began to swirl around him, gradually sublimating and transforming. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai and the others showed nervous looks. From Qian Tong's roar, Yang Kai could infer some information. The pressure Elder Qian was under seemed to be increasing as he was baptized by countless world energy bolts, his aura becoming weaker and weaker, and his vitality becoming dimmer and dimmer. Qian Tong was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea in the middle of a stormy storm. He was in danger of being annihilated at any moment. The situation isn't good. Old Jiu showed a worried look. And the world energy baptism this person is withstanding seems to be much stronger than mine. Li Wanning also frowned. The stronger the baptism one withstands, the higher their future achievements will be. The power of the baptism is different for each origin king. If one can withstand it, the world will open up, but if one can't, their soul will scatter. Luo Hai sighed softly. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have fallen at the threshold of breaking through? The first few great realms of the martial Tao are nothing, but from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm, a great realm is not something one can break through casually. It is a struggle with one's life. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all experienced cultivators, so how could they not understand this principle? Luo Hai was right. Since the Saint King realm broke through to the origin returning realm, a cultivator was fighting with their life on the line. If one failed to break through a great realm, the only result was death. There was no other possibility. Once one attracted the power of the world energy, one would either be reborn under this baptism or die. Old Jiu glanced at Yang Kai and pondered for a long time before saying, "Boy, you have to be mentally prepared. The current situation is not optimistic." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him before chuckling. "Elder Qian will succeed." Old Jiu shook his head. "Sometimes what you wish may not necessarily succeed. This old master also hopes this person can succeed, but—" He did not continue, obviously not very optimistic about Qian Tong's prospects. Yang Xiuzhu and the others suddenly became nervous. The group of 5 had followed Yang Kai from Shadowed Star to Green Mountain Star, where the blood prison trial was held once every 1,000 years. Qian Tong's luck was profound, and now that he finally had the qualifications and opportunity to touch the Origin King realm, no one wanted to see him fail. If he succeeded, Qian Tong would become the first Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star in tens of thousands of years. Although he had broken through on a different cultivation star, it was enough for Yang Xiaozhu and the others to see a bright future. The power of the world energy continued to descend and bombard Qian Tong's body, causing his roars to become weaker and weaker. His vitality and aura became like a candle in a storm, flickering with the wind. "Ha! It looks like he won't succeed." The old woman, surnamed Lei, suddenly shook her head, a trace of regret appearing on her face. "And it's a pity that he has already reached this point." Old Ju nodded in agreement. Under their perception, Qian Tong's vitality had dimmed and his aura had fallen to its lowest point. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would undoubtedly die. Chapter 1619. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was not just a matter of strength. Sometimes it was also closely related to luck. Qian Tong's luck was obviously not very good. Although his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and he had gained a lot in the blood prison, the world energy baptism he experienced during his breakthrough was also incredibly strong. The fact that he could survive until now was proof of his strength. It was impossible for him to persist until the end. Only half of the dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, which meant that the world energy baptism he received was only half complete. No one was optimistic about him. Even Luo Hai regretfully withdrew his gaze and no longer paid any attention. Although Yang Kai spoke casually before, he was secretly worried for Elder Qian. He had never encountered such a scene before, so he was somewhat unable to judge. However, he had confidence in Qian Tong and in the thing he had given to Qian Tong. Ordinary people could not understand the desire of Shadowed Star's cultivators to reach the Origin King realm. Due to the suppression and constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, no one had been able to break through to the Origin King realm for tens of thousands of years. But the more this was the case, the more Shadowed Star's cultivators yearned for this supreme realm. In terms of pure desire to pursue the Tao, Qian Tong did not lose to anyone. Kacha, another terrifying world energy baptism poured into Qian Tong's body, cleansing his meridians while destroying his physique. At the center of this chaotic energy, Qian Tong's already weak vitality was in danger of being annihilated. Lin Yu Rao screamed as her beautiful face paled, and she could not help covering her mouth with her hand. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han, Emou, and the others also paled. "No way, no way. It's really impossible this time." Old Jiu shook his head regretfully. This person's luck is really bad, otherwise he would have a great chance of reaching the Origin King realm, but unfortunately... What happened? Old Jiu's eyes suddenly widened as he stared straight ahead, as if he had discovered something incredible. The other Origin Kings also showed looks of surprise as they cried out one after another. "Impossible! Why is this person's vitality rising so crazily? Could it be that he took some kind of heaven-defying spirit pill? What kind of spirit pill could have such miraculous effects?" Nonsense! How could there be a spirit pill that can make a person who died of an apple glow with such vitality? Not even an Origin King grade spirit pill. Strange, what did this person eat? Many Origin Kings were at a loss, none of them understanding why Qian Tong's vitality, which was on the verge of extinction, suddenly blossomed with such astonishing brilliance. Even though it was disturbed by the violent energy of the promotion, the rich qi and blood energy could still be clearly felt. Qian Tong's hearty laughter came from afar. His figure was as straight as a sword as he stood proudly on the ground. He looked up at the sky in high spirits. "This old man hasn't lived long enough. How can I die in a foreign land? Damned heavens, what other tricks do you have? Just use them." The faces of old Jiu and the others twitched as shock filled their eyes. This person actually dared to challenge the might of heaven and earth when he was advancing. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person. Could it be that he didn't know that the power of heaven and earth caused by his advancement was spiritual? Such provocation was no different from digging his own grave. Sure enough, as soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the huge dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to rotate and a thunderous roar rang out, shaking the souls of those who heard it. In the blink of an eye, a huge vortex appeared above Qian Tong's head. Immediately afterwards, a thick beam of energy shot out from the vortex and directly hit Qian Tong. Qian Tong's miserable howls and roars rang out again as his vitality was rapidly consumed. This old dog. Old Jiu smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Luo Hai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he stared deeply at the scene before him, his expression changing. The power of the world seemed to be pouring down, and as the beam of light shot out, the dark clouds in the sky began to shrink and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, the sky suddenly opened up, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth disappeared. The raging energy also vanished in an instant. In the distance, only Qian Tong's figure could be seen, standing there motionless. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. However, there was a wonderful domain centered on him that spread out with a loud bang, spreading out to a radius of 100 kilometers before gradually dissipating. Immediately afterwards, this domain was slowly withdrawn and poured into Qian Tong's body. Something seemed to have changed. Many origin returning realm masters frowned, unable to see through this mystery, but the origin kings all raised their brows in surprise. Compressing his shur into territory, this person actually succeeded. The old woman, surnamed Lei, whispered. Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to the movements of these origin kings, heard this and chuckled. He could not see any clues from the scene of Qian Tong's advancement, so he could only observe these origin kings. But now hearing what the old woman surnamed Lei said, he immediately relaxed. Qian Tong was now a genuine origin king realm master. However, compared with veteran origin kings like Luo Hai, he was still a little inexperienced. After all, the perfection of one's territory was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. Even the weakest origin king here had broken through 500 years ago and had 500 years of experience in tempering their territory. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, Qian Tong may not last more than 3 breaths of time. After thinking about it, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, cupped his fists, and said loudly, "Everyone, although Elder Qian has now broken through to the origin king realm, he needs some time to stabilize his state of mind. This junior hopes that everyone will not stay here for long. If there is any offense, please forgive him." The many cultivators looked at each other, knowing that Yang Kai wanted to drive them away. Without the disdain and disregard from before, these origin returning realm masters tactfully turned around and left, a few of them even cupping their fists to Yang Kai and saying some polite words. Before, they had disdained to ignore him because they had the advantage in numbers. But now that Qian Tong had broken through to the origin king realm, if they continued to provoke him, wouldn't that be courting death? No one dared to do so. Several seniors, Yang Kai looked at the origin kings again and asked for their opinion. Enough, enough. You don't need to drive us away. This old master will leave on his own. Old Jiu snorted. But when that friend wakes up, tell him that this old master and the others will be waiting for him in a nearby city. He has only just broken through, so there must be many things he doesn't understand. If there is anything he wants to ask, he can come to us. We won't be stingy. And if we can tell him, we will. The old woman, surnamed Lei, nodded in agreement. Then this junior will thank several seniors on behalf of Elder Qian. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. The several origin kings glanced at each other before their figures flickered and they disappeared from where they stood. Yang Kai clearly saw Luo Hai glance at him, intentionally or unintentionally, before leaving. This place was really not suitable for him to stay any longer. Brother Yang, I will also take my leave. I hope you and I will meet again one day. Su Bin Bai cupped his fist to Yang Kai. Brother Su, take care. Yang Kai nodded. Although he felt that Su Bin Bai was a good person and worth making friends with, now was not the time to make friends. So he did not try to persuade him to stay. Soon, only Yang Kai's group remained in the noisy wasteland. Zhao Tianze also did not leave. At this moment, he was looking at Qian Tong in the distance with a look of envy, secretly vexed that he did not have such ability and comprehension. He and Qian Tong had entered the blood prison together, but Qian Tong had succeeded. On the other hand, Zhao Tianze only felt that his sure attainments had greatly improved and that he was still far from breaking through to the Origin King realm. City Lord Zhao. Yang Kai walked over to Zhao Tianze and called out, Sect Master Yang, what are your orders? Zhao Tianze asked, I wouldn't dare give you any orders, but I'm afraid we will have to leave soon. Leave? Zhao Tianze was stunned. Where to? Back to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai whispered. Why must we leave? Zhao Tianze looked puzzled. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the others stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not knowing why he said this. Didn't those seniors invite Elder Qian to join them? Why? As he spoke, Zhao Tianze furrowed his brows, as if he had realized something. Yang Kai could not tell the truth, so he simply said, Elder Qian will definitely not join them. Since he won't join them, why bother looking for them? When this junior refused their offer before, although they did not say anything, they felt somewhat uncomfortable in their hearts. If Elder Qian refuses again, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not become hostile. That's unlikely. Zhao Tianze's forehead dripped cold sweat. Although he felt that these Origin Kings would not be so stingy, what Yang Kai said had some truth to it. This kind of thing had to be guarded against. I'm always afraid of what might happen, so I want to wait for Elder Qian to wake up before leaving Green Mountain Star immediately. Zhao Tianze nodded lightly and sighed. That's a pity. This Zhao wanted to invite Sect Master Yang to my Green Water City to rest for a few days. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. Now this junior has something to trouble City Lord Zhao with. Sect Master Yang, please feel free to speak. This Zhao will not disappoint. Zhao Tianze nodded. In the blood prison, Yang Kai had disregarded their past grievances and allowed him to return to his territory to comprehend the mysteries of the Stone Mountain. Later, Yang Kai had inadvertently saved his life, so Zhao Tianze naturally wanted to repay this kindness. Can City Lord Zhao return to Green Water City and bring Qian Yu to me? Miss Qian Yu? Zhao Tianze was naturally no stranger to Qian Yu. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong and the other Third Order Origin returning realm masters had stayed behind. Qian Yu had also stayed behind to inquire about the whereabouts of Su Yan, Ice Master Qingya, and the others. Now that Yang Kai was leaving, Qian Yu naturally could not forget about her. That's not a problem. This Zhao will set off immediately. This Zhao will definitely bring Miss Qian Yu here in 6 or 7 days, or as short as 2 or 3 days. Zhao Tianze promised. Then he bid farewell to Yang Xiaozhu and the others and left at lightning speed. Sect Master, why are you so nervous? Yang Xiaozhu looked at Yang Kai with some confusion. He could feel that Yang Kai was vigilant about something, but he did not know why. Chapter 1620. If it's just those people trying to win us over, Sect Master doesn't need to worry so much. Even if they feel uncomfortable in their hearts, for the sake of their own reputation, they won't do anything evil. It's not just that. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not worried about this. What I'm worried about is something else. What is it? Lin Yu Rao asked. I'm afraid we've been targeted. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. There were various signs that Green Mountain Star Master, Luo Hai, had some understanding of what had happened in the blood prison. Since it was related to the Origin Essence Crystal, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. If the Origin Essence crystal was still in his hands, he could just hand it over to Luo Hai to ensure everyone's safety. But now the Origin Essence crystal wasn't in Yang Kai's hands at all. He had already given it to Yu Xiong. Having lost such a bargaining chip, how could Yang Kai dare to stay here for long? If it weren't for Qian Tong still needing some time, Yang Kai would have already left. Yang Kai didn't speak in too much detail, but from his tone and demeanor, Yang Xiaozhu and the others could infer that the situation was serious. So they didn't ask too much and simply followed Yang Kai's decision. Qian Tong was still standing in the distance, motionless, obviously comprehending something. Yang Xiaozhu and the others had nothing to do, so they simply sat cross-legged and meditated, digesting the gains they had gained from this trip to the blood prison. Although they did not break through to the Origin King realm like Qian Tong, that did not mean they had gained nothing. On the contrary, each of them had gained a lot, and as long as they had enough opportunities in the future, they may have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as various thoughts flashed through his mind, imagining all kinds of possibilities and countermeasures. Time passed slowly, and 3 days later, Zhao Tianze brought Qianyu back. After seeing Yang Kai, Qianyu was naturally overjoyed, but when she remembered that she had been investigating Green Mountain Star for several years but had found nothing about the whereabouts of Su Yan and the others, Qianyu couldn't help feeling sad. Zhao Tianze didn't stay long, and after sending Qianyu here, he hurried back to Green Water City. When the blood prison opened this time, he had entered together with the Vice City Lord of Green Water City. Unfortunately, the Vice City Lord, who was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, had fallen inside the blood prison and did not come out alive. It really pained him. He needed to return to Green Water City and choose a new Vice City Lord. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Suddenly, Qian Tong's loud laughter could be heard. Everyone who had been waiting was shocked and raised their heads to look in the direction of Qian Tong. In a flash, Qian Tong appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, Elder Qian." Yang Xiaozhu cupped his fists and congratulated. Elder Qian breaking through to the Origin King realm is a grand event that has not occurred on Shadowed Star for the past 10,000 years. Shadow Moon Hall will certainly be overjoyed, and all cultivators on Shadowed Star will share in this glory, Mou chuckled. "You're being too serious." Qian Tong shook his head. This time, this Qian narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for Yang Kai, I would have already fallen, let alone broken through. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai and said seriously, "Yang Kai, this old master owes you another favor." At that time, if it weren't for the jade bottle Yang Kai had given him, strengthening his vitality and healing his injuries, how could he have persisted until the end? Qian Tong knew that the thing Yang Kai had given him was life-revitalizing jade cream. He had used it once with Fei Ji too, along with soul-cleansing divine water and immortal source liquid. Life-revitalizing jade cream was one of the 3 great divine waters in Star Territory. Each drop was extremely precious. The bottle Yang Kai had given him contained at least 20 drops. It could be said that his success in breaking through was largely due to Yang Kai's contribution. "Elder Qian is too polite." Yang Kai chuckled. "And this isn't the place to talk. It's more important for us to leave quickly." "Leave now." Qian Tong raised his brow. "Leave now." "Good." Qian Tong didn't say anything else, still following Yang Kai's lead. "It's inconvenient to move with so many people around. You all come in first," Yang Kai said as he summoned the sealed world bead. Everyone knew what he was going to do, so they naturally cooperated, relaxing their minds and not resisting. Yang Kai tossed the sealed world bead to everyone, and with a flash of light, they all disappeared from where they stood, being collected into the sealed world bead. "This old master doesn't need to go in." Qian Tong smiled slightly. "I just broke through, so this old master wants to experience the world principles here." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai didn't want to force him and nodded, That's fine, but if we really encounter any danger, this old master is already an Origin King now. What kind of danger could he possibly encounter? Qian Tong laughed, not caring much. A trace of worry appeared on Yang Kai's brow, but he didn't explain much, simply calling out to Qian Tong before summoning his star shuttle and flying out of Starfield. This was still Green Mountain Star, so Yang Kai didn't dare to release his starship casually. Once an Origin King grade starship appeared, it would immediately alarm Luo Hai. The speed of the two was extremely fast. Unlike Yang Kai's worried look, Qian Tong was now in high spirits, as if everything around him had changed. As he flew, he glanced around, occasionally revealing a thoughtful look. The moment the two set off, in a city 1,000 kilometers away, inside the city lord's mansion, old Geo and the other Origin King realm masters were chatting, either talking about strange things or exchanging cultivation experiences. They were here because they were waiting for Qian Tong. Qian Tong was a new Origin King, so they thought he would definitely come looking for them. After all, every Origin King would have many things they didn't understand after breaking through. If someone was willing to answer them, naturally they wouldn't miss this opportunity. None of them had expected Yang Kai to be so decisive as to leave Green Mountain Star directly. Luo Hai sat at the head of the table, occasionally speaking a few words when he felt like it, causing old Jiu and the others to show looks of enlightenment and admiration. Suddenly, Luo Hai's brow furrowed as he showed a look of surprise. "Master Luo Hai, what's wrong?" The old woman, surnamed Lei, looked at him puzzledly. "This king suddenly has something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Luo Hai's figure suddenly faded and disappeared. No one knew how he left. Where is brother Luo Hai going? Old Geo and the others looked at each other blankly. Looking at his expression, it seems that something big has happened. Could it be that something has happened in his palace? That can't be. Brother Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, who would dare act presumptuously in his palace. Right, haha, it seems I was thinking too much. But why hasn't that new Origin King come yet? We've been waiting here for several days now. Could he have run away? Why would he run away? We have no malice towards him and can even teach him some experience. Such a good thing. As long as he isn't stupid, he will definitely come. Then let's wait a little longer. Above Green Mountain Star, 100,000 meters below, Yang Kai and Qian Tong flew side by side, trying to escape from the control of Green Mountain Star. Suddenly, Qian Tong frowned and shouted, "Yang Kai!" "What did you sense?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. "I feel like we're being watched." Qian Tong frowned as he spread out his divine sense like a tide, but he was unable to sense anything, making him puzzled. He had just broken through and was at the peak of his life, so suddenly having this kind of feeling naturally made him uncomfortable. "Just pretend you don't know." Yang Kai sent a divine sense message. "Yang Kai, do you know something?" Qian Tong also replied with his divine sense. "I have some guesses." Yang Kai's face turned ugly. "If I'm not wrong, the one who is watching us is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai." "It's him." Qian Tong's face changed drastically. "Why is he watching us?" "He's watching me." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "He thinks I have something he needs." "Then what should we do?" Qian Tong asked in shock. Being targeted by such a master, even Qian Tong panicked. He was now an Origin King, but he had only just broken through. But what about Luo Hai? He was a second-order Origin King and the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong had no doubt that on Green Mountain Star, if the other party wanted to take his life, it would only take a single thought. "Let's leave this damned place quickly. As long as we escape from the constraints of Green Mountain Star's world principles. Luo Hai is just a second-order Origin King. Perhaps we'll still have a chance to survive." Yang Kai's thoughts were clear. Hearing this, Qian Tong nodded imperceptibly. As long as they were not bound by Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai would not be so terrifying and they might really be able to escape from him. With this thought in mind, the speed of the two suddenly increased. "You want to leave Green Mountain Star?" In the distance, Luo Hai seemed to have noticed something and smiled slightly, whispering, "Good idea, but it's too naive." Saying so, Luo Hai stretched out his hand and gently grasped the air in front of him, seemingly changing something. Yang Kai and Qian Tong, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, suddenly went pale and their lightning-fast figures came to a halt, sweat dripping down their backs as their faces paled. Looking at the endless star field, Yang Kai secretly grit his teeth and desperately pushed his Saint Chi ensure, trying to break free from this invisible shackle. But to his horror, he was unable to move no matter how hard he tried. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen. The might of the Star Master was simply too powerful. Just a little bit more. Yang Kai could feel that he and Qian Tong were so close to breaking free from the world principles of Green Mountain Star, but at the last moment they were stopped. Qian Tong's situation seemed to be better than Yang Kai's. At the very least, he could still circulate his Saint Chi. Looking around, he shouted, "Who is it?" A figure quietly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai and Qian Tong, wearing a golden crown and a golden robe. Who else could it be but Luo Hai? Glancing at Qian Tong indifferently, a trace of approval flashing across his eyes. As a newly ascended Origin King who had not even stabilized his realm, being able to accomplish this was already quite amazing. In the future, Qian Tong's achievements would not stop at the First Order Origin King realm, perhaps even reaching the Second Order. However, Luo Hai did not pay too much attention to Qian Tong and instead took back his gaze to Yang Kai. The main purpose of his trip here was to find Yang Kai. Before, in the wilderness, there were too many people, and he could not do anything to Yang Kai. But now that Yang Kai and Qian Tong had flown out of Green Mountain Star and arrived in this star field, Luo Hai could act freely. Chapter 16:21. "So it is Senior Luo Hai." Yang Kai looked towards Luo Hai and asked with a frown, "What does Senior mean by this?" A smile appeared on Luo Hai's face as he asked instead of answering, "Where are you two going in such a hurry?" "Naturally, we are leaving here and returning to Shadowed Star. Is there something Senior needs?" "Nothing." Luo Hai slowly shook his head. However, old Jiu and Senior Sister Lei are both waiting for this friend to return and want to have a good chat with him. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to leave without saying goodbye?" "It is indeed a bit inappropriate." Yang Kai gently nodded. "But this incident happened too suddenly, so we must return to Shadowed Star as soon as possible. Since we have met Senior here, I'll have to trouble Senior to relay our greetings. Junior won't be able to say goodbye in person." "That won't do." Luo Hai obviously had no intention of compromising. "They have been waiting for you for some time now, so you too should come with this king." Master Luo Hai's words are a bit unreasonable. Qian Tong took a deep breath. "Whether we go or not is up to me and Yang Kai. Is Master Luo Hai trying to force us to wait?" He had learned from Yang Kai that Luo Hai did not have any good intentions towards Yang Kai, so his words were not very polite. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and was in high spirits, so even facing Luo Hai he did not show much fear. Luo Hai's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Qian Tong faintly. Qian Tong immediately felt like he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as his face paled slightly. He immediately realized the huge gap between him and Luo Hai. After teaching Qian Tong a small lesson, Luo Hai smiled at Yang Kai and said, "You should think about it before replying to this king. And I'll give you 10 breaths of time." His attitude was undoubtedly very tough. Yang Kai's face sank, not having expected a master like him to be so shameless. Qian Tong and Yang Kai's eyes met as they both felt helpless. Facing Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star, even a Third Order Origin King might not be able to do anything to him, let alone Yang Kai and Qian Tong. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai asked lightly, "Have you considered it?" As he spoke, the world around them seemed to become even more solid, making it impossible for them to move. Qian Tong stared at Yang Kai, obviously waiting for him to take the lead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and quickly said, "I've thought about it." "Oh, what is your answer?" "Hi." A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Hai's face. "That's impossible," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a faint territory domain suddenly appeared around Qian Tong's body. This territory domain wrapped around him, allowing him to compete with the star force of Green Mountain Star. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood contained Qian Tong's source qi, and as soon as it appeared, it transformed into a blood arrow that shot towards Luo Hai with lightning speed. Impudence! Luo Hai was furious. No one had ever dared to attack him, the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Yang Kai and Qian Tong were the first. Glaring gloomily at Qian Tong, Luo Hai waved his hand lightly, and the blood arrow that shot towards him shattered. At the same time, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as his chest caved in, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. Courting death. Luo Hai's eyes were cold, not intending to let Qian Tong go, since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. Luo Hai naturally had no intention of holding back. In any case, this place was about to enter Green Mountain Star's territory and was about to leave the world principles of Green Mountain Star, so no one could detect the battle here. Luo Hai's biggest goal was Yang Kai. As for Qian Tong, he really didn't care about him. Stretching out his hand, Luo Hai's fingertip suddenly burst with a dazzling white light, as if something was about to shoot out towards Qian Tong. Asterisk Kacha! Asterisk at that moment. A burst of lightning and thunder rang out, and an aura that caused Luo Hai's face to pale suddenly appeared above his head. Luo Hai's face changed as he looked up, his eyes narrowing in the next moment. Above his head, a black cloud had appeared at some unknown time, and inside this black cloud, countless tiny arcs of lightning were shuttling back and forth. Although these arcs of lightning were small, they contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. Even Luo Hai was deeply shocked. He suddenly woke up and turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was holding a dark blue bead in his hand and was madly pouring his Saint Chi into it. The surface of this bead was pulsing with arcs of lightning that were resonating with the arcs of lightning above his head. Was it this little brat who did this? What is this bead? Luo Hai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could figure out the mysteries of this inexplicable blue bead, the countless tiny arcs of lightning above his head suddenly fell vertically and wrapped around him. A loud crackling sound rang out. Luo Hai's angry roar instantly resounded through the sky and reached the territory of Green Mountain Star. The anger of the Star Master shook Green Mountain Star. At this moment, all of Green Mountain Star seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, the earth trembling and mountains collapsing as if the end of the world was coming. On Green Mountain Star, the hundreds of millions of residents couldn't help paling. Old Geo and the others abruptly stood up, their faces filled with shock. "It's Master Luo Hai." A trace of panic appeared on the old woman, surnamed Lei's face. Who made him so angry? Who could make him so angry? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes penetrating the barrier between the palace and the clouds, seemingly sensing something. "Emperor Pressure!" Li Wan-ning exclaimed, her pretty face pale. Everyone else was trembling as well. They were all Origin Kings, standing high above the clouds, able to overlook all living beings. But in front of the legendary Great Emperors, they were nothing more than ants. The moment they felt the Emperor's might, everyone was shocked. However, why would Emperor Pressure suddenly appear in Green Mountain Star's starfield? What's more, this Emperor Pressure was filled with murderous intent. What had happened to Luo Hai? Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to take a look, but they didn't dare to. Not to mention that the murderous intent of this emperor pressure was not something they could contend with. If they were to discover some secret of Luo Hai's, they would not be able to bear the consequences. All they could do was stand there with dignified expressions, wait quietly and silently perceive. Inside the star field, a 10,000-kilometer radius, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as countless tiny arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth. It was as if this place had become a world of thunder and lightning. Luo Hai's face was gloomy to the extreme as he stared in a certain direction, grit his teeth, and shouted, "An Emperor artifact! It's actually an Emperor artifact. Boy, you forced this king's hand. Even if you don't die, you must die." He had never expected that Yang Kai would possess such a heaven-defying Emperor artifact. Only an Emperor artifact could tear apart the barrier he had set up and allow Yang Kai and Qian Tong to leave safely. He had heard of Emperor artifacts before. They were artifacts used by great emperors and were stained with the aura of the great emperors, which was why they were called Emperor artifacts. However, in the entire star territory, although Emperor artifacts were famous, no one had ever seen one with their own eyes. No one knew what an Emperor artifact looked like or what kind of amazing power it possessed. Luo Hai had experienced it personally this time. If Yang Kai's cultivation was not high enough, and if this was not the range of Green Mountain Star Force, that blow alone would have been enough to injure him. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator injuring a second-order origin king was almost impossible. But that little brat named Yang Kai had almost done it. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Hai's mind as his eyes lit up and he murmured, "Annihilation Thunder Bead. That should be the legendary Annihilation Thunder Bead." Every artifact used by great emperors was famous, and some of them might not be known to ordinary people, but Luo Hai, as a Star Master and a second-order origin king, had naturally heard of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. After personally experiencing the power of this Emperor artifact, Luo Hai immediately judged that it was definitely the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Luo Hai grinned ferociously. If he could obtain the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would be able to display most of the power of this Emperor artifact. At that time, even if he faced a third-order origin king, he was confident he could defeat him. He, Luo Hai, would become the strongest master in star territory. The lightning arcs gradually weakened before disappearing. Starfield regained its tranquility. "Do you think you can escape?" Luo Hai flicked his sleeve and crossed his hands behind his back, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll forward. In the next moment, he was already 100 kilometers away, chasing after Yang Kai. Not to mention whether the Origin Essence Crystal was in Yang Kai's hands. Just the Annihilation Thunder Bead was an Emperor artifact that Luo Hai coveted. This time, he could not allow Yang Kai to escape from his hands. He wanted the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but he also wanted the Origin Essence Crystal. What puzzled Luo Hai, though, was that he could only feel Yang Kai's aura from afar while the Qian Tong seemed to have disappeared. Not only that, but Yang Kai's companions also seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even Luo Hai did not know where they had gone. 10,000 kilometers away from Luo Hai, Yang Kai desperately pushed to Saint Chi, adjusting his aura as he fled, his expression extremely solemn. Although he had successfully caught Luo Hai off guard with the help of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, breaking through his blockade and escaping from Green Mountain Star, even without the support of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai was still a genuine second-order origin king. It would be difficult to escape from his hands. What's more, the Annihilation Thunder Bead's attack had almost drained all the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body, forcing him to explode a drop of pure golden blood to give himself a chance to breathe. The more Saint Chi one poured into the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the greater the power it could display. Even if a third-order origin king used it, they would not be able to display its full power. Yang Kai estimated that he had only used less than 10% of the Annihilation Thunder Bead's power. There was a stabbing pain in his head as his knowledge sea-roiled and dried up. There were even some small cracks in his knowledge, sea space, a sign that he had overused his divine sense. This kind of trauma could not be described as trivial. Normally, Yang Kai would not care too much about it and would only need to rest for a few days, under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. His knowledge, sea, would be restored to its original state. But now, how could he have the time to rest? Stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth, Yang Kai only hoped to accumulate some spiritual energy in the shortest possible time. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Chapter 16:22. Fortunately, these pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, so each of them was of extremely high quality. As soon as these pills entered Yang Kai's stomach, they transformed into streams of heat that flowed into his limbs and bones, making up for the loss of Saint Qi and spiritual energy he had lost. Qian Tong had been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. After taking a blow from Luo Hai, Qian Tong had suffered some injuries, and although they were not serious, it was undoubtedly best not to let him show himself at this moment. If he was suppressed by Luo Hai and his cultivation fell, Qian Tong would regret it for the rest of his life. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and had not had time to consolidate his foundation yet. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai was not as good as Qian Tong right now, but when it came to escaping, Yang Kai was confident he would not lose to anyone. Yang Kai's speed was already extremely fast, and with the wind and thunder wings behind him, he shot through the territory of the starry sky like a bolt of lightning. However, Luo Hai's speed seemed to be even faster, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 10,000-kilometer distance was closed. Sensing a strong pressure from behind, Yang Kai immediately understood that Luo Hai was not far away. "Boy, cooperate with this king obediently, and this king may not take your life. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being ruthless." Luo Hai's threatening voice clearly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai ignored this threat and continued to flee. Facing such an opponent, he had no intention of fighting. Now, his only hope of survival was to keep running. "You court death." Seeing Yang Kai remain unmoved, Luo Hai flew into a rage. 500 kilometers away from Yang Kai, he suddenly stretched out his hand and sent out a thin strand of energy from his fingertip, crossing the barrier of space in an instant and shooting towards Yang Kai at a terrifying speed. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Yang Kai grit his teeth, pushed his space force, stretched out his hands, and tore apart the void in front of him. A spatial crack in the void immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the strange attack hit the position where Yang Kai had been, piercing through the shadow he had left behind. "Spatial crack!" Luo Hai exclaimed in surprise as his figure flickered, and he arrived at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, intending to follow after Yang Kai and rush into the primal chaos crack. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't give him the chance to do so. The spatial crack immediately closed. "This little brat is actually proficient in the Tao of space," Luo Hai said incredulously. With his cultivation reaching such a high level, Luo Hai was rarely moved by anything. But Yang Kai had caused him to lose his composure time and time again. First, he summoned an Emperor artifact, then tore space apart. Just how monstrous was this little brat? Obtaining an Emperor artifact was not a big deal. It could only be said that Yang Kai's luck was profound and he had no idea where he had obtained it. However, tearing space apart was something even Luo Hai had never heard of. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire Starry Sky territory, and there were only a few who cultivated the Tao of space. But the few people Luo Hai knew of had only dabbled in the Tao of space and knew how to repair space arrays. Who could tear space apart, Will? Is this your trump card? No wonder you dare act presumptuously in front of this king. Luo Hai's face was gloomy as he chuckled. But you think you can escape from this king's palm with this? Dream on. As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai released his terrifying divine sense madly. After 3 breaths of time, Luo Hai's eyes flashed, and he turned his head towards a certain direction. That way! He's running pretty fast, actually 5,000 kilometers away. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai pushed the Saint Chi in his body and shot out like a meteor, approaching Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. 5,000 kilometers away. Yang Kai had just taken a few breaths when he keenly noticed that a divine sense had locked onto his position, like a maggot latching onto his bones. Looking back in the distant star field, Yang Kai saw a stream of light approaching him. Yang Kai grit his teeth and once again stretched out his hand to tear space apart. A moment later, Luo Hai caught up, stopped, and expanded his divine sense a second time to search for Yang Kai's position, and after noticing something, began his pursuit again. The two of them, one fleeing, one chasing, the distance between them sometimes shortened, the atmosphere extremely tense. Yang Kai knew that he absolutely could not fall into Luo Hai's hands, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye 1/2 a month had passed. Luo Hai's originally calm and confident expression had disappeared and was replaced with infinite anger and annoyance. He had thought that even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, he would never be able to escape from his grasp. The Tao of Space was indeed mysterious, and a cultivator who was proficient in it was extremely difficult to kill. But compared to him, Yang Kai's cultivation was simply too low. Luo Hai didn't know how much Saint Chi and spiritual energy it took to tear space, but he knew that the price was definitely not small. All he needed to do was follow Yang Kai from a distance, and once Yang Kai ran out of strength, Luo Hai would be able to capture him. This was Luo Hai's plan, but what surprised Luo Hai was that over the past 1/2 a month, Yang Kai had torn space at least 200 times, each time escaping 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. And as time passed, the distance he was able to escape was getting farther and farther, as if Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of Space had become more and more exquisite. This little brat doesn't show any signs of exhaustion. Where did he get so much Saint Chi to squander? Where did he get such a powerful spiritual energy? Even if he took a spirit-grade pill, it wouldn't have been able to support his escape for so long. Luo Hai couldn't figure it out, but he didn't give up. He firmly believed that his guess was right and that Yang Kai would eventually stop. Luo Hai's guess was right. Every time Yang Kai tore space, he needed to expend a huge amount of Saint Chi and spiritual energy. Over the past 1/2 a month, he had almost exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Saint Chi wasn't so bad. If he didn't have enough Saint Chi, he only needed to use his golden blood to replenish himself. But his spiritual energy wasn't. The consumption of his spiritual energy was too terrifying, and his recovery wasn't fast. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul warming lotus, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to continue. Even so, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. A large number of pills had been swallowed by Yang Kai, and the ones he had refined to restore his spiritual energy had almost all been used up. Yang Kai had no choice but to swallow the herbs that could help restore his spiritual energy. Although swallowing these herbs like this was a bit of a waste, and he couldn't fully utilize the medicinal efficacies of these herbs, escaping was more important right now. So how could Yang Kai care about such things? Pushing himself to his limits again and again, Yang Kai's knowledge, was expanding, and his spiritual energy was becoming more and more solid. His mastery of the Tao of Space was also becoming more and more refined. Yang Kai didn't notice this, as all his energy was now focused on how to get rid of Luo Hai's pursuit. After thinking about it, there was only one way. Yang Kai could hide inside the sealed world bead, but this method was too risky. Once he hid inside and was discovered by Luo Hai, he would become a turtle in a jar. Unless he had no other choice, Yang Kai didn't dare to do this. Another 5 days passed. The two of them had already flown an unknown distance through the starry sky territory, but Luo Hai was still like a locust, firmly following Yang Kai. Once he tore space and opened up some distance, Luo Hai would catch up in a short time. An Origin King Realm Master was extremely difficult to deal with. His knowledge, sea was almost dry, and the herbs he swallowed were unable to replenish his spiritual energy. He only had 3 chances left before Yang Kai would be completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai tore space again and dove in, appearing a few thousand kilometers away in the next moment. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore space a second time. A third time in an instant he had escaped 10,000 kilometers from Luo Hai, his face as pale as paper. Yang Kai looked around and immediately landed on a huge asteroid nearby. This asteroid was about a few hundred kilometers in size, like a mountain. After arriving on the asteroid, Yang Kai found an extremely secluded place and immediately threw out the sealed world bead, hiding it in a crevice in the asteroid before jumping into the small sealed world. Inside the small sealed world, peace reigned. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from Tongxian realm had been living here peacefully for a long time. Here, there was no competition, and the world energy aura was rich. Besides the incomplete world principles, this was simply a paradise. Inside the small sealed world, there were many loft-like buildings scattered across a 100-kilometer radius. Inside each of these lofts, there was a cultivator meditating and cultivating in seclusion. These lofts were built by the cultivator from Tongxian realm. The small sealed world had mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees, so it was very convenient for them to collect materials locally. The 3 clans, human, monster, and demon clans, coexisted in harmony without any disputes. Everyone cherished the life they had now. The cultivation conditions and environment here were many times better than in Tongxian realm. Almost 90% of the cultivators here had already broken through and taken a step forward in their cultivation. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Ling Taisu, Old Demon, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, Monster Race Great Senior Thunder Dragon, these veteran Third Order saints had all broken through to the Saint King realm one after another. Although the world principles of this small sealed world were not complete, they were enough to meet the needs of these people to break through. After all, the Saint King realm was not very powerful. When Yang Kai appeared here, the entire small sealed world fell silent. No one noticed his arrival. Yang Kai forced himself to focus, endured the great pain in his head, and released his divine sense to investigate. Soon he noticed the location of Xia Ningchang, and his figure flickered, immediately arriving on the second floor of one of the lofts. Xia Ningchang seemed to be in the middle of alchemy, her face still covered by a black veil. She seemed to be concentrating on alchemy, exuding a mysterious and dignified aura. Although her full appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her face alone was enough to captivate any man. Kai Yang's appearance had given her a fright, and after noticing that Kai Yang's aura was unstable, her beautiful face paled, and she immediately rushed to Kai Yang's side to support him. She cried out in alarm, "Junior brother, what's wrong? Who hurt you?" "It's nothing. I just encountered a strong enemy who is chasing after me." Yang Kai wanted to laugh and comfort Xia Ningchang, but he could not bring himself to do so. Xia Ningchang's expression changed, but she did not ask too much. She knew that someone who could force Yang Kai into such a state was at least an Origin King. She was well aware of Yang Kai's combat strength. In Red Moon Palace, even a master like Shuel Yan was not Yang Kai's opponent. Now that he was in such a miserable state, who else but an Origin King could do this? Xia Ningchang grit her teeth as her eyes became moist, her heart aching. Chapter 16:23. "I'll be fine after resting for a while. It's not a big deal." Yang Kai saw her sobbing appearance and knew she was worried about him, so he quickly comforted her. Xia Ningchang nodded slightly, her eyes red. "Do you have any pills that can restore one's soul? Give me as many as you have." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her. Xia Ningchang quickly rummaged through her space ring and soon took out several dozen large and small jade bottles. During this time, she had been concentrating on refining pills in the small sealed world. so there was no shortage of materials, and her results were remarkable. The pills in these jade bottles were all used to restore one's soul and varied in rank, from Saint King grade all the way to Origin grade high rank. With so many medicinal pills, it would definitely be a huge fortune if they were placed outside. These soul cleansing qi recovery pills are the best. I've refined a few of them with pill veins. You can use these first. Xia Ningchang picked up a jade bottle, opened the lid for Yang Kai, and poured out a few pills from it. Yang Kai took these pills without saying a word, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them. Reaching out, he swept all the jade bottles into his space ring before sitting down, cross-legged, to meditate. The little senior's sister held her breath and quietly moved away from Yang Kai so as not to disturb him, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she paid close attention to him. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's complexion began to recover, and Xia Ningchang confirmed that he was really fine, just that he had consumed too much spiritual energy. As long as Yang Kai was fine, she could rest assured. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai was meditating to restore himself, but he was also spreading his divine sense outside the sealed world bead, vigilantly monitoring his surroundings in case of any unforeseen circumstances. As the owner of the sealed world bead, he could do this. Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could get rid of Luo Hai with this method. The other party was a second-order Origin King, the most powerful enemy Yang Kai had encountered so far. If he were to discover traces of the existence of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would become a turtle in a jar. A figure flew several dozen kilometers away from the huge meteorite where the sealed world bead was located and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai. As expected, he did not find the sealed world bead. Instead, he went in a direction that he had determined. Yang Kai's heart relaxed, but he didn't dare to be too careless. While desperately refining the medicinal efficacies of the pills and restoring his divine sense, he continued to pay attention. A moment later, Luo Hai returned from the front and flew back 50 kilometers to the other side of the meteor. The terrifying divine sense belonging to a second-order Origin King swept through the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers like a tidal wave, leaving nothing behind. His eyes were like a hawk's, exuding a sharp light, seemingly able to see far into the distance. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the huge meteor where the sealed world bead was located. Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath as he secretly became nervous. Fortunately, Luo Hai quickly shifted his gaze and continued to search elsewhere, obviously not finding anything. However, he was an Origin King in the end, and Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared in this area. Luo Hai did not believe that Yang Kai could escape from his divine sense in an instant. He was certain that Yang Kai was hiding nearby, but using some unknown method to conceal his aura and vitality, making it impossible for a master like Luo Hai to detect him. Interesting, Luo Hai muttered to himself, his figure constantly shuttling back and forth across the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, searching for any suspicious places while shouting, "Boy, this king knows you are hiding here, but do you think you can get rid of this king like this? Come out obediently and hand over the Emperor artifact and Origin essence, crystal, to this king, and this king can let bygones be bygones and let you live. But if this king finds you..." Yang Kai heard his shouts but remained unmoved. Since Luo Hai had already shed all pretense of cordiality, it was impossible for him to let him go. Otherwise, if today's events were to spread, it would be a blow to his reputation. Moreover, whether it was the Emperor artifact or the Origin essence crystal, both were of great importance. So how could Luo Hai allow Yang Kai to live? As long as he obtained these two things, he would definitely burn the bridge after crossing the river. Yang Kai secretly cursed Luo Hai in his heart for being so despicable and shameless. Back on Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai gave off a good impression. As the Star Master of a star and a second-order Origin King, he did not put on any airs and appeared approachable, but now that there was no one else around, he finally revealed his true face. If it were any other Origin returning Realm Master, they might have been pressured by Luo Hai to surrender and beg him to let them go. However, Yang Kai knew that doing so would only result in a faster death. Half a day later, Luo Hai had wandered back and forth in a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, carefully searching every place and every asteroid, but still finding nothing. This made him extremely annoyed. He himself was a little uncertain whether Yang Kai was really still hiding here, or whether that little brat had already escaped his grasp. Suddenly, Luo Hai paused, and his expression became gloomy, as if he had made some kind of decision, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Boy, you forced this king's hand. I hope you won't regret it when you reach the underworld." As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai suddenly stretched out his hands, spread his 10 fingers, and formed a circle in front of himself. A frightening amount of Saint Qi surged from Yang Kai's body and from his 10 fingers. A white light condensed towards the center of his palm. The Saint Qi in Luo Hai's body seemed to have found an outlet and rushed out, gathering together along the 10 white lights. In the blink of an eye, a fist-sized white energy ball appeared in front of Luo Hai. Although this energy ball was not big, it contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. As Luo Hai poured his Saint Qi into it, it continued to grow. The divine sense Yang Kai, left outside the sealed world bead, sensed this scene and cursed in his heart, knowing that Luo Hai was serious. For a while, he did not know what to do and could only force himself to calm down and observe the situation. After 10 breaths, the white ball of light between Luo Hai's hands had grown to the size of a wash basin. Luo Hai grinned lightly and pushed his hands forward. The white ball of light floated forward as if it was weightless, flying 100 kilometers straight. In the next moment, a dazzling white light bloomed from that position, filling the surrounding 10 million kilometers. With this white light as its center, everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius that came into contact with it was instantly reduced to dust and disappeared. Countless large and small asteroids suspended in the star field were vaporized, and even a small dead star nearby began to crack and disappear. The full power of a second-order Origin King's attack was terrifying. Luo Hai remained motionless as he spread out his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was still hiding nearby, he would die. With his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to resist such a violent attack. As for the Origin Essence Crystal and Emperor Artifact, they were not ordinary treasures and could not be destroyed by such an energy explosion. Luo Hai did not need to capture Yang Kai alive. He only needed those 2 treasures. Everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius was cleared. But what made Luo Hai pale slightly was that not only was there no trace of Yang Kai's vitality, but even the auras of the Origin Essence Crystal and Emperor Artifact were nowhere to be seen. Is he really not here? Luo Hai's face sank as his mood sank to the extreme. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked towards a certain direction in the void. In that position, there seemed to be something being driven away by the violent energy impact and flying away rapidly. Luo Hai frowned, somewhat puzzled. His attack had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. What was this? It was actually able to survive. No matter what it was likely something extraordinary. Seeing this, Luo Hai was about to chase after it. However, when his eyes turned to the location of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai knew something was wrong. Hurriedly greeting Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and rushed out of the sealed world bead. In the next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the starry sky. Without caring about anything else, he put away the sealed world bead and rushed into the void crack. "You're still here!" Luo Hai shouted as he turned into a bolt of lightning and hurriedly chased after him. However, Yang Kai soon disappeared, and by the time Luo Hai sensed his aura again, Yang Kai was already 5,000 kilometers away. Has his use of the Tao of space improved again? Luo Hai paled slightly as he did not dare to neglect and rushed in the direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai soon discovered this as well. Now he could actually escape 5,000 kilometers by tearing space, and this was not his limit. He was still able to do so with ease. Being chased by Luo Hai and constantly tearing space to escape seemed to be of great help to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The space force around his body fluctuated as he stretched out his hands again and tore space, stepping into it. When he reappeared, Yang Kai silently calculated the distance he had moved this time. 5,500 kilometers. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with ecstasy as he couldn't help laughing. He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to push himself to the brink of death. Standing in place, Yang Kai waited for a moment until Luo Hai was within a certain distance of him before tearing space to leave. 6,000 kilometers. 6,500 kilometers. 7,000 kilometers. Ah, little brat, you've gone too far. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he not guess the intentions of Yang Kai's actions? This little brat was actually using him to suppress his potential and cultivate the Tao of space while escaping. For Luo Hai, this was simply a great shame. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was really difficult to deal with. If it were any other second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they would have already died without a complete corpse. But Yang Kai was actually playing a game of cat and mouse with a master like Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face was livid as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When had he ever suffered such an insult? In Star's territory, besides those old fogies, he was the strongest. Wu Dao had even evaluated him as the most promising origin king in Star's territory to break through to the Third Order. This was a supreme honor. Such a master being unable to do anything to an unknown little brat. Luo Hai almost went mad with anger. Chapter 16:24. Seeing Yang Kai leave from a position not far from him again, Luo Hai suddenly came to a stop, his face terrifyingly calm, as if a storm was about to arrive. He released his divine sense and locked onto the position where Yang Kai appeared, his deep eyes piercing through space as he stared in that direction. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai shouted, "I am the Star Master, Green Mountain Stars. Heed my command and transmit your star force to me." As soon as these words fell, Green Mountain Star, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, suddenly shook and an incredible energy beam shot out from Green Mountain Star, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant and bombarding Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's already extremely powerful aura skyrocketed and reached the level of a third-order origin king. At the same time, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Old Jiu and the other origin kings all paled in horror and stood up. "Star Force blessing!" The old woman, surnamed Lei's withered body trembled as an astonishing light burst from her seemingly turbid eyes. "It's actually the Star Force blessing. Master Luo Hai actually used the source strength of Green Mountain Star. As a Star Master, no matter where he is, as long as he is still within the territory of a star, he can mobilize the source strength of stars. What kind of danger has Brother Luo Hai encountered? Someone actually managed to force him to such an extent. Who is he going all out against?" The 7 or 8 origin kings looked around blankly, none of them knowing what had happened to Luo Hai that had actually forced him to mobilize the source strength of his stars. One had to know that even for a Star Master, using the source strength of a star was not a simple matter. Star Masters were closely related to their stars and shared honor and disgrace. Once a part of a star's source strength was extracted, it would be impossible to restore it in a short period of time. This was even more serious than if a Star Master was injured. Whether this battle was won or lost, the loss of Green Mountain Star could not be made up for within 1,000 years unless Luo Hai could break through a minor realm and reach the Third Order within 1,000 years. If Luo Hai had not been forced to do so, it would have been impossible for him to do so. But in this world, how many people could force Luo Hai to do so? Could it be that he had provoked some kind of reclusive top master? Old Jiu and the others had ashen faces. Although they were Origin Kings, they were all First-Order Origin Kings. The Second-Order Origin Realm was an unreachable existence for them, let alone the elusive Third-Order Origin Realm. Everyone realized that something was amiss. After Luo Hai extracted a trace of Green Mountain Star's source strength, the world energy aura of Green Mountain's star seemed to weaken slightly. This subtle difference wasn't too obvious, but it had indeed become weaker. This was the direct result of drawing the power of the star's origin. It was said that in ancient times there was a great battle between stars that used the origin of stars. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and the stars owned by the two-star lords went from extremely rich to extremely poor. Even now, they had not been able to recover from Yuan Qi. Inside the star territory, Luo Hai's aura soared as he stared at the position where Yang Kai was. Opening his mouth, he sent out a stream of white qi towards the distant void. 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end as a sense of extreme danger filled his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened to Luo Hai, he understood that Luo Hai was definitely enraged, so he didn't dare to neglect and stretched out his hand to tear at the space in front of him. Tearing space had always been successful, but this time something was wrong. The place where Yang Kai was standing seemed to be imprisoned by something, and no matter how he tried to tear, the void crack in front of him was only a meter long and couldn't expand at all. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk a sharp sound rang out all around. Before the white light sword chi had even arrived, the murderous intent it exuded made Yang Kai feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt as if he was standing on the summit of a snowy mountain, and the wind was like a sharp blade, cutting through his skin painfully. Not good. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he watched the white light sword chi get closer and closer. Not daring to remain in place, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and flew to the side. But just as he moved, the white light sword chi slashed at the spot he had just been standing. The void seemed to have been split in two, and a huge void crack appeared where the sword chi had struck. Luo Hai didn't understand the Tao of space, but his blow had affected the stability of the surrounding space. The aftermath of this attack sputtered in all directions, and a clanging sound rang out from Yang Kai's body, as if metal was colliding with metal. In an instant, Yang Kai's clothes were dyed gold by his golden blood, and hundreds of tiny holes appeared on his sturdy body. From these holes, a terrifyingly powerful qi drilled into Yang Kai's body in an attempt to destroy his meridians and physique. If the aftermath of this attack was so powerful, Yang Kai estimated that if he had been hit by the white light sword chi just now, he would have immediately been crushed to pieces. His face turned slightly pale, but he didn't bother to check his injuries. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi to suppress the chi that had drilled into his wounds, Yang Kai once again used his space force to tear open a void crack. Just as he left, Luo Hai arrived. "Let's see how long you can run." Luo Hai's expression darkened, seemingly not having expected that his attack with the support of Star Force wouldn't be able to harm Yang Kai. His already bad mood instantly worsened as his figure flickered, and he continued to chase after Yang Kai. One chased while the other fled, but unlike before, Yang Kai was going all out this time. Luo Hai's strength had inexplicably soared, and Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with the beam of light he had just seen. Perhaps it was the legendary Star Force support. This old dog is really willing to go all out to deal with me. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew what the consequences of using the source of stars were. After escaping from death again, Yang Kai's expression became ugly. Luo Hai, who had the support of Star Force, was completely different from before. Yang Kai estimated that once he exhausted his divine sense again, he would really be powerless to resist. The sealed world bead had been exposed once, so it was impossible for Luo Hai to be easily deceived again. Using the sealed world bead in this empty star territory was no longer advisable. He could only go to a star. On a star, there were countless living beings. So even if Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star Master, it was impossible for him to act too presumptuously. Only by reaching the nearest star would Yang Kai have the opportunity to use the sealed world bead to hide himself again. Yang Kai's eyes became firm as he immersed himself in his knowledge sea and summoned his soul avatar. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai determined his position in the vast star field and searched for the closest one. With this star, he could see a miniature star territory, so finding a star was not difficult. A moment later, his eyes lit up and his soul avatar flew out of his knowledge sea, turned around, and continued to flee. In front of him was a star field storm that was strong enough to overshadow the sun. But Yang Kai was not afraid and directly rushed into it, releasing a burst of 5-colored light around his body as his 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi protected him. Luo Hai, who followed closely behind, was naturally not afraid of this star field storm, so while spitting out white sword Qi from his mouth, he leisurely walked into it. Wherever he passed, the star field storm seemed to be disturbed and took the initiative to part to make way for him. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Hai safely walked out of this star field storm. But looking around, where was Yang Kai? That little brat had disappeared at some point, leaving behind only a trace of his space force in the nearby void. Troublesome. Luo Hai was in a bad mood as he turned his head to look at a huge, colorful star a few 100,000 kilometers to his left and squinted. "You want to hide there? Good. This king will see how long you can hide." He quickly speculated on Yang Kai's intentions and determined that he was definitely hiding on that colorful star, because once he hid there, it would be impossible for him to find him easily. A star was different from the dead stars in the star field. A dead star could be destroyed at will and no one would blame him. But if one destroyed a star, it was likely that everyone in the star territory would hunt him down. At that time, even if Luo Hai hid back on Green Mountain Star, he would likely die. Under the premise of not being able to destroy a star, trying to find someone who was deliberately hiding was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Luo Hai was powerless. After all, this was not his Green Mountain Star, so he could not use the star source to spy on everything. This is Scarlet Wave Star, right? Luo Hai soon arrived 10,000 kilometers above the star and glanced around, realizing that he had been here before. Coldly snorting, he said, "Good, let's go see that old dog Qihor first. I haven't seen him for 1,000 years. I wonder how his cultivation has progressed and whether he has broken through to the second order." Saying so, he walked off in a certain direction. Among a barren mountain range, a river ran from north to south, and somewhere in the middle of a stream, under the silt, the sealed world bead lay quietly. The mountain was called Blue Mountain, and the river was called Blue River. Yang Kai passed through the storm in the star field and successfully escaped Luo Hai's divine sense tracking. The first thing he did after arriving on the star was to find a secluded place to hide the sealed world bead before diving in. He believed that Luo Hai would definitely not dare to act recklessly on this star, so he was safe for the time being. Appearing in the loft of the sealed world bead, Xia Ningchang's tears fell. Yang Kai's situation this time was much more serious than last time. Last time he had only exhausted his spiritual energy and was a little tired, but this time he was covered in wounds. These wounds were so thin that they could not be seen with the naked eye, but Xia Ningchang was keenly aware that there was some kind of hidden energy in these wounds that was slowly destroying Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper. "Don't worry, I'll be fine after a short retreat. It may take some time," Yang Kai told Xia Ningchang before sitting down cross-legged and beginning to dissolve the qi that had invaded his body. Xia Ningchang walked out of the loft silently, glancing back worriedly before silently standing guard outside. But soon she seemed to remember something and took out a large number of herbs and monster beast's monster core, sat down cross-legged, and began to perform alchemy with a calm expression. She felt that she was too weak and hated that she couldn't help Yang Kai. On Tongshan realm, She was not aware of any dangers because there, as long as she wanted to, she could sweep the entire world by herself. But since Yang Kai brought her out, she had truly experienced the wonders and dangers of Tong Xian Realm's territory. She truly understood just how weak she was. If she was strong enough and could fight side by side with junior brother, perhaps he would not have been injured. Xia Ningchang began to perform alchemy desperately. Chapter 16:25. Yang Kai's arrival this time still did not alarm anyone. In the entire sealed world bead, 90% of the cultivator population was in retreat. Inside the loft, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took some pills to help restore his injuries before beginning to circulate his Saint Qi to dissolve the Qi in his body. These tiny bursts of energy contain the killing intent of an Origin King Realm Master. And if it weren't for Yang Kai's powerful physique, these bursts of energy alone would have been enough to grind him to pieces. The means of a second-order Origin King could not be judged by common sense. Pushing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai sent it through his meridians and physique to surround these tiny Qi streams. But soon, Yang Kai's complexion changed to an extremely ugly one. His Saint Qi, which was rich enough to show disdain for all Origin returning realm masters, was actually unable to do anything to these tiny Qi streams. The Saint Qi he sent out to surround these Qi streams seemed to be vulnerable in front of them, and no matter how powerful they were, they would be torn apart and destroyed. Yang Kai was not discouraged, and instead continued to push his Saint Qi again and again, planning to wear down these Qi streams bit by bit. 10 days passed in a flash. Inside the loft, Yang Kai's aura had not recovered much, and instead had become even more dispirited. 10 days of hard work had yielded no results. Not only had Luo Hai's Qi streams not been dissolved, but Yang Kai had also lost a great deal of his Saint Qi. With a gap of an entire great realm, Yang Kai's Saint Qi was no match for Luo Hai's Qi streams. Yang Kai opened his eyes and no longer made any futile efforts. Although his expression was dispirited, his eyes still shone brightly. Qi streams were dead, but people were alive. Yang Kai felt that he could definitely resolve these Qi streams. He just had not found the right method. Since his Saint Qi was no match for them, what about the rest? The power contained in Yang Kai's body was not limited to just Saint Qi. There was also Space Force and 5 elements indestructible Sword Qi. Considering all this, Yang Kai began experimenting. Condensing his Space Force, Yang Kai wrapped around one of the tiny Qi streams. As if aware of this, when Yang Kai's Space Force wrapped around it, this Qi stream immediately began to counterattack, its sharp domain piercing towards Yang Kai's Space Force. Although it had some effect on Yang Kai's Space Force, it did not collapse as quickly as his Saint Qi. There's hope. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he became even more cautious in controlling his spatial energy. After a short while, the power of space wrapped around the small Qi, and no matter how hard it tried to break free, it still couldn't break free. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine thought moved, and the power of space enveloped in Qi instantly broke through the barrier of space and came out of his body. The power of space dissipated, and the invisible force sputtered in the void, shooting towards a certain direction, making a needle-sized hole in the attic and disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was sure that the power of space could expel the Qi in his body, but doing so was too cumbersome and inefficient. During their escape, Yang Kai's body had been penetrated by the aftermath of Luo Hai's attack, and if he were to use this method to expel it, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to do so. It had been too long. Yang Kai frowned and began experimenting with his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was used to temper one's body, but during this process, it would allow one to produce 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. Each of the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi had different functions. Metal and fire focused on offense, wood focused on vitality, earth and water focused on defense. The 5 elements mutually suppressed and reinforced one another, and when cultivated to the extreme, it was possible for a cultivator to achieve an indestructible body. Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art could barely be regarded as a minor accomplishment and could be used in combat, but he was still far from achieving an indestructible body. Now, urging the 5 elements indestructible sword qi in his body, Yang Kai extracted the metal and fire sword qi and began to dissolve Luo Hai's qi. Inside Yang Kai's body, a golden and red light bloomed and shuttled back and forth between his wounds, attacking the qi. Although Luo Hai's qi had no one to command it, it was not willing to just sit there and wait for death. Facing the 2 sword qi attacks, it began to counterattack. However, it was to no avail. The golden and fire sword qis only used the time of 3 breaths to mince the qi into nothingness. Yang Kai's brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. He had not expected that the 5 elements indestructible sword qi would have such a miraculous effect in resolving Luo Hai's qi. On the contrary, his space force was somewhat inferior. However, this was understandable. Although the Tao of space was extensive and profound, Luo Hai's qi seemed to be derived from sword qi, so the 5 elements indestructible sword qi was also a type of sword qi that could restrain it. Seeing hope, Yang Kai spared no effort in pushing his 5 elements indestructible sword qi, not only using the metal and fire sword qi, but also the remaining water, earth, and wood element qi, greatly increasing the efficiency of this process. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai did not waste any time and took out his 5 elements supreme treasures and began carving spirit arrays around himself in order to expel Luo Hai's qi while using his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Time passed, and soon 3 months had passed. The qi in Yang Kai's body was finally completely expelled, and for some unknown reason, Yang Kai felt that the power of his 5 elements indestructible sword qi had increased greatly. Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with dissolving Luo Hai's qi and absorbing his sword qi. The 5 elements supreme treasures were the sun's true essence, profound Yin sunflower water, divine nullification sand, profound gold, and thunderwood. There was no need to worry about the sun's true essence, as it was the star core of a sun star. Yang Kai had basically not experienced any changes so far, and only a small part of the profound Yin sunflower water remained. The same was true for the divine nullification sand. The profound gold was only the size of a baby's palm. And as for the thunderwood, it didn't seem like it would last much longer. The 5 elements indestructible sword qi consumed too much of the 5 elements supreme treasures. Most people wouldn't be able to afford it. It seemed that in addition to the sun's true essence, Yang Kai would have to find some replacements for the other 4 supreme treasures. Otherwise, once these materials were exhausted, he wouldn't be able to continue. Thinking so, Yang Kai didn't stop. While doing so, Yang Kai began inspecting his body. Luo Hai's qi had been completely expelled and his injuries had been completely healed. Moreover, after escaping from Luo Hai's clutches, Yang Kai faintly felt that his cultivation had made significant progress. It seemed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd order origin, returning realm. After all, Yang Kai had also gained a lot in the blood prison, but because he had just broken through, he couldn't break through quickly. If he had broken through to the 2nd order a few years ago, Yang Kai felt that he could have broken through to the 3rd order in the blood prison. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he would eventually reach that point. Sweeping the outside with his divine sense, Yang Kai saw Xia Ningchang performing alchemy, her beautiful eyes filled with determination and bloodshot. It was impossible to tell how long it had been since she had last rested. Yang Kai sighed lightly and sent a message to her senior sister, telling her that he had fully recovered, causing her to smile. Yang Kai didn't rush out of his retreat, and instead continued to stay in the loft. This time, while being chased by Luo Hai, he had constantly used his space force to escape, which had given him great inspiration and allowed him to gain a much deeper understanding of the Tao of space. At that time, the situation had been too urgent for him to comprehend it carefully. Now that the crisis had been resolved, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. So he stayed in the loft and used his 5 elements indestructible sword chi while comprehending the Tao of space. Pure Ice Island was a famous existence on Scarlet Wave Star. It was famous because Ice Heart Valley, one of the 2 most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, had its headquarters on this island. Pure Ice Island was surrounded by the sea, and the ice on the surface of the sea was several dozen meters thick. The temperature here was extremely low, so Ice Heart Valley's ice attribute, martial skills, and artifacts were all ice attribute. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the 2 most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star was because it had an Origin King, Realm Supreme Elder. In addition, the sect's Valley Master and Elders were all peak 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Masters, only 1 step away from breaking through to the Origin King realm. In terms of 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Masters, Ice Heart Valley had over 100. This number was extremely terrifying, and no great force on Shadowed Star could compare to it. Star Emperor Mountain, once the most powerful force, only had 33rd Order Origin returning Realm Masters, but now all of them had joined High Heaven Sect. On par with Ice Heart Valley was the equally famous Brilliant Flame Sect. These 2 sects had occupied the position of the most powerful sect on Scarlet Wave Star for over 10,000 years. But whether it was because they had different philosophies or because a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, there were often grievances between the 2 sects. If they encountered each other while out in life experience, they would often fight to the death. These grievances were deeply rooted and had remained so for 10,000 years, with no possibility of resolving them. At this moment, at the center of Pure Ice Island, inside an ice palace, more than a dozen women of various ages and sizes were sitting in 2 rows. At the head of the group was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. Her appearance could not be considered to be devastatingly beautiful, but her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely beautiful, like the stars in the sky, making people reluctant to look away after a single glance. Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Binglong, a master at the peak of the 3rd Order Origin returning realm who had reached the grand accomplishment stage in Shur and was the strongest master in Ice Heart Valley below the Supreme Elder. Ice Heart Valley's members were all women, and there had never been a precedent of a man entering the sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them just because they were women, and anyone who dared to do so had already died. The atmosphere inside the Ice Palace was a bit dignified, as many of Ice Heart Valley's elders seemed to be discussing something important. Valley Master, Brilliant Flame Sect's movements have been a bit strange recently. Their suppression of Ice Heart Valley has weakened significantly, and many of them are now moving out more frequently. They seem to be searching for someone, the woman sitting on the left said. She looked about 30 years old and was dressed like a young woman. Her figure was exquisite, but her expression was extremely cold. Ice Heart Valley's great elder, Ran Yunting, had the same cultivation as Valley Master Binglong, but her strength was slightly inferior, so she could only hold the position of great elder. Searching for someone? Why? Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Binglong raised her brow and asked in an extremely soft voice, "Have you heard any specific information?" Ran Yunting shook her head. "We don't know much about Brilliant Flame Sect's lower echelons, only that they are looking for a young man." "Right, I have a portrait of him here. Please take a look. Valley Master." Chapter 16:26. Binglong nodded before reaching out and pulling the portrait over. Looking at it, the person in the portrait looked to be about 25 or 26 years old with a cold and resolute expression. It was hard to say whether his appearance was good or bad, but there was something special about him that made Brilliant Flame Sect go to such lengths to find him. "Take a look." Binglong tossed the portrait to another elder. "Remember this person's appearance. If we can find him, bring him back to Pure Ice Island. Brilliant Flame Sect wanted to act against my Ice Heart Valley some time ago, but they were suddenly delayed because of this person. It seems this person's involvement is not small, otherwise, Brilliant Flame Sect would not have acted so rashly. Perhaps Ice Heart Valley's crisis can be resolved through this person. In that case, should we also look for this person? Ran Yunting asked. Bing Long nodded. Naturally, but there is no need to do so deliberately. When you return, please send a portrait of this person to each of your elders so they can pay more attention to him when they go out. Yes, Valley Master is wise. All the elders responded in unison. The portrait was handed over to the elders, one after another. All of them were third-order origin returning realm masters, so their memories were naturally not bad. With just a glance, they remembered the appearance of the person in the portrait. Bing Long then said, "A few years ago, our Sect Supreme Elder made a mistake in her cultivation and has yet to recover. Have you found any clues about the herbs we searched for?" Hearing this, the dozen or so people present all shook their heads sadly, one of the elders saying, "The other herbs have been purchased at a high price, but the profound red treasure ginseng is extremely rare. Perhaps only Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Mountain has it." Heavenly Thunder Mountain. Bing Long's face sank. That is Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area. Only a handful of people from Brilliant Flame Sect are qualified to enter, let alone us. Send someone to search carefully, no matter the price. We must find it. Yes, hateful. Ran Yunting ground her teeth. If Supreme Elder had not made a mistake in her cultivation a few years ago, how could my Ice Heart Valley have been suppressed by Brilliant Flame Sect? For 10,000 years, the strength of our two sects has always been neck and neck. But this time, hearing what she said, all the elders wore indignant expressions. Great Elder, don't talk nonsense. Are you blaming Supreme Elder for making a mistake in her cultivation? Bing Long glared at Yan Kai and shouted in a dignified tone. Ran Yunting's tender body trembled as she hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. That was absolutely not what I meant." Bing Long's face relaxed slightly as she nodded. "This queen knows that's not what you mean, but this is also a calamity for my Ice Heart Valley. Although it is not convenient for Supreme Elder to act now, it will not be easy for Brilliant Flame Sect to force us to submit. And let's not talk about this matter for now. This queen is more concerned about another matter. Great Elder, what is your current situation?" Ran Yunting smiled faintly. She's doing very well. She's already a first-order origin, returning realm cultivator. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was moved. He reached the first-order origin returning realm so quickly. Her aptitude is actually that good? When Great Elder brought her back, she was only a third-order saint, right? How many years has it been? Even if she had abundant resources, it shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? Bing Long also seemed to be very happy, her face beaming with joy as she asked, "Great Elder, I heard that you have special characteristics of ice crystal? Is that true?" "Indeed." Ran Yunting nodded. "Her physique is indeed ice crystal, but it doesn't seem to be an innate one, but rather an acquired one. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounters she had before this. After learning my Ice Heart Valley's secret techniques, her cultivation has soared. To tell Valley Master the truth, not only is she now a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but she is also preparing to break through to the second order." Inside the Ice Palace, the expressions of the elders present became even more interesting, all of them extremely surprised and shocked. Bing Long was also very happy. There is no difference between innate and acquired. Her ice crystal is the key to the future of my Ice Heart Valley. The heavens have not abandoned my Ice Heart Valley. It seems that she is very likely to reach the same level of achievement as Supreme Elder in the future, and the future of my Ice Heart Valley may be entrusted to her. Ran Yunting said modestly, "Valley Master overestimates her. This little girl's cultivation is still low, so she still needs Valley Master's guidance." Do everything possible to meet her needs. Bing Long shouted tenderly. Yes. Ran Yun Ting nodded respectfully. Great Elder. I heard that the reason Brilliant Flame Sect is targeting my Ice Heart Valley this time is because of you? Someone asked with a chuckle. And I have also heard about this. It is rumored that the son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, Wei Feng, met that little girl while he was out for life experience and couldn't forget her. After returning, he encouraged Wei Qing to come to my Ice Heart Valley and demand for her. I haven't seen that little girl yet. It seems that after coming to Pure Ice Island, she rarely goes out and has been in retreat all this time. I have seen her once, and she is indeed a peerless beauty. No wonder that little bastard Wei Feng can't forget her. If I were a man, I'm afraid I would also be captivated by her. The group of elders laughed, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. It's just groundless speculation. Ran Yun Ting smiled bitterly. Bing Long said, You are all elders of my Ice Heart Valley. Can't you see that this matter is just a pretext? Brilliant Flame Sect is just using this as an excuse to embarrass us while taking the opportunity to test the condition of Supreme Elder's injuries. Once they determine that Supreme Elder is indeed injured, I'm afraid they will make a big move. This matter won't be able to be concealed for long. I want to see if Brilliant Flame Sect's teeth are tough or if my Ice Heart Valley's defenses are stronger. They won't have the courage to invade on such a large scale unless they don't care about life or death. If they dare come, we'll teach them a lesson. The group of women shouted with great momentum. On the left, an old woman who seemed to be in her 60s frowned, a look of worry appearing on her face. After the others finished speaking, she said, Reporting to Sect Master, this old woman heard a piece of news a few days ago. What news is so important to Elder Wu? Bing Long turned her eyes to the old woman and asked. Everyone else also turned their gazes towards her. This old woman heard that Luo Hai has arrived at Brilliant Flame Sect. Elder Wu quickly said, Luo Hai. Inside the Ice Palace, everyone frowned, seemingly unable to remember who Luo Hai was. But soon someone exclaimed, Green Mountain Star's master, Master Luo Hai. Is it really him? No way. What is he doing here on Scarlet Wave Star instead of Green Mountain Star? Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's Star Master, as a second-order Origin King, his name had long spread throughout the entire Star Territory. So even though the people of Ice Heart Valley were on Pure Ice Island, they had long heard of his name. Now that they heard that he had come to Brilliant Flame Sect, all of them paled. Is this news reliable? Bing Long's tender body leaned forward slightly as her jade hand gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. From the creaking sounds coming from the armrest, it was obvious that her mood was fluctuating greatly. It's reliable, Elder Wu said solemnly. The spies this old woman placed in Brilliant Flame Sect saw it with their own eyes. The Ice Palace immediately quieted down as everyone's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, their expressions becoming strange. I'm sure all of you know that although Master Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star Master, his friendship with Brilliant Flame Sect's Chihua is not shallow. For him to come to Brilliant Flame Sect at this time, Elder Wu did not finish her words, but everyone understood what she was implying. That's unlikely. Bing Long shook her head. He does have a friendship with Chihua, but there is no need for him to come all the way from Green Mountain Star just to deal with our Ice Heart Valley. Chi, who doesn't have such great face. But, Valley Master, this is a sensitive time. We have to be on guard. If Luo Hai and Chi Hu join forces, the situation of our Ice Heart Valley will be worrisome. Bing Long's pretty face paled. If this was the case, Ice Heart Valley would likely have no choice but to disband. Luo Hai alone was not someone Ice Heart Valley could resist. He was a master who was even stronger than Chihua and Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder. I think that Master Luo Hai's arrival on Scarlet Wave Star at this time may have something to do with the person Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for, an elder speculated. What do you mean? Think about it. Brilliant Flame Sect has only recently been searching for this person and has even slowed down their suppression of us. Master Luo Hai also recently arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, and the place he went to was Brilliant Flame Sect. Connecting the dots, could it be that Master Luo Hai asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help him find that person? Everyone's eyes lit up. That's very likely. If that's the case, then we must find this person before Brilliant Flame Sect does. Bing Long's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. As long as we find him and hand him over to Master Luo Hai, the current crisis of my Ice Heart Valley can be easily resolved. After Supreme Elder fully recovers, Brilliant Flame Sect will definitely not cause any more trouble. Valley Master is right. Ran Yun Ting nodded in agreement. Pass down my order, mobilize all available forces, and do everything possible to find this person's whereabouts. Bing Long made a prompt decision, grit her teeth, and shouted, "Yes." All the elders nodded and left the Ice Palace. On this day, more than 10,000 Ice Heart Valley disciples set out from Pure Ice Island and headed to various places on Scarlet Wave Star, each of them carrying a portrait of Yonkai. At night, near the center of Pure Ice Island, inside an ice room, Ran Yunting sat cross-legged and circulated her secret art. The temperature in this ice room was so low that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would find it extremely uncomfortable and would have to circulate their Saint Chi to resist the pervasive chill. But for Ice Heart Valley's great elder, this was the best place to cultivate. The pervasive cold chi seemed to be attracted by something and rushed into her body, resonating with her Saint Chi and enhancing her strength. Light footsteps came from outside the door, but soon the sound of footsteps stopped and someone outside called out, "Greetings, honored master!" "Come in." Ran Yunting smiled lightly and opened her eyes. The next moment, the door opened and a beautiful figure walked in from the outside. She wore a spotless white robe with a lock of cloud-like black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. She had perfectly shaped eyebrows, a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, a delicate nose, and an oval face that was as clear as jade. Her snow-white skin was soft and supple, and her figure was elegant and graceful. She was like an ice doll that had been carefully sculpted by a heavenly god, with not a single flaw to be found on her. Chapter 16:27. Ran Yunting looked the young woman up and down, a trace of approval appearing on her face. "Good, looking at you, it seems your ice jade secret art has made progress again. Master's efforts to cultivate you were not in vain, even making an exception to teach you this secret art." The young woman's expression was neither happy nor sad, not even the slightest change in her expression since she entered. Instead, she exuded a bone-chilling chill from head to toe, as if she really was a block of ice. Hearing this, the young woman said, "Honored master's kindness, I dare not neglect it." "Very good, sit down." Ran Yunting nodded lightly and pointed to an ice jade futon in front of her. On this day, every month on this day, the woman would come to Ran Yunting's residence to pay her respects and ask her to explain the problems and doubts she had encountered. The master and disciple pair had obviously experienced such things countless times, so the young woman was not unfamiliar with them and sat down obediently. "Have you encountered any obscure problems recently?" Ran Yunting asked with a pleasant expression. Although Ran Yunting's current cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than hers, with her speed, it would only be a few years before Ran Yunting would be able to keep pace with her. In a few more years, Ran Yunting might even reach the same height as her grand elder. Ran Yunting had high hopes for her, so she didn't show the slightest impatience. The young woman nodded gently and was about to speak when her beautiful eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a portrait hanging on the ice wall behind Ran Yunting. The woman's delicate body suddenly shook. she who had always been calm and collected, and even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be moved, actually revealed a trace of extreme shock. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a shocking expression as she stared without blinking at the person in the portrait. The young woman's expression was extremely complex. There was surprise, disbelief, and confusion. Her expression changed several times in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, she restrained herself. "Do you know this person?" Although the young woman's expression changed quickly, it could not escape Ran Yunting's observation. Seeing her expression change, Ran Yunting asked doubtfully. The young woman slowly shook her head. "I don't know." Ran Yunting frowned, seemingly in disbelief. The young woman explained, "Honored Master's house has always been simple and crude, with nothing but a bed and a chair. Today, I suddenly saw a portrait of a man, so I was a little surprised." Hearing her explanation, Ran Yunting didn't think too much about it and nodded. "I have never seen the person in this portrait, but recently, Brilliant Flame's sect has been searching for him. Valley Master has also ordered us to go out and search for him. He may be the key to resolving my Ice Heart Valley's crisis." "Is that so?" The young Yunting's heads had the young woman's face. She nodded lightly. "Your honored masters first, so you have master of course, of course, this matter. You master's master, and masters your masters of the sect is sect, and shoulders of your master's master. S's masters that as well as his master. Ting master of sects and down you're down, and into your of masters on downs and down." "We will do our best," the woman said in a deep voice. "That's good. And let's talk about the problems you've encountered recently," Ran Yunting said in a genial manner. The young woman immediately opened her mouth and asked a few questions that confused her. Ran Yunting listened carefully, and the master and disciple exchanged questions and answers. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye it was dawn, and the young woman got up to leave. After leaving the ice room, the woman walked out unhurriedly, soon leaving the inner island of Pure Ice Island and arriving at the outer island. Pure Ice Island was divided into an inner island and an outer island. The inner island was heavily guarded, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter without being summoned. Only the core disciples of the elders and the core members of Ice Heart Valley could enter. The outer island was a place for ordinary people to live. The outer island covered a large area, so the young woman went straight to an ice peak in the southeast of the outer island. Under the ice mountain, there was a man-made ice mansion. There were hundreds of ice mansions like this in the entire ice mountain, and there are hundreds of ice mountains like this in the entire outer island. These ice palaces were naturally cave dwellings for people to live in. Depending on one's cultivation and contribution to Ice Heart Valley, the grade of these ice palaces varied. The young woman came to one of the ice palaces near the foot of the mountain, stretched out her hand, poured her Saint Chi into the barrier in front of it, and waited quietly. After a long time, there was no response. The young woman frowned, took out a token from her space ring, and placed it on the barrier in front of the ice palace. The next moment, the barrier opened on its own accord, revealing a passage. The young woman walked into this passage, her pace quick. Soon, she arrived at the innermost part of the ice palace and looked around, but there was no trace of anyone inside. There was only a letter left on a desk with the words, "To Su Yen." Her hand trembling, the young woman picked up the letter, opened the wax seal, and pulled out a piece of paper from it to read carefully. "Su Yen, I have received an order from the Elder Council to go out with my fellow sect members to perform a task. The order was issued in a hurry, so I was unable to say goodbye to you. If you come here to find me, you will definitely see this letter. The task this time is to find a person, and that person is Yong Kai. He has arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, but for some reason, Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are both looking for him. Remember, don't act rashly. Wait for me to come back." It was signed by Qingya, the former top master of Tongshan Realm, Ice Master Qinya. Su Yan read this short letter from beginning to end several times, her tender body trembling slightly as she made sure she was not mistaken. Yang Kai had really come. When she saw the portrait of Yang Kai in her honored master's ice room, Su Yan almost couldn't believe it, but for some reason, she couldn't ask Ran Yunting in person. As such, she hurriedly came to find Qinya early this morning to ask if she had heard any news. Back then, Qinya had come to Ice Heart Valley with Ran Yunting. After all, Qinya also cultivated the ice attribute, and her cultivation wasn't high because Tongshan Realm's world energy was lacking. So when Ran Yunting brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, she also brought Qinya along. However, although Qinya's aptitude was good, she couldn't compare to Su Yan. She could only live on the outer island and was an ordinary disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, she was a second-order Saint King and would soon break through to the third order. Su Yan often took time to visit Qinya. The two of them were both from Tongshan Realm, so their relationship was naturally close. But this time Su Yan came too late. After the Elder Council's discussion yesterday, they immediately decided to send someone out to search for Yang Kai. After receiving the order, Qinya left Pure Ice Island with countless fellow sect members. She couldn't go to the inner island to send a letter to Su Yan, but she knew that Su Yan would definitely come to visit her. So before leaving, she left behind a letter informing Su Yan of Yang Kai's whereabouts. Holding the letter in her hand, Su Yan's mood fluctuated rapidly as her eyes became slightly moist. If Ran Yunting were to see this scene, she would definitely be shocked. She had always thought that her heart was as cold as ice and that nothing could affect her. So how could she be moved by a letter? Several dozen years of bitter contemplation, now released, was enough to swallow Su Yan whole. Her blood and qi tumbling, Su Yan let out a groan as her face suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth. Her saint qi also fluctuated, becoming unstable. Su Yan's beautiful face paled, and she didn't dare to neglect, quickly sitting down cross-legged and circulating her secret art to resolve this situation. After a long time, her chaotic aura gradually subsided, and she got up, carefully put away the letter, and quickly left Qingya's ice mansion. The two top forces on Scarlet Wave Star were frequently dispatched, and in a short period of time, almost all of Scarlet Wave Star had been stirred up. The sects and families that had close relationships with the two top forces were all ordered to cooperate with Brilliant Flame Sect or Ice Heart Valley to find Yang Kai. Scarlet Wave Star was almost turned upside down. It was as if Yang Kai had disappeared into thin air, and no one had seen any trace of him. Oh, inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai was concentrating. He was not in a hurry to go out. He had finally gotten rid of Luo Hai, so how could Yang Kai suddenly appear again? Who knew if Luo Hai was still looking for him? If he ran out and threw himself into a trap, he would have to worry about escaping again. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai decided to consolidate his gains from the past few days. Invisible fluctuations of energy spread out from Xia Ningchang's loft. It was the mysterious power of space. The small sealed world originally only had a radius of 100 kilometers, and although it was not crowded with tens of thousands of people from the three clans, human, monster, and demon clans, it did not have much room for activity. But today, as the fluctuations of Space Force spread out, the area of the small sealed world was expanding at an extremely fast rate, and some scenery and land that had not been visible before appeared in front of the people living here. 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Soon, the masters from the three clans who were in retreat seemed to have sensed something and came out one after another, releasing their divine senses to investigate their surroundings and immediately discovering the abnormal changes in the small sealed world. Brotherling, this small sealed world is actually expanding. Am I seeing things? Meng Wu, you stood in the void and took in the bizarre scene in the distance with a shocked expression. You're not mistaken. Ling Tai-su slowly shook his head. It really is expanding. Ha ha ha. With a burst of laughter, the monster race, Great Senior Thunder Dragon, appeared beside Meng Wuya. Good, I don't need to squeeze with Zhang Yuan and his group anymore. This king has had enough of their demonic qi. Thunder Dragon, this senior heard what you said. A cold snort sounded as Demon Commander Zhang Yuan leisurely appeared. So what if you heard? Thunder Dragon, I'm not going to speak ill of others behind their backs. It's all for your benefit. Thunder Dragon spat disdainfully. Zhang Yuan snorted. Do you think this senior wants to squeeze with you? Your demonic qi is nothing special. Thunder Dragon grinned meaningfully, not caring at all. Although the human, monster, and demon clans all lived in mysterious, small worlds now and did not have any major disputes, the competition between them was still very fierce. Yang Kai had given them this opportunity, and now each of them was working hard to reach a higher level of the martial Tao, seeking greater strength. As such, when they occasionally ran into each other, they would often bicker, enjoying themselves. Chapter 16:28. But why is this place suddenly expanding? Could there be some kind of accident? Chu Ling, Xiao asked faintly. It should be related to Sect Master. You don't need to worry. A voice suddenly came from behind, causing the masters from the 3 clans to turn around and see Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Emou, and Lin Yu Rao, for peak origin returning realm masters, walking over together. The 3 clans didn't dare to neglect and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Xiuzhu and the others quickly returned the gesture. Everyone obviously knew each other and knew who the other was. However, although Yang Xiuzhu and the others' cultivations were much higher than the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans, Ling Tai-su and the others had a very close relationship with Yang Kai, so Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't dare act arrogantly and treated them as equals. Is it related to Yang Kai? Ling Tai-su became interested. Brother Yang, can you explain in detail? Everyone else also looked towards Yang Xiuzhu curiously. Yang Xiuzhu pondered for a moment before saying, The higher sect master's cultivation is, the more profound his attainments in the Tao of space are, and the wider this world will become. He didn't know much about the sealed world bead. As one of the former elders of Star Emperor Mountain, he only knew that it was a space artifact and an emperor artifact at that. There was too much he didn't know, so he could only give a general explanation. Hearing him say this, everyone nodded. So this is Yang Kai's doing? Is he here? Zhang Yuan showed a suspicious look as he released his divine sense to investigate. A moment later, a look of shock appearing on his face. He really is here. He seems to be in retreat with Xia Girl. These fluctuations of power are quite strange. Could it be his Tao of space? It should be. While everyone was talking, the expansion of the small sealed world did not stop. From its original size of 100 kilometers, it expanded to 10,000 kilometers before gradually subsiding. At the edge of this small sealed world, there seemed to be some kind of obscure force blocking the fluctuations of Yang Kai's Tao of space, making it impossible to see the full picture. There's actually a cluster of buildings over there. Lei Long's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw a new cluster of buildings in the distance. Those buildings weren't too densely built. Although they looked scattered and disorderly, they were scattered all over the place, as if they were hiding something. Should we go and take a look? Everyone was curious and wanted to ask around. This old man will be the vanguard first. The old demon laughed loudly as he turned into a ray of light and rushed over, seemingly fearless. The others slowly shook their heads and followed closely behind. Yang Xiuzhu and the other 3 looked at each other in dismay. Then they smiled bitterly and followed after him. After a short while, everyone arrived at the location of the building complex. As soon as they set foot on this place, everyone's spirits were shaken. This was because the heaven and earth spiritual qi here was actually 2 to 3 times denser than the original location. This also meant that if one could cultivate here, The efficiency would be at least twice as high as before. This place is not bad. My monster race wants to occupy a part of it. Lei Long did not decline. He stretched out his hand and drew out a large area. Then my demon race will occupy this area. Zhang Yuan followed suit. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wu Ye glanced at each other, the former calmly declaring, "Then leave the rest to my human race." After a few words, the masters of the three races divided up this new cluster of buildings, each occupying a large piece of land. It seems that the world energy aura in this new world is much richer. If Yang Kai opens up a new world in the future, it should be even better than this one, right? Chu Ling Xiao mused. That should be the case. I just don't know how big this place is. If it's big enough, this senior is willing to stay here for the rest of his life. Zhang Yuan laughed. He suddenly realized that his decision to take the elites of the demon race and follow Yang Kai out of Tongxian realm was the correct one. If he had stayed in Tongxian realm, how could he have had the opportunity to break through to the Saint King realm? How could he have had the opportunity to explore a higher martial Dao? Perhaps even until he died of old age, he would never be able to surpass the achievements of great demon god. But now, the legend of great demon god had been broken by countless people. Zhang Yuan thought so, but how could Thunder Dragon not? His heart was filled with gratitude towards Yang Kai. Over the next few days, the human, monster, and demon races collectively moved out, abandoning the lofts they had built before and pouring into this new cluster of buildings. Time flew by, and soon 3 months had passed. Yang Kai exited his retreat. Xia Ningchang was still in front of the loft when Yang Kai called her in to understand the situation inside the small sealed world. After learning about the huge changes here, she was quite surprised. The expansion of the small sealed world was a matter of course. As his cultivation and understanding of the Tao of space deepened, the mysterious veil of this world would slowly be lifted and its true appearance would be revealed. Yang Kai was also very curious about how big this place was. However, the appearance of this new cluster of buildings was a bit surprising. This was not a bad thing, though. After exiting his retreat, Yang Kai took Xia Ningchang to take a look around and confirmed that there was no danger and that the cultivation environment was 2 or 3 times better than the previous one, allowing him to relax. After that, Yang Kai went to see Qian Tong. Qian Tong was fine. Although he had suffered some minor injuries due to Luo Hai suppression in the periphery of Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong had broken through to the Origin King realm after all, so his recovery speed was quite fast, and he was now working hard to consolidate his realm. Everything was going well, and Yang Kai was completely relieved. He personally found an excellent residence for Xia Ningchang and continued to stay in the small sealed world. Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate his monster, transformation, secret art, and develop the golden divine dragon source in his body. Being together with little senior sister, naturally, there would be no lack of romance and love. This period of time was the most comfortable period Yang Kai had spent in the past few decades. Pure Ice Island, inside Ran Yunting's ice room. Su Yan was like a white flower blooming in a world of ice and snow, her aura cold, her white robes whiter than snow, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. "Do you want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yunting frowned. Su Yan had come to find her today, and actually made such a request, which greatly surprised Ran Yunting. "Yes." Su Yan nodded. "Why do you suddenly want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yunting smiled. "Now is a critical time for you to break through to the second order origin returning realm. Running out at this time is not a good thing. Moreover, the situation on Scarlet Wave Star is very dangerous right now. Although you have lived on the inner island for a long time, you may have heard some rumors. If you go out and meet someone from Brilliant Flame Sect, it would not be good. You also know that little bastard Wei Feng has been constantly thinking about you. Brilliant Flame Sect is also using this as an excuse to target our Ice Heart Valley and force us to hand you over. Disciple understands, Su Yan nodded lightly. It is because of this that Disciple wants to go out for life experience. Perhaps, after walking around outside for a while, Disciple's cultivation will improve. And it's not impossible. Ran Yun Ting felt somewhat awkward. Ran Yun Ting was a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, Su Yan would have said she wanted to go out for life experience, and she certainly wouldn't have stopped her. But although her disciple was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator in terms of combat effectiveness, she was not inferior to a third-order origin returning realm master. She belonged to the category of geniuses who could fight above their realm, an elite among elites. With her ice crystal jade body and Ice Heart Valley's ice jade secret art, there were few who could match her under the origin king realm. A cultivator's cultivation was not something that could be done behind closed doors. Going out for life experience had always been the only way to grow. But now, the situation on Scarlet Wave Star had suddenly changed. So how could Ran Yun Ting feel at ease letting Su Yan go out? Just as she was thinking about what excuse to use to make Su Yan give up on this idea and obediently stay on Pure Ice Island, Ran Yun Ting suddenly seemed to have discovered something and stared at Su Yan, her brow furrowing slightly. Immediately, she released her divine sense and scanned Su Yan. What happened to your cultivation? What caused your jade ice heart to be covered in dust? Why does your cultivation seem to have declined? Ran Yun Ting's beautiful face paled. She suddenly noticed that Su Yan's cultivation, compared to a few days ago, had actually declined instead of rising. Although this decrease was very small, Ran Yun Ting, as her master, was naturally aware of it. This caused Ran Yun Ting's eyes to fill with amazement. Although Su Yan's aptitude was not top-notch because of her special constitution and Pure Ice Island's secret art, it was enough to make up for some of the deficiencies in her aptitude. What's more, her aptitude was indeed excellent. Perhaps there were very few people in the entire star territory who could compare to her. Her cultivation had always been increasing, so this kind of strange situation had never occurred before. Ran Yun Ting's expression changed again and again. You actually suffered a backlash from your secret art. Did you fall in love with someone? What kind of person could make you fall in love? At this moment, her face was almost ferocious as the Saint Chi in her body roared wildly. Cultivating the ice jade secret art would allow Su Yan to possess a jade ice heart. As long as her jade ice heart was pure enough, her cultivation would advance rapidly. On the other hand, she would suffer a backlash from her secret art. The more turbid her jade ice heart became, the greater the price she would have to pay. The number one enemy that could cause her jade ice heart to become turbid was falling in love. This was something that any cultivator who cultivated the ice jade secret art had to avoid at all costs. The jade ice heart was pure and untainted, but emotions were like thick ink that could quickly contaminate it. Ran Yun Ting understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. No, you live in the inner island all year round and have never had a chance to come into contact with men from the outside world. Ran Yun Ting quickly shook her head, but suddenly remembered something and grit her teeth. Su Yan, tell Master, is this related to the portrait you saw a few days ago? Do you know that man? Ran Yun Ting was also a quick-witted person, so she thought of countless possibilities in a very short time. But this was the most likely. When Su Yan saw the portrait that day, the strange look on her face appeared in Ran Yun Ting's mind, which made her even more certain of this speculation. Facing her honored master's questioning, Su Yan bit her lower lip lightly, a trace of guilt flashing across her face, but it quickly disappeared and she softly said, Disciple does know him. Ran Yun Ting's face paled as she asked in a trembling voice, what is your relationship with him? He's my junior brother and also my man. When she said this, a faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face, making her look extremely sweet. Chapter 16:29. Ran Yun Ting was dumbfounded. Since she brought Su Yan back to Pure Ice Island, Nearly 30 years ago, she had never seen Su Yan smile. Today was the first time. This sudden smile was in stark contrast to the cold and aloof expression she had displayed before. Coupled with Su Yan's almost flawless face, Ran Yunting couldn't help falling into a daze for a moment. She couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority in her heart. Soon, Ran Yunting dispelled these distracting thoughts and asked with a gloomy face, "You actually had a man? When did this happen?" "It was a long time before I met Honored Master." "Did you have any intimate contact with him?" Ran Yunting continued to ask. An intoxicating blush appeared on Su Yan's cheeks as she nodded lightly. Ran Yunting's body trembled, as if she had lost all her strength, and she stumbled back 2 steps, her eyes filled with obvious disappointment as she asked bitterly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Honored Master never asked." Su Yan bit her red lips lightly. Ran Yunting continued, "I didn't ask because your aura was so pure that Honored Master thought you were a virgin. But since you have had intimate contact with a man, why is your aura not turbid? Once a woman had intimate contact with a man, there would be some residual yang qi in her body, enough to break the purity of her aura." Su Yan's aura was extremely clean and untainted. Ran Yunting would never have dreamed that she was no longer a virgin. Was it because of her special physique? It was also possible. Su Yan's physique was obviously not innate, but rather acquired. Perhaps when her physique was formed, her aura had become pure. "You don't know how to cherish yourself." Ran Yunting grit her teeth and shouted. "Disciple has disappointed Honored Master." Su Yan lowered her eyes. "If I had known about this, I would never have allowed you to cultivate the Ice Jade secret art." Ran Yunting said bitterly, her great expectations turning into disappointment as she said with red eyes, "Did you know that once you cultivate the Ice Jade secret art, you will suffer backlash from the secret art? Your current situation is still quite mild, but if you continue like this, your Saint Chi will dissipate and you will eventually become a cripple." Disciple didn't know. Su Yan shook her head, showing no fear. She came to Pure Ice Island and worshipped Ran Yunting as her master. Whatever Ran Yunting told her to cultivate, she naturally cultivated. So how could she ask any questions? It wasn't until a few days ago, when there was a problem with her cultivation method, that she realized it. Ran Yunting's expression changed as she realized the seriousness of the situation. Although she was disappointed that Su Yan had concealed her love history, she still had high hopes for this disciple of hers. So she hurriedly said, "Su Yan, it's not too late. You need to cut the Gordian knot and sever your feelings. Otherwise, your cultivation will continue to decline until you become an ordinary person. At that time, no one will be able to save you." "Cut off the threads of love?" Su Yan raised her eyes and looked towards Ran Yunting, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she slowly but firmly shook her head. "Honored Master, please forgive me. Disciple will not do such a thing." "You." Ran Yunting pointed a finger at Su Yan, unable to utter a single word. Su Yan smiled again. "If I can see him again, even if this disciple is reduced to an ordinary person, I am willing." Ran Yunting's expression froze as she stared at Su Yan in a daze. "Are these your heartfelt words? You won't regret it?" Su Yan nodded. "Have you ever thought that you are only doing this for a moment of pleasure? If you really become an ordinary person, your lifespan will be less than 100 years, and you will eventually grow old. At that time, which man will be interested in you? The man you fancy may leave you in the end." Su Yan's tender body trembled as a trace of fear flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Ran Yunting saw her expression, she knew she had a chance and was about to strike while the iron was hot, but before she could do so, the fear in Su Yan's eyes dissipated. Su Yan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, whispering softly, "If I can be with him again, Disciple is willing. Before I grow old, Disciple will leave and not let him see Disciple like this." "You're making me angry." Ran Yunting's chest heaved violently. She had never discovered that her disciple had such a stubborn and unreasonable side to her. "Honored master, disciple wants to go out," Su Yan quickly said. "You want to go out and find that man?" Ran Yunting looked at her coldly. She had thought Su Yan wanted to go out and gain experience in order to break through her current bottleneck. But now, how could she not understand her disciple's true purpose? She obviously wanted to go out and find traces of the man in the painting. "Yes, please grant my wish, honored master." Su Yan did not deny it. Wishful thinking. Ran Yunting coldly snorted. "During this time you will obediently stay in the inner island and don't even think about taking a single step out. Master will find a way to solve your current difficulties. I hope you won't disappoint Master again." "Honored master," Su Yan called out anxiously. Ran Yunting coldly snorted and shouted, "Come!" Two women immediately walked in from the door. Both of them, having first-order origin returning realm cultivations, cupped their fists and asked, "What orders does Great Elder have?" "Take Su Yan away and keep a close eye on her. If she dares to take even half a step out of her residence, I will hold you responsible." The two women looked at each other with puzzled expressions, not knowing what Su Yan had done to provoke Great Elder to such an extent. One had to know that Great Elder had always been proud of Su Yan and had declared countless times in front of outsiders that the best decision she had ever made in her life was to accept Su Yan as her disciple. Su Yan would definitely become the first person to bring glory to Ice Heart Valley. But now, Ran Yunting was obviously furious and even wanted to put Su Yan under house arrest. What happened? The two women didn't dare to ask and just glanced at Su Yan thoughtfully before saying, "Junior sister Su, please." "Honored master." Su Yan looked at Ran Yunting pleadingly, hoping she would change her mind. "Take her away." Ran Yunting turned her back to Su Yan and shouted, as if she didn't want to see her again, "Junior sister Su, please don't embarrass us." Of the two women, the taller one frowned and urged impatiently. Su Yan looked at Ran Yunting's back and sighed softly, knowing that it was useless to say anything now, so she could only bow and leave. Soon, only Ran Yunting was left in the ice room. She stared at the portrait hanging on the ice wall with a furious glare, as if she wanted to cut the man in it into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, she raised her hand and struck out. With a bang, the portrait was instantly reduced to dust. "Boy, don't fall into this queen's hands, or I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces." Ran Yunting swore to herself. As long as Su Yan still had the slightest bit of remorse, she would immediately kill Yang Kai to dispel Su Yan's heart demon. If Su Yan didn't want to cut off her feelings, then Ran Yunting, her honored master, would do it for her. As long as that man died, Su Yan's path forward would no longer be obstructed and she would no longer suffer the backlash of her ice jade secret art. Perhaps Su Yan would remain silent for a while, but Ran Yunting believed that as time passed, Su Yan would only be grateful to her and not resent her. After thinking about it for a moment, Ran Yunting quickly left her ice room and went to the ice peak where the Supreme Elder was in seclusion. She had to consult the Supreme Elder about this matter. In fact, she wasn't sure if her method would work, but if she could get the Supreme Elder's approval, then there would be no more worries. On the inner island of Pure Ice Island, ice roads crisscrossed and led in all directions. Many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples were walking around. The buildings on Pure Ice Island were also unique, as if they were carved from ice, giving off a chilling aura. Su Yan walked along the ice road in a daze towards her ice room, step by step. The two female disciples who were responsible for guarding her followed closely behind her, exchanging glances with their divine senses. "Senior sister Zhou, what do you think Su Yan did to make Great Elder so angry?" The shorter woman asked curiously. The taller senior sister, Zhou, coldly snorted. "Great Elder didn't say, so how could I know? However, this matter is no trivial matter, otherwise Great Elder wouldn't have put Su Yan under house arrest. Humph, this little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she entered Ice Heart Valley, her eyes have always been at the top of her head, never putting us senior sisters in her eyes. Even when we meet, she doesn't even greet us. She has no etiquette at all. And isn't she just relying on Great Elder's favor? The petite woman smiled. Now that she has angered Great Elder, it seems she will fall out of favor. Let's see how she can act arrogantly in the future. As senior sisters, it's time for us to teach her how to behave. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly, feeling very happy. Today's sky seemed a little different from before. Just as she was walking, Su Yan suddenly came to a halt, her originally absent-minded eyes suddenly brightening as she turned her gaze towards a certain direction. Immediately after, her figure flickered and disappeared from where she stood. The two women who had been following her changed their expressions, thinking Su Yan was trying to escape, but when they turned their heads, they saw her running towards a few of her fellow disciples. What's going on? The woman, surnamed Zhou, showed a displeased look and hurried over. The few Ice Heart Valley disciples who had been whispering to each other all wore confused looks, not understanding why Su Yan had suddenly run over. The woman leading them, who was a powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivator, frowned as she looked at Su Yan and asked in surprise, "Are you Great Elder's disciple, Su Yan?" "She's Su Yan? I heard that she was only a third-order saint when she entered Ice Heart Valley, but now, in less than 30 years, she's almost reached the second-order origin returning realm." "I've also heard of her, so that's how it is." The several women's interest was piqued as they looked Su Yan up and down, as if they were seeing her for the first time. And Su Yan nodded, "Greetings, senior sisters." "And do you need something?" the woman leading them asked. "I just heard several senior sisters discussing this, the person in the painting. Have you seen him before?" Su Yan pointed to the portrait in the woman's hand. "You mean this guy?" The woman raised the portrait and chuckled. "I've seen him before." Su Yan's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Senior sister, when did you see him? Is he well?" Chapter 1630. The woman frowned and asked curiously, "Does junior sister also know this person?" Hearing this question, Su Yan realized that she had lost her composure a little. While walking just now, she had suddenly heard someone talking about Yang Kai and had immediately rushed over. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan restrained the strange look on her face and nodded. "And I know him. Senior sister, can you tell me when you met him and how he is doing?" "Junior sister can't thank you enough. Junior sister's relationship with him seems to be quite deep." The woman leading the group chuckled, not intending to get to the bottom of the matter. "Naturally, I can tell you, but it happened a few years ago." "A few years ago." Su Yan frowned. "And, junior sister, you also know that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, I went there with several other sect brothers. It was there that I met him. If it weren't for his help, we senior sister and I would have suffered heavy casualties at the hands of Brilliant Flame Sex Kong Windong. He helped us and even killed Kong Windong. He killed Kong Windong." Kong Windong was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but he was able to kill him. Doesn't that mean he is very powerful? The people who had been chatting with this woman before were amazed. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, the first cultivator battle Yang Kai encountered was between this woman and Kong Windong over an ancient, secluded home. Yang Kai's true alchemy, enlightenment scripture, and purple origin furnace were obtained at that time. "Can you tell me more about it?" Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at the other woman expectantly. The woman looked at Su Yan thoughtfully for a moment before seemingly realizing something and nodding, "Yes." Immediately, she recounted what happened in the Emperor Garden a few years ago. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples listened with great interest while Su Yan fell into a daze. He's already so powerful. Su Yan didn't know who Kong Windong was, but from the exclamations of her fellow sect brothers and sisters nearby, she could infer some information. Kong Windong was definitely a top master in the Third Order Origin returning realm, and Yan Kai was actually able to kill him a few years ago. At that time, he was still just a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator. Now that a few years had passed, just what realm Yan Kai had reached? What kind of combat power did he possess? Her junior brother, her own man, such an amazing man. A faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face, and all of Pure Ice Island seemed to light up for a moment. Junior sister Su, hurry. Don't make things difficult for us. Su Yan's eyes. Senior sister, juniors is seniors. That's right. If the Great Elder finds out about this, he'll definitely punish us. When that time comes, junior sister Su, will you take the punishment for us? Another woman also shouted. Everyone else looked at them in surprise before turning to look at Su Yan, not understanding what was going on. Su Yan thanked the senior sister who had told her about Yang Kai's situation before saying goodbye and continuing to walk towards her ice palace. Her pace light, her previous worries swept away. At the bottom of the Blue River, the sealed world bead was covered in silt, having been silent for more than a year. One day, a school of foot-long fish swam above the sealed world bead, sticking close to the silt. The fish at the front swung their tails, stirring up the silt, creating a whirlpool of water that dragged the sealed world bead to the surface. The fish that came after opened their mouths and swallowed the sealed world bead into their bellies, wriggling about uncomfortably for a while before continuing to swim downstream with the school of fish as if nothing had happened. More than 10 days later, the school of fish rushed into a vast lake. As soon as they entered this place, a huge shadow appeared at the bottom of the water. This shadow opened its mouth wide and sucked in a large number of fish like a whale, leaving less than a fifth of the school of fish that had flowed downstream. After a long time, the shadow burped and left in satisfaction. A few days later, more than 10,000 kilometers away from the entrance to the lake, an iron ship was slowly sailing on the surface of the lake. On the iron ship, a group of cultivators in tight robes were circulating their Saint Chi, releasing their secret techniques and artifacts to fight a huge shadow below the ship. After half an hour, the shadow was killed, and the cultivators were overjoyed as they fished it out of the lake. This was a strange fish that was around 15 meters long. Its eyes were like copper gongs and were extremely scarlet red. Its mouth was filled with jagged fangs, and it looked extremely savage and terrifying. Its tail was like a meteor hammer and was covered with barbs. Many of the cultivators were injured while fighting this strange fish, but at this moment they were sitting not far away with happy faces, healing their wounds while looking at their trophies. Uncle Wang, this meteor fish is really big. Looking at its power just now, it's almost a peak 8th Order monster beast. A young man in the First Order Saint King realm stood next to the strange fish, kicking its belly while smiling at an old man in blue robes not far away. The old man smiled, stroked his beard, and nodded. Yes, this is a meteor fish that has grown to its limit. It is indeed a peak 8th Order monster beast. Haha, we've made a profit this time. The monster core of a meteor fish is extremely rare. It can be sold for at least 200,000 Saint Crystals, much more valuable than the monster core of a monster beast of the same level. The young man laughed. Yes, with this meteor fish, our trip was not in vain. Selling this monster core will provide for the needs of my Wang family's cultivator for 6 months. Uncle Wang, should I do it, or will you do it yourself? The young man looked at the old man. You do it. This old master is old and can't bear to see blood, the old man said with a smile, and everyone on the ship laughed. The young man did not decline and took out a dagger from his waist. The dagger was about the length of an arm and was extremely sharp. After pouring his Saint Chi into it, it became even sharper. The young man skillfully cut open the meteor fish's belly and smoothly found a fist-sized monster core in its skull. He respectfully handed the monster core to the old man. The old man carefully examined it and said, "Good, this is an excellent monster core. It contains a rich water attribute concept. If a cultivator with water attribute secret techniques obtains it, their strength will definitely increase. And this old master will keep this monster core for the time being. When we return, I will hand it over to the patriarch to handle. Everyone on this trip will be rewarded." Hearing this, the cultivator who had just participated in the battle shouted excitedly, "This meteor fish is rare. I heard that its meat is delicious, so we can't waste it. Call someone over to handle it." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and entered the cabin. The young man stood there and scratched his head, then called a few people to handle the fish. The young man was naturally unwilling to do this kind of chores. The people who handled the fish were the ones with the lowest cultivation on the ship. They generally did not participate in the battle and were only responsible for doing chores to earn some St. crystals. Although the meteor fish was big, it was not troublesome to handle. After a short while, everything was done. The fresh fish was preserved in a special way, while the fish intestines and organs were thrown into the lake. On the ship, in a very simple and crude cabin, a young girl about 16 or 17 years old closed the door tightly and came to herself. She looked around as if she had a guilty conscience. Then she carefully reached into her bosom and took out an inconspicuous bead. The bead was only the size of a longan fruit and did not look special. However, the girl's heartbeat sounded from her chest. "Is this an inner core?" the girl muttered to herself. Her face was flushed with excitement. She bit her thin lips and looked at the bead in her palm with uncertainty. Just now, she was also one of the people who handled the fish and inadvertently found this bead in the belly of the fish. She then hid it. She thought it was the inner core of the meteor fish. Now that she recalled her actions, she was still scared. Since she came out with the family's iron ship, everything she obtained should belong to the family. She did not know why she was so obsessed that she actually kept the bead. Obviously, it was impossible to hand it over now. If she did, she might be punished by the family law. This is not an inner core. The girl had not yet calmed down and found an excuse to ease the guilt in her heart. After all, the inner core had been taken away by Uncle Wong. She had never heard of a monster beast that gave birth to 2 inner cores. Moreover, this bead did not have any energy fluctuations. Obviously, it was not an inner core. If it was not an inner core, what was it? Why was it in the belly of the fish? The girl tilted her head and continued to look at the bead in her hand. She was puzzled. At this moment, the bead seemed to flash and then mysteriously disappeared from her hand. A person appeared in front of her like a ghost. The girl's face suddenly turned white. She was stunned and looked forward. Standing in front of her was a young man who looked around 25 or 26 years old. His expression was still a little confused. It seemed that he was also a little confused about the current situation. For eyes met. The girl's beautiful eyes showed panic. She opened her small mouth and was about to shout. Yang Kai's eyes were quick. He reached out and covered her mouth. The girl struggled, punching and kicking Yang Kai. Her eyes were full of fear, as if Yang Kai was a wicked person. "Don't shout, don't move." Yang Kai frowned and shouted. He still did not understand what had happened, but the moment he came out, he knew that he was on an iron ship. There were many people on the ship. Although the strongest one was only the First Order Origin returning realm, which was nothing to be afraid of, Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble. He could only treat this girl roughly. The girl was unmoved and continued to struggle. Seeing that his attempts to persuade her were useless, Yang Kai suddenly grinned wickedly, his eyes flashing an evil light as he swept his eyes over the young girl's delicate figure, whispering in a low voice, "If you don't cooperate obediently, this king will kill you first, then kill everyone on this ship and throw them overboard to feed the fish." The girl's delicate body trembled, and a pleading look appeared in her beautiful eyes. She kept shaking her head, and tears flowed out. She was obviously very uneasy. However, After being frightened, she became obedient and stopped struggling. Chapter 1631. That's more like it. Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking for a moment before continuing. I'm not afraid to tell you that if this king wanted to, he could crush everyone on this ship to dust. The strongest old man on this ship is just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. But this king is merciful and doesn't want to do so. I hope you can think about your family and friends. If you really annoy this king, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. The girl's beautiful eyes bulged as she nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai casually mentioning the realm of the strongest person on this ship made the girl realize that this young man might really be terrifying. Of course, she didn't dare to take her life or the lives of her clansmen as a joke. Yang Kai let go of her, and sure enough, the girl stopped shouting and just stared at him in fear, not saying a word. Good, don't be afraid. Although this king isn't a good person, he isn't an evil person either. As long as you are obedient, there will be benefits for you, Yang Kai comforted. The girl's courage was quite big. After experiencing the initial shock and fear, seeing Yang Kai's amiable look, she calmed down a lot, but she still didn't dare to speak at will and just stood there uneasily. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully scanned the surrounding environment, faintly guessing why he had appeared here. At that time, he had hidden the sealed world bead at the bottom of a river, but now it seemed that the sealed world bead had been inadvertently obtained by this girl. As for how she had obtained it, Yang Kai wasn't sure. The other party's cultivation was only a third-order transcendent, not even a saint yet. Her figure was slender, and she looked very delicate. Where is this place, and who are you? Yang Kai collected his thoughts, found a chair to sit down, and asked the girl. The girl gulped, suppressed the panic in her heart, and replied in a trembling voice, reporting to Senior, "This is Thorn Lake, and we are from the Wang family." Thorn Lake, Wang family. Yang Kai had never heard of it before, and guessed it was a small family on this origin star. Now that he had come out of the sealed world bead, his first task was to find out if Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star. Although he felt that more than a year had passed and Luo Hai probably wouldn't come looking for him again, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Yang Kai didn't dare to act too ostentatiously, so he decided to force this young girl to speak, hoping to obtain some information from her. It was unlikely that this girl knew anything, but Luo Hai was still a second-order origin king, so his every move was likely to attract attention. What if this girl knew something? What's this star of light called? Yang Kai asked again. Scarlet Wave Star. The young girl looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai frowned and immediately remembered that he had dealt with many cultivator of Scarlet Wave Star, without even mentioning the people from Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. The Su Dingyang he met in the blood prison seemed to be from Scarlet Wave Star. Before he died, Su Dingyang had asked Yang Kai to go to Blue Feather Sect and inform them of his death. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would stumble upon this star of light. Is there a Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley here? The young girl nodded. The girl nodded. Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, and both have origin kings. After answering Yang Kai's questions, the young girl's mood calmed down a lot and her courage grew significantly. She took the initiative to step forward and pour a glass of water for Yang Kai. She also saw that Yang Kai really didn't look like a bad person. There are origin kings. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know much about these two sects, but judging from the strength of the people he had come into contact with, it was only natural for them to have a cultivator of this level. Is there a sect called Blue Feather Sect? Yang Kai asked again. The young girl's beautiful eyes brightened for a moment. Does Senior have any friendship with Blue Feather Sect? Not really. You just have to answer my question. The young girl's face changed slightly as she nodded quickly. Yes. Our Wang clan is one of the clans under the Qinyu clan. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. Is that so? Junior wouldn't dare deceive you. The young girl bit her red lips. Then tell me, what is the name of Blue Feather Sect's sect master? Sect master Su Dingyang. Yang Kai gently nodded. He observed the young girl's expression carefully and found that she had no intention of deceiving him. After confirming that she wasn't lying, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out a space ring and handing it to her. Senior, this is your Blue Feather sect master died in the blood prison. This is his space ring. I only met him once, but before he died, he asked me to report to Blue Feather Sect if I had the opportunity to visit Scarlet Wave Star. Now that I've met you, I'll leave this task to you. Take this space ring to Blue Feather Sect, and they will naturally confirm it. Sect Master died? The young girl was shocked. In her opinion, Blue Feather Sect's sect master's cultivation was unfathomable, a power she could never hope to obtain in her lifetime. But such a powerful master had actually died. The young girl couldn't help feeling dazed. Yang Kai gave her some time to digest this information before asking, "What is your name?" Junior's name is Wang Ying. And Yang Kai nodded. Wang Ying, did anything major happen on Scarlet Wave Star recently? Was there a master who came here? Master. Wang Ying was at a loss and shook her head. This Junior does not know, but if there is a major event, there really is one. Tell me about it. Immediately, Wang Ying told him the news that Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley were both looking for a certain person. Although Wang Ying did not know what this person looked like, she had heard that he was a young man between 20 and 30 years old. Yang Kai knew something was wrong when he heard this. Could it be me? And judging from the timing, it happened right after he arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai could understand why Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him. After all, when he was in the blood prison, Yang Kai happened to hear that Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder had some friendship with Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star, he would definitely have asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help find him. But why was Ice Heart Valley also looking for him? Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley had interacted before, but that was in the Emperor Garden. He had no grievances with Ice Heart Valley, so why were they looking for him? The matter of the Emperor artifact and the Origin Essence crystal would never be leaked. Luo Hai's goal was to obtain these two things, so how could he allow others to meddle with them? Yang Kai thought about it for a while, but could not figure out the reason. Senior. Wang Ying saw Yang Kai in a daze and could not help calling out, "I'm very satisfied with your answer. This is for you." Kai Yang casually tossed out a package and placed it on the table. Then he stood up and with a slight sway, he disappeared from the room. Wang Ying did not see how he disappeared at all. Standing in the same place for a while, Wang Ying gasped for breath, and a feeling of surviving a disaster filled her heart. She slowly stepped forward, walked over to the table, opened the package, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the package were at least 20 exquisite jade bottles, all of which contained some miraculous elixirs. No one noticed Yang Kai leaving the iron ship. After leaving the ship, Yang Kai randomly picked a direction and flew forward. Scarlet Wave Star was not safe, and Luo Hai had actually used someone else's help to find him. Yang Kai wanted to leave this place quickly, otherwise, once Luo Hai discovered his whereabouts, it would be troublesome. Now that his control of the Tao of Space had improved, although he was not worried about dying at Luo Hai's hands, being chased by such a master was not a pleasant thing. How to leave this place safely was the biggest problem. The divine sense of an Origin King Realm Master was astonishing, and who knew if Luo Hai and Brilliant Flame Sect were paying attention to the movements of the cultivator who left Scarlet Wave Star. If he was discovered, it would be no different from throwing himself into a trap. It would be safer to remain on Scarlet Wave Star. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai let his imagination run wild. This was the first time he was being chased by an Origin King Realm Master, and one who was a Star Master at that. The pressure was truly like a mountain. Scarlet Wave Star was currently in a turbulent situation. Although Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley had always been at odds with each other, and there was often friction between them, there had never been a time when they were at odds with each other like this. The sects and families affiliated with the two great forces had all been mobilized. Battles could be seen almost everywhere on Scarlet Wave Star, and every day a cultivator would die. As Yong-kai flew, he witnessed countless large and small battles. Small ones involved two people fighting one-on-one, while large ones involved hundreds or thousands of people fighting. The scene was extremely lively. One day, as Yong-kai was flying high up in the sky, he heard shouts coming from below. Yong-kai looked down and found that at least 600 people had gathered below, divided into two camps, and were currently engaged in a fierce battle. Needless to say, this was a conflict between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Both sides had lost a cultivator, and their blood had dyed the earth red. The brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques was extremely dazzling. Yong-kai slowly shook his head and flew past directly, flying a few dozen kilometers forward. Yong-kai could still sense the fluctuations of a battle coming from below. However, this time the battle was between three people and seemed to have been separated from the larger battlefield. Two men were besieging a woman, their cultivations not high. The woman was a second-order Saint King, and so were the two men. With the same realm, they had the advantage in numbers. The woman tried to escape, but was unable to break free from the pincer attack of the two men. The two men seemed to be quite afraid of the woman's methods, and did not dare to force her, instead choosing to engage in a skirmish with the intention of exhausting her Saint Chi. The woman was wearing white robes and exuded an icy aura, while the two men were fire attribute cultivators. Their bodies seemed to be surrounded by raging flames, easily dispelling the woman's frigid aura. While attacking her from both sides, they also spoke rudely to disturb her concentration. Due to their fire attributes, the woman was in an extremely difficult situation. As Yong-kai flew past, he frowned and glanced down. The woman's side appeared in Yong-kai's line of sight, and Yong-kai, who was flying quickly, suddenly came to a stop. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the woman, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. The woman's body was light and graceful, her hair fluttering in the wind as she occasionally presented herself in front of Yong-kai. "It's her." Yong-kai's body trembled as an astonishing brilliance flashed across his eyes. He had never expected to meet this woman on Scarlet Wave Star. Chapter 1632. Madam, this Lu advises you to surrender obediently so you can suffer less. This Lu is also a man of character and does not wish to embarrass a woman. On the battlefield below, one of the older men shouted as he attacked, seemingly trying to persuade the woman to give up resisting. The other man, who looked slightly younger, coldly snorted and said, "Brother Lu, why bother talking nonsense with her? This woman's figure is quite good. Just wait until my brother and I capture her alive. We'll enjoy her and then harvest her essence chi, making her beg for death." Although Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator cultivated the fire attribute, they had a secret technique that allowed them to use Ice Heart Valley's ice attribute Saint Chi to improve their cultivation in a very short time. The two sects had been opposing each other for countless years, and many of Ice Heart Valley's women had mysteriously disappeared, most of them being taken captive by Brilliant Flame Sect. The fate of these women could be imagined. Although this secret technique was somewhat dangerous to Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivators, many of them did not fear it and instead flocked to it, taking pride in humiliating and plundering Ice Heart Valley's women. Brilliant Flame Sect's elders also never paid them any heed. The sight of these two Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators playing the role of bad cop greatly shook the woman's heart. Despicable, shameless. The woman grit her teeth and shouted as she pushed her Saint Chi and summoned countless jade-like birds made of ice attribute energy. These birds cried out as they shot out in all directions, attempting to interfere with the vision of the two men. "Want to run." The younger, brilliant flame Zong wore a fierce look as his fire attribute Saint Chi surged, making him look like a burning fireball as he charged towards the incoming birds without hesitation. The ice melted and the flames soared. The young man, surnamed Lu, took advantage of this situation and threw a punch through the gaps between these birds. A huge flame tiger phantom suddenly appeared and let out a roar that shook the heavens as it opened its bloody maw and pounced towards the woman. The woman was caught in a pincer attack, and although she tried her best to resolve the crisis, her shoulder was still grazed by the flame tiger, leaving a half-meter-long wound from which blood gushed out. Her figure staggered, but by the time she stabilized herself, the two brilliant flame sect masters had already arrived in front of her. The woman revealed an expression of despair, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be suffused with a wisp of yearning for life. However, this trace of yearning was quickly shattered, and then it transformed into the will to seek death. She knew that if she really fell into the hands of brilliant flame sect, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, when the women of Ice Heart Valley went out, the elders would often tell them to commit suicide rather than be captured. Every female disciple of Ice Heart Valley remembered these words. "Not good. This servant wants to die." The younger brilliant flame sect master was shocked. He had fought many people from Ice Heart Valley before and had seen this scene before him. So he naturally knew what the other party wanted to do. It's not that easy to die. The man, surnamed Lu, smiled slyly and stretched out his hand. A rope-like artifact suddenly shot out and tied up the woman as if it had a mind of its own. Then he pulled the rope back and the woman was immediately tied up tightly. The fluctuating Saint Chi fluctuations suddenly subsided, and the woman stood in place, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. Haha, this Lu's origin binding rope was specially made by an artifact refining grandmaster for your Ice Heart Valley. Now that you've been tied up by this origin binding rope, don't even think about detonating your Saint Chi. Seeing that he had succeeded, the man, surnamed Lu, didn't bother to disguise himself as he stared at the woman with an evil expression on his face. "Kill me." The woman struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to circulate her Saint Chi. The rope-like artifact binding her seemed to have the power to restrain her Saint Chi. The other party was not wrong. This artifact was indeed specially made for Ice Heart Valley, and now that she was tied up, she couldn't circulate her Saint Chi at all. "How could I be willing to kill you?" The man, surnamed Lu, smiled wickedly. "It's not easy to capture someone from Ice Heart Valley alive, and you're so beautiful. This Lu can't wait to see you die." The woman's face went pale as she could almost foresee how miserable her fate would be in the future. "You want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Aren't you dreaming?" The younger man coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and sent a strand of Saint Chi into the woman's body, causing her to suddenly stiffen in place, unable to even speak. "Let's leave here first." The man, surnamed Lu, glanced over at the big battlefield a few dozen kilometers away, not intending to help. For him, capturing an enemy alive was more than enough. "Junior brother will go with you." The other man grinned meaningfully. "Naturally, Junior brother will be there as well." The man, surnamed Lu, understood and stepped forward to pick up the subdued woman. But he had only taken 3 steps when his vision blurred and a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, standing between him and the woman. The man, surnamed Lu, was startled and instinctively leapt back a few dozen meters before vigilantly staring at the newcomer and shouting, "Who is this friend?" The other party didn't speak and simply stared at him coldly. The bone-chilling coldness in the other party's eyes was almost tangible, causing the man who cultivated the fire attribute to feel a chill run down his spine. "Brother." The younger cultivator also realized that something was wrong. The young man who had suddenly appeared was staring at them with an unfriendly face and murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, he wasn't one of them. The man, surnamed Lu, frowned before his eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed, "It's you!" He obviously recognized the identity of this person. As soon as he said this, he didn't hesitate to use his movement skill to escape into the distance. The other cultivator was stunned for a moment and didn't dare to stay in place any longer, also transforming into a streak of fire as he tried to escape. The newcomer had ill intentions and was an origin returning realm cultivator. They were no match for him at all, although they were reluctant to part with the woman they were about to capture. Compared to her, their own lives were more important. Moreover, both of them had recognized that this person was the one they had been looking for. Now, the most important task was to quickly report what they had discovered here. How could they have the time to worry about anything else? The two cultivators moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already crossed a few thousand meters. The young man didn't seem to care, and it wasn't until their figures were about to disappear from sight that he stretched out his hand and flicked his finger twice. There seemed to be a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Far away, two screams rang out as the two fleeing Brilliant Flame sect cultivators came to a stop, as if struck by lightning, and fell to the ground. The woman who was subdued was stunned as her beautiful eyes stared at the back of the man in front of her. For a moment, she felt that this man's back was as broad as a river and as majestic as a mountain, filling her heart with gratitude. She hadn't expected that a master would come to help her at such a critical moment. There were no men in Ice Heart Valley, so she didn't know if this person in front of her was from one of the sects affiliated with Ice Heart Valley. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but with her mouth sealed by Brilliant Flame sect, she couldn't speak a single word. But why does this person's back look so familiar? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? The woman was puzzled. After killing the two Brilliant Flame sect cultivators, the murderous intent from the young man in front of her quickly dissipated, and he turned around to look at the woman with a complicated gaze. When their four eyes met, the woman froze in place as if she had been petrified by some kind of secret technique. Staring at the face of the man who had suddenly appeared and saved her, her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She could hardly believe her eyes. Yang Kai sighed. "Senior Chinya, it's been many years since we last met." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and cut off the rope artifact binding her. Without the shackles of this artifact, Chinya only needed to circulate her Saint Chi to break the seal in her body, but she still stared at the man in front of her in shock, unable to say a word. She had never expected that the one who came to save her would be Yang Kai. This Yang Kai who had not shown his face in the past year, but had stirred up a storm on Scarlet Wave Star. However, she couldn't see through his current strength, which meant that his cultivation was at least a great realm higher than hers. Only such a huge gap would make it impossible for her to see through his true cultivation. How did he grow so fast? Chinya thought that Su Yan's growth was already terrifying enough. After all, they had left Tongxian realm together. At that time, Su Yan's cultivation was not as high as hers, but after entering Tongxian territory, Su Yan had caught up with her and reached the First Order Origin returning realm at an astonishing speed. Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to be even higher than Su Yan's. Where had he been all these years? How had he come here? Chinya's thoughts were in chaos. After a long time, she gradually recovered and said with uncertainty, "Yang Kai? Is it really you?" "It's me," Yang Kai nodded gently. He had not expected that he would actually meet the former Ice Master, Chinya, on Scarlet Wave Star. The moment he saw the other party, Yang Kai almost thought he was dreaming. Chinya and Su Yan were together. If Chinya was here, then where was Su Yan? Was she also here? Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil, and he could hardly suppress the expectations deep in his heart. "Senior Chinya, Su Yan, she..." Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked, his voice hoarse, fearing he would hear a disappointing answer. "Su Yan is fine. You don't have to worry." Chinya's answer made Yang Kai feel like a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. More than 30 years had passed since they parted. This kind of parting was different from the parting of Xianing Chang. Although Yang Kai had not seen Xia Ningchang for many years, he knew that she was in Tongxian realm, waiting for him there. Su Yan was different. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know where she was, how she was doing, or whether she was safe. This kind of worry was far more torturous than longing. Qin Ye's words made him smile. His smile was filled with relief. "Are you really together?" Yang Kai asked again, "Where is she now?" "She's not here now. She's in Ice Heart Valley." "Ice Heart Valley? You joined Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai was stunned. Chapter 1633. Su Yan and Qing Ye had actually joined Ice Heart Valley. The world was truly unpredictable. A few years ago, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had dealt with the people of Ice Heart Valley, and after accidentally coming to Scarlet Wave Star, he learned that Ice Heart Valley was quite powerful. However, he had never expected that Su Yan and Qing Ye would actually join Ice Heart Valley. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to look for them long ago. However, Ice Heart Valley only accepted women and was famous for its ice attribute and secret techniques, so it was indeed very suitable for Su Yan and Qing Ye. After all, Ice Sect and Ice Heart Valley had the same philosophy. Su Yan misses you very much, but she can't return to Tongxian realm. She always told me that when she has the ability to travel through Tongxian territory alone, she will definitely come back to find you. Qing Ye looked at Yang Kai, thinking that he had been staying on Tongxian realm all these years. "I know, I've also been looking for her all these years." Yang Kai smiled lightly, but just as he was about to ask Qing Ye about Su Yan's situation, he suddenly frowned and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave here first." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped Qing Ye in his Saint Qi before quickly taking her away. After a dozen breaths, a group of 7 or 8 cultivators arrived. After looking around for a while, the leader of this group asked suspiciously, "There were people here just now. How did they suddenly disappear?" "Maybe they sensed our auras and ran away," someone guessed. "And let's not worry about that for now. Our top priority is to support our sect." The leader waved his hand and led the others towards the battlefield. A few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, in a small city, Yang Kai and Qing Ye found an inn and booked a room. Inside the room, Yang Kai carefully asked about Su Yan's situation over the years. After learning that she was doing well, that not only had she entered Ice Heart Valley, but she had also worshipped Ice Heart Valley's great elder Ran Yunting as her master, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Ice Heart Valley had many Origin King Realm masters, so it was not a small force, and great elder Ran Yunting's cultivation was definitely not low. Being able to become her master was Su Yan's blessing. Yang Kai was vaguely grateful to this Ran Yunting. If not for her careful guidance, Su Yan would not have been able to grow to the level of a first-order origin returning realm in such a short time. Xia Ningchang had refined the star source of Tongxian realm to achieve this, but Su Yan was able to stand on equal footing with Xia Ningchang. It was obvious how outstanding Su Yan's aptitude was. Qing Ye even told him that Su Yan was already preparing to break through to the second order. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. As for why he was able to join Ice Heart Valley, it was mostly due to luck. According to Qing Ye, after they separated from Qianyu, they went to Green Mountain Star through the Void Corridor. She, Su Yan, and Qian Hao had worked hard on Green Mountain Star for a period of time, but at that time their cultivations were extremely low, only third or third-order saints, so they couldn't earn enough saint crystals or spirit pills to meet their own needs. Until he met Ran Yunting. At that time, Ran Yunting had gone to Green Mountain Star for some reason. But after seeing Su Yan, she was overjoyed and immediately expressed her desire to bring her back to Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could the three of them refuse such a good thing? After carefully inquiring about Ice Heart Valley's reputation, Su Yan and Qing Ye decided to join it. As for Qian Hao, because he was a man, he couldn't join. However, Ran Yunting also arranged for Qian how to enter a sect affiliated with Ice Heart Valley. Now, he was also a second-order Saint King. After listening to Qingya's story, Yang Kai's expression became strange. So, you really went to Green Mountain Star, he smiled bitterly. Qianyu had stayed on Green Mountain Star for so long, but she had never been able to inquire about Su Yan and the others. It turned out she had arrived too late. If she had gone 20 or 30 years earlier, she might have met them. But by the time Qianyu went to Green Mountain Star, Su Yan and the others had already gone to Scarlet Wave Star. "All right. Qianyu missed you very much." "You met Qianyu? Is she okay?" Qingya asked in surprise. After they separated that year, she didn't know how Qianyu was doing and had been worried about her all these years. Now, hearing Yang Kai say this, Qingya was overjoyed. "Whether she's okay or not, you can ask her yourself." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Ask her myself?" Qingya frowned slightly, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead to find traces of Qianyu. After confirming that she was not in retreat, he reached out and released her from the sealed world bead. "What's the matter?" Qianyu appeared with a confused look on her face. "Look who this is." Yang Kai pointed behind her and said with a smile. Qianyu turned around and her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, tears filling them as she called out in a trembling voice, "Sect Master!" Qianyu. Qingyu was also extremely excited. Although the Starry Sky territory was wonderful, it could never erase their longing for their old friends. Back on Tongshan Realm, in Ice Sect, Qingya and Elder Qianyu's relationship was extremely good, almost like sisters. Now that they had parted several dozen years ago, seeing each other again, they couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Both of their eyes were a little red. After greeting each other and confirming that the other had been safe and sound all these years, and that their cultivations had increased greatly, both were overjoyed. "Yang Kai, you actually found Sect Master." Qianyu looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Since meeting Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, Qianyu had made it her goal to find Qingya and the others. This had almost become a sore point in her heart. Yang Kai had fulfilled her wish today. "What about Su Yan? What about my brother? Are they okay?" Qianyu asked anxiously. "Su Yan is fine. Your brother Qianhao is also doing well. He's in a sect called the Illusion God Sect. You don't need to worry," Qingya comforted. "That's good, that's good." Qianyu's cheeks were wet as tears of joy flowed down her cheeks, but her face was full of smiles. "Come, tell me about your situation over the years." "I just told Yang Kai about us." Qingya took Qianyu's hand, sat down and asked. Qianyu answered truthfully, learning that she had almost been reduced to a brothel girl. Qingya's cold face was covered with a layer of frost as she shot a grateful glance towards Yang Kai. Learning that Yang Kai had almost unified an entire star now, Qingya was shocked to the extreme. Even if there was no origin king on that star, it was definitely not a simple matter to unify it. Not only did it require an overwhelming advantage, but it also required a great deal of charisma. Time passed slowly, and the two women reunited after a long separation, seemingly having endless things to say. Yang Kai did not disturb them, and simply sat quietly, listening attentively. It was not until evening that Qingya seemed to recover and glanced at Yang Kai embarrassedly. "We seem to have talked too much." "Senior Qingya is too serious, I can understand. If he were to reunite with Su Yan, he would likely do the same. Your cultivation is now far higher than mine, so there's no need to call me senior," Qingya smiled. "Moreover, you are now the master of a sect. Whether it is status or identity, it is not something I can compare to. If I continue to call you senior, I'm afraid I will be too ashamed to show my face. Senior is senior." Yang Kai shook his head. He never felt that just because his strength had increased, he could despise his seniors. "If you don't mind, you can call me elder sister," Qingya smiled. "Su Yan and I are now senior sister from the same sect. This is Star territory, no longer Tongshan Realm. There is no need to dwell on the past. We should all look forward." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then I will follow Su Yan and call you senior sister." "That's good," Qingya nodded. Qingya nodded. Thinking of Su Yan, she smiled knowingly. Su Yan should have heard about you by now. Although she lives on the inner island and is in retreat all year round, not having any contact with outsiders, I left her a letter before I left. She comes to visit me once a month, so when she sees that letter, she will definitely know you have arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. "Can I enter Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai asked expectantly. "Do you want to go?" Qingya frowned. Although Ice Heart Valley has treated me and Su Yan well, this time, Ice Heart Valley has mobilized in order to find you. I don't know the specific reason, but if you take the initiative to appear in Ice Heart Valley, who knows what will happen? "Can Su Yan leave Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai asked again. Qingya shook her head. Great Elder has high expectations for Su Yan, and now that Su Yan is preparing to break through to the Second Order, the battles between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect are becoming more and more frequent. It is impossible for Great Elder to let Su Yan leave at this time. "Then I want to go," Yang Kai quickly said. "You." Qingya opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade him. But when she saw the firm look on his face, she knew that it would be useless no matter what she said. So she just sighed, "Let me think about it." Yang Kai nodded and did not disturb her. After a long time, Qingya sighed and looked up at Yang Kai. "If you want to enter Ice Heart Valley, you will have to expose your identity and let Ice Heart Valley's people take the initiative to welcome you. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Ice Heart Valley has never allowed men to set foot here. There has been no exception for the past 10,000 years. As long as I expose my identity, will they take the initiative to welcome me?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "I'm not sure, because I don't know why Ice Heart Valley is looking for you, but this time's movement is quite big. If Great Elder and Sect Master attach enough importance to you, it is possible. Then I'll expose myself." Yang Kai grinned. "I'll have to trouble Senior Sister Qingya with this matter." "There's no need to trouble yourself. I just need to report this matter to the Sect's elders, and they will definitely come to take you away." Qingya said seriously, "But have you thought about it? If you really enter Ice Heart Valley, no one can predict what will happen." "It's fine. I just want to see Su Yan." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. "Good. Since you've decided, I'll contact them." Qingya nodded, took out a communication artifact from her space ring, and poured her divine sense into it. A moment later, a clear divine sense fluctuation came from the communication artifact. After a while, Qingya put away the communication artifact, looked up at Yang Kai, and said, 13th Elder is nearby. She will personally take you to Ice Heart Valley." Chapter 1634. Inside the inn's wing, a beautiful woman in palace robes looked at Yang Kai coldly and nodded. "Yes, it's him." "Qingya, you have made a great contribution this time. This elder will report this to the Valley Master and the Elder Council, so you will be rewarded." 2 hours after Qingya sent the message, the 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley rushed to the city and met with Yang Kai in the inn. She had led the valley in search of Yang Kai for a year, so she naturally knew what he looked like. Now that she had found him so easily, she was very happy. "Many thanks, Elder." Qingya did not show much joy and instead asked with some worry, "Elder, may I ask why we are looking for him?" The 13th Elder turned her head and glanced at Qingya, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she asked coldly, "Do you care about him?" Qingya's expression remained unchanged as she said, "He saved my life from Brilliant Flame Sect and can be considered my savior, so..." The 13th Elder gently nodded, her doubts disappearing as she slowly said, "We naturally have a reason for looking for him. You don't need to ask about it. Since he is your savior, this elder can tell you that Ice Heart Valley will not harm him. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Qingya breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked her. The 13th Elder then turned to look at Yang Kai, observed him carefully for a while, and nodded. "Your strength is not bad. What is your name?" "Yang Kai." You're not from Scarlet Wave Star, are you? The 13th elder seemed to be a little wary of Yonkai. No, I'm from Green Mountain Star. Green Mountain Star! The 13th elder's beautiful eyes narrowed as she vaguely guessed, but she was not certain, simply asking, "Since you know that Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are looking for you, why did you take the initiative to go to Ice Heart Valley?" Yonkai smiled lightly. "I have some grievances with Brilliant Flame Sect and have killed several of their people. Now that I want to seek shelter, naturally I can only choose Ice Heart Valley." After saying so, Yonkai asked meaningfully, "Does Elder suspect I have some impure motives?" One must always be on guard against others. The 13th elder did not deny it. However, your choice is correct. Now, only Ice Heart Valley can shelter you, and you can wait here for a day while I make some arrangements. After a day, this elder will personally take you back to Ice Heart Valley. Many thanks. Kai Yang suppressed his emotions and cupped his hands in thanks. Yonkai, he was finally going to see Su Yen. Yonkai's heart filled with excitement he could hardly suppress. He Yonkai, Yonkai, Yon and the heavens and earth. Inside the inn, Kai Yang anxiously waited. Yonkai, he is Yang, S Yang. That night, the cultivators from the sects and families affiliated with Ice Heart Valley took the initiative to attack Brilliant Flame Sect, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Countless large and small battles broke out, attracting almost everyone's attention. Before dawn, the 13th elder came to the inn again, called out to Yonkai, and quickly led him and Chinya out of the city they were hiding in. 30 kilometers away from the city, there was a group of about a dozen women waiting quietly. After seeing the arrival of the 13th elder, they all cupped their fists and bowed. "Let's go." The 13th elder did not speak any nonsense, simply waving her hand and leading the way. The dozen women spread out and surrounded Yonkai in the middle before following closely behind the 13th elder, heading towards Pure Ice Island. Smelling the various fragrances that lingered around him, Yonkai really experienced what it meant to be surrounded by beauties. Regardless of the cultivation of these dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley, all of them had outstanding looks, graceful figures, and different temperaments, each with their own unique characteristics. As they hurried along, these women glanced over at Yonkai from time to time with strange looks on their faces. They had been running around outside for a year just for Yonkai, so now that they saw him in the flesh, they would naturally pay more attention to him. They were all very curious about what was so special about this man that 2 of Scarlet Wave Star's top sects would go to great lengths to find him. For this man, many of their fellow disciples had died tragically, and many more had gone missing. Yonkai felt a clear sense of hostility towards him. At least half of the dozen or so women who were responsible for protecting him were hostile towards him. Yonkai was baffled. If it weren't for the 13th elder, Yonkai estimated that these women might have joined forces to beat him up first. "Senior, Sister Chinya, they don't seem to like me." Yonkai quietly sent a message to Chinya. Chinya smiled bitterly. As a member of Ice Heart Valley who had participated in this operation, she naturally knew the reason, but she couldn't explain it clearly, so she could only say, "It's normal. Our Ice Heart Valley's disciples generally hate men." Yonkai nodded, not suspecting anything. The team continued to move forward at an extremely fast pace. 3 days later, the group of more than a dozen people passed through a mountain valley. Suddenly, Yonkai's brow furrowed as he looked down. 13th Elder, who was leading the team, also seemed to notice something and shouted, "Enemy attack!" As soon as her voice fell, a violent energy fluctuation came from below. This energy fluctuation was extremely overbearing and scorching hot as a series of fire dragons suddenly flew out from the mountain valley below, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the group from Ice Heart Valley. There were 7 or 8 of these fire dragons, each of which contained a terrifying amount of destructive power. The enemy's timing was also perfect. Even with 13th Elder's warning, the women from Ice Heart Valley were unable to react in time. Just as they were about to release their Saint Chi to protect themselves, the 7 or 8 fire dragons had already rushed into their midst. Screams rang out as 2 of the weaker women were swallowed up by the fire dragons and died in an instant. Everyone else was also quite distressed and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai shielded Qinya and dodged to the side, squinting his eyes as he looked down. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared in the mountain valley below. These people were not as numerous as Ice Heart Valley's group, but each of them was an origin returning realm master. The auras of the 2 leading them were even comparable to 13th Elder's. 13th Elder narrowed her eyes as her expression became extremely ugly. She had not expected that even though she had acted so stealthily, she would still make a mistake. She immediately ruled out the possibility of internal strife. This time the dozen or so women who were escorting Yang Kai were all carefully selected by her, ensuring that each of them was loyal to Ice Heart Valley. On top of that, each of them had a blood feud with Brilliant Flame Sect, so it was absolutely impossible for them to do something that would hurt their loved ones and delight their enemies. Was it a coincidence? 13th Elder's thoughts raced as she quietly glanced towards Yang Kai, only to find that he was unscathed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yu Xueqing, you didn't expect this old master to be waiting for you here, did you? A burst of laughter came from below as a middle-aged man with fair skin spoke. His pair of narrow eyes flashed a strange light as he stared at 13th Elder's graceful body. Yen Chi Lei. Yu Xueqing grit her teeth and shouted. The other party's sneak attack had caused Ice Heart Valley to lose 2 people, causing Yu Xueqing's murderous intent to surge. It is this old master. The middle-aged man took a step forward. I knew you were plotting something a few days ago. Why are you acting so sneakily? Elder Yen, why bother talking nonsense with her? Why don't you just take action? A short old man next to Yen Chi Lei coldly snorted. Yu Xueqing looked at the old man, and her beautiful eyes shrank. Jiang Shi! Ha ha! I didn't expect that even 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley would have heard of this old master's name. This old master is honored. The short old man smiled triumphantly. Yu Xueqing's face became even uglier as she quietly winked at the women from Ice Heart Valley and asked in a deep voice, Jiangxi, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievance or grudge with you. Why do you want to involve yourself in this mess? No grievance or grudge. Jiang, she coldly snorted. Is 13th Elder lying through her teeth? This Jiang has not forgotten the humiliation he suffered 20 years ago. If you want to talk about grudges, you should ask your Ice Heart Valley's 5th Elder. Is that true? Yu Xueqing was surprised. She thought that it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. No wonder Jiang, she had been defeated by Brilliant Flame Sect's Yen Chi Lei. This was going to be troublesome. Facing Yen Chi Lei alone, Yu Xueqing wasn't afraid, but Jiang, she was even more difficult to deal with than Yen Chi Lei. With his poison secret art, it was impossible to guard against him. The people following her were definitely not his opponent. Not to mention there were more than 2 of them. The rumor is true. Qinya looked at the short, ugly old man with a strange expression and muttered to herself. She had obviously heard some rumors. What's true? Yang Kai asked curiously. I heard that 20 years ago, this man wanted to marry my Ice Heart Valley's 5th Elder, but was refused by her. Not only that, 5th Elder even seriously injured him. But we all thought it was just a rumor. Never did we expect it to actually happen. Him. Yang Kai's brow twitched. Looking at Jiang, she seriously. Yang Kai found that no matter how he looked at him, he couldn't find anything special about him. Not only was he short, but he was also ugly. He had a big nose, big eyes, thick lips that looked like 2 sausages hanging from his mouth. His skin was dark yellow, his neck was thick and big, and his limbs were short and small. Yang Kai didn't know what Ice Heart Valley's 5th Elder looked like, but judging from the quality of the women protecting him, Yang Kai was certain she wasn't bad. This Jiang, she actually coveted their fifth elder. Kai Yang couldn't help but think of a saying, a toad lusting after swan meat. Although the situation was extremely serious, Qing Yi still couldn't hold back her laughter. Jiang Shi's hearing was naturally not bad, so as soon as Yang Kai's words came out, he immediately turned his head and looked towards Yang Kai's position, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he coldly snorted. "Boy, what did you just say?" Jiang Shi's mental state was extremely twisted, so he couldn't bear to hear others speak ill of him. Yang Kai had undoubtedly poked his reverse scale. Yan Qilei also glanced towards Yang Kai's position and suddenly showed a look of surprise, shouting, "It's you!" At this moment, he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 1635. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. The key figure that Brilliant Flame's sect had been searching for over a year had actually been discovered by him by accident. Yan Qilei was overjoyed. At this moment, he finally understood why Yu Qing had mobilized her forces to attack Brilliant Flame sect a few days ago in order to divert their attention. It was obvious that they were trying to make a covert move. Moreover, judging from the direction this group of people was heading, they were indeed heading back to Pure Ice Island. So that's how it is. Yan Qilei nodded lightly before turning to look at Yu Qing. So your purpose was this, but unfortunately, since this Yan has encountered you, you are doomed to fail. Yu Qing cursed in her heart and could not help glaring at Yang Kai, blaming him for talking too much and causing trouble for himself. At the same time, she shouted in a low voice, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. No matter what, we must send this little brat to Pure Ice Island." As soon as these words fell, Yu Qing pushed her Saint Qi fiercely, causing a cold aura visible to the naked eye to spread out from her position. This cold aura almost froze the world, and a thick layer of ice immediately appeared on the ground. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk icicles suddenly appeared behind Yu Qing, each one sharp and flashing a cold light. Waving her hand, Yu Qing sent out countless icicles towards the people from Brilliant Flame sect, like a swarm of locusts. I've long heard of 13th Elder's name. This Yen will accompany you to play. I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qilei shouted, not showing any fear in the face of these countless icicles, as he sent out a punch. With a burst of sound, a scorching hot aura sputtered out as a giant fist of flames met the icicles head-on. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk countless icicles shattered, and the giant flaming fist gradually diminished, eventually disappearing without a trace. Brother Jiang, whether the others live or die is up to you, but that little brat must be captured alive. After Yan Qilei shattered Yu Qing's attack with a single move, he quickly approached Yu Qing while exhorting. "Ha ha! With your words, this old master can rest assured." Jiang, she grinned maliciously as he activated his poison art. In an instant, the surrounding 10-kilometer area was enveloped by a 5-colored poisonous fog, like a giant inverted bowl, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. All the women from Ice Heart Valley who smelled this aura felt a little dizzy as their Saint Qi became difficult to circulate. Not good. It's Jiang, she's annihilation poison mist. Someone from Ice Heart Valley shouted in horror. No matter what, send this brat out first. Another person followed Yu Qing's instructions and reminded everyone. The women from Ice Heart Valley suddenly recovered. For more than a year, at least 1,000 of their fellow disciples had died tragically outside in order to find Yang Kai. Now that they had finally found his whereabouts, if he was kidnapped here, then 1,000 of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. Come with us. A young woman shouted at Yang Kai. Yu Qing was entangled by Yan Qilei, so she was the leader of the group. You won't be able to escape, right? Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. That old dog is stronger than all of you, and this poison mist seems to be quite powerful. If you really try to escape, you'll be played to death. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Just go." The young woman grit her teeth and shouted, "This person is very strong. We can't resist him at all." "Strong? How strong?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. "The peak of the Third Order Origin returning realm. On Scarlet Wave Star, he is one of the most promising candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Only the top 5 elders of Ice Heart Valley can compete with him. Don't act recklessly." "Sure enough, he's very strong," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You." The young woman's stomach was filled with annoyance. She was very dissatisfied with Kai Yang's indifferent attitude. She had already spoken so seriously, but the opposite party didn't seem to care at all. Wasn't this just dragging them down with him? "We missed the best opportunity," a woman next to her said sadly. Hearing this, the young woman sighed. If they had taken action the moment 13th Elder warned them, they might have been able to escape. But with Yang Kai dilly-dallying, what chance did they have of survival? Jiang, she hated Ice Heart Valley and was extremely strong. His poison secret art was even more mysterious and difficult to defend against. Her senior sister and junior sister's fates were not optimistic. Considering all this, the young woman glared fiercely at Yang Kai and grit her teeth. "If we die, it will all be because of you. Once we reach the underworld, I won't let you off." Why make it sound so serious? Yang Kai still didn't care. Just kill him. The young woman was stunned, and all the other women from Ice Heart Valley stared at Yang Kai like he was an idiot, thinking that men really were stupid creatures. Didn't he know the gap in strength between him and Jiangxi? He actually dared to boast so shamelessly. While everyone was delayed, Jiangxi's 5-colored poison mist had already filled the air around his body, making it impossible to see his figure. Only his creepy laughter could be heard coming from inside the mist. "Follow this old master, but remember, don't kill a single one of them. These maidservants of Ice Heart Valley belong to this old master, so this old master will teach them not to judge a book by its cover." "Jiang," she shouted darkly. The several cultivator from Brilliant Flame sect rolled their eyes, but since their strength was inferior, they could only nod and cooperate. Following behind Jiang, their fire attribute St. Chi surged as they rushed towards Ice Heart Valley's group. "They're coming. We have more people than them, so try to defend first. Be especially careful of Jiang. She's poison mist." The young woman leading the group shouted, and the 10 or so Ice Heart Valley women began pushing their St. Chi to the extreme. She glanced over at Yang Kai again and ordered, "Hide behind." "Hey, what are you doing?" As she spoke, she saw Yang Kai actually take a step forward and rush straight towards Jiangxi and the others, as if he didn't know the meaning of death. "Come back quickly," the young woman shouted in fright. On the other side, Yu Xueqing, who was fighting evenly with Yan Chi Lei, noticed the abnormality and turned her head to look, her beautiful face also paling. Because of this slight distraction, Yan Chi Lei had taken the upper hand in their originally evenly matched situation, forcing Yu Xueqing to desperately defend while cursing Yang Kai in her heart for acting so recklessly. She knew that this was the end. Not only would she not be able to bring Yang Kai back to Ice Heart Valley, but the dozen or so others would also die. As for herself, her chances of escaping were less than 30%. For a time, Yu Xueqing was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. "This little brat is interesting, and Elder Yin said not to kill him, so we can only capture him alive. How troublesome." Jiang, she looked at Yang Kai, who was quickly approaching him, and waved his hand, separating a wisp of poison mist from his body and shooting straight towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, this wisp of poison mist arrived in front of Yang Kai and twisted like a rope, wrapping around Yang Kai, obviously trying to capture him alive. "This is bad." The young woman's heart sank as she couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen, her heart filled with both hatred and anxiety. If it weren't for Yang Kai's hasty actions, they would have at least had some hope of completing this mission. Even if they had to sacrifice some people, it would have been worth it, but now it was all over. The poison mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around Yang Kai's body. "This boy is useful to your brilliant flame sect, so I'll leave him to you." "Jiang," she ordered, not even sparing Yang Kai a glance as he flew past him, heading straight for the young woman and the others not far away. The brilliant flame sect disciples exchanged glances before one of them rushed towards Yang Kai while the others continued to follow behind Jiang Shi. The group of 7 or 8 people brushed past Yang Kai. Golden light flashed. Blood spattered and broken limbs flew. Several people's vitality was instantly extinguished. Mangled corpses and minced meat fell down like rain. The scene was extremely bloody. Perceiving the energy fluctuations behind him, Jiang Shi frowned and turned around suspiciously. In the next moment, his eyes bulged as he quickly turned around and stared at Yang Kai solemnly, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. The poisonous smoke he had used to bind this little brat had at some unknown time dissipated, and the brilliant flame sect cultivators who had been following him had all died. There was no sound of battle, no screams before death. It was as if there was only a momentary burst of energy, and 6 or 7 origin returning realm cultivators had inexplicably died. Jiang, she suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he felt a chill run down his spine. What happened? On the side of Ice Heart Valley, the group of women were also stunned, the young woman leading them trembling slightly as a dazed look appeared on her face, as if she was in a dream. Qin Ye's beautiful eyes filled with splendor as she showed an expression of understanding. Yang Kai's insistence on not running away and instead taking the initiative to meet the enemy was something she had already guessed. She didn't know much about Yang Kai, but from Suyen, she knew that Yang Kai was someone who could often create miracles and could easily challenge those above his realm. Before, she had only been guessing, but now the facts were right in front of her. The 6 or 7 people from Brilliant Flame Sect, ranging from First Order returning realm to Third Order cultivators, had all inexplicably died when they brushed past Yang Kai. This was no longer something that could be explained by simply fighting above one's realm. This was simply a miracle. No one knew how Yang Kai did it. All they saw was a burst of golden light. Impossible. The young woman looked at Yang Kai in shock. At this moment, a golden thread was floating in front of Yang Kai, one that was filled with vitality, as if it had a life of its own, making it impossible to underestimate it. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at Jiang Shi with slight sarcasm. Jiang Shi inexplicably felt a huge pressure, as if he was not facing a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but a genuine origin king, using his divine sense. Jiang Shi dispelled the uneasiness in his heart and said in a low voice, "Boy, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger!" "It's you who underestimated me." Yang Kai grinned and said unhurriedly, "Old dog, are you ready to die?" "Shameless boasting," Jiang Shi shouted as he released his shur and fanned out towards Yang Kai to suppress him. Chapter 1636. His shur has almost reached the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately felt that there was a reason why Jiang Shi was so feared by the young woman from Ice Heart Valley. With this shur that was almost at the grand accomplishment stage, Jiang Shi was indeed qualified to become one of the candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Jiang Shi's shur was extremely powerful and soon reached Yang Kai. The moment before it enveloped him, a mysterious force not inferior to Jiang Shi's shur burst out from Yang Kai's body and rolled back. This silent collision was invisible to the naked eye. However, Jiang Shi could hear the tremors in her heart. The sounds of cracking could be heard. The shur that he was so proud of, which had almost reached the grand accomplishment stage, was like an egg that had hit a boulder, shattering inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shi was enveloped by a thick force. This was his opponent's shur. Jiang, she was shocked, and his face turned pale as he realized that Yang Kai was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Although his cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, his understanding of Shi had far surpassed his own. Madly pushing his Saint Chi to resist the influence of this Shi, Jiang Shi released a multicolored, poisonous fog around himself to form a protective barrier. At the same time, a series of colorful bursts of energy shot out towards Yang Kai, dealing a terrifying amount of damage. Although Jiang Shi was being suppressed in the competition of Shi, his methods were outstanding, and he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. He was proficient in using poison, and this poisonous fog was a fatal threat to any physique. Yang Kai frowned, but did not dare take any risks. Thinking about it for a moment, he stretched out his hand and summoned the Firebird artifact spirit. With a sharp cry, a 10-meter-long fiery red bird appeared, opened its beak, and spat out a series of scorching fireballs towards Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi was in an extremely sorry state. His poison mist couldn't do anything to the Firebird at all. Instead, it was riddled with holes by the Firebird's fireballs and evaporated into thin air. His body that was wrapped in the poison mist was gradually exposed, and his expression was extremely miserable. The speed and frequency of the Firebird's fireballs became faster and faster, and Jiang Shi was unable to fight back. All he could do was constantly push his Saint Chi to form a poisonous fog around his body. But this poisonous fog was impossible to maintain and would be scattered as soon as it appeared. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing in the same spot as he stared coldly at Jiang Shi, grinning sinisterly. "Old thing, you can't do it." All the Ice Heart Valley women wore dull expressions as they stared blankly at the scene. Just by relying on the strange appearance of the Firebird and Yang Kai Shi, Jiang Shi was completely suppressed. If Yang Kai found the right opportunity, Jiang Shi would most likely lose his life here. They simply could not comprehend the rationality of what they were seeing. All of them had mentally prepared themselves for heavy casualties and thought that they would not be able to escape this time, so they had prepared for the worst. But how could they have known that Yang Kai would act so exaggeratedly when he did? This bizarre display of strength left all of them speechless. Just a single Firebird was enough to overwhelm Jiang Shi, forcing him into an extremely sorry state, unable to spare any energy to deal with them. This time, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. Everyone's hearts leapt with joy as they stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with amazement and gratitude. The Firebird became more and more valiant as it continued to spew out dazzling flames from its mouth and wings. Not only did it prevent Jiang Shi's poison mist from forming, but it also left a series of large and small wounds on Jiang Shi's body. The smell of burnt flesh gradually filled the air. Jiang Shi's expression became fierce as he suddenly took out an artifact that gave off powerful energy fluctuations and spat out a mouthful of 5-colored poison mist into it. After absorbing the 5-colored poison mist, the artifact quickly twisted and transformed into a huge, multicolored python. The poisonous python twisted its body and rushed directly into the sky to meet the Firebird. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Shi once again pushed his Saint Chi to break free from the suppression of Yang Kai Shi and rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai died, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. As for Brilliant Flame's sex, Yan Qi lays advice. At this moment, Jiang Shi could not even protect himself, so how could he pay any attention to it? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shi rushed to a position only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, and the poison mist lingering around his body began twisting as if it had a mind of its own, separating from his body and transforming into terrifying attacks that shot towards Yang Kai. At this time, the Ice Heart Valley girls finally came back to their senses, and the leading young woman shouted, "Hurry up and help!" As she spoke, ice attribute energy, fluctuations burst from her tender body, and a series of powerful ice spikes formed and shot towards Jiang Shi's back. The other women also reacted and used their own killing moves and secret techniques to attack Jiangxi. The golden light reappeared, and the golden blood thread suspended in front of Yang Kai was shaken by Yang Kai, trembling slightly before suddenly disappearing. Jiangxi's soul almost left his body. At this moment he felt as if he would die if he did not escape. Instinctively, Jiangxi paused, grit his teeth, and dodged to the side. The golden blood thread suddenly appeared and shot through the afterimage he had left behind. Jiangxi broke out in cold sweat, but before he could recover, the attacks of the dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley bombarded him. The place where he stood was instantly covered by hundreds of ice spikes. The world energy around him became chaotic, and Jiangxi's muffled groan could be heard, obviously injured. The cultivations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples were not as good as Jiangxi's, so they might be instantly killed in a one-on-one battle, but the power of more than a dozen of them working together could not be underestimated. Dust flew up as the scene became chaotic. The young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group felt her heart skip a beat as she stared nervously. "Is he dead?" someone asked. As soon as these words fell, Jiangxi's voice came from a great distance. Ice Heart Valley's maidservants, "Just wait for this old master. Sooner or later, this old master will slaughter his way to Pure Ice Island and kill you one by one." At some point he had escaped. The young woman's face turned pale as she turned her head in the direction of the voice, only to see a 5-colored light escaping at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Jiangxi? She immediately looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could intercept him. But after a glance, she was dumbfounded as the place where Yang Kai had been standing was now empty. She had no idea where he had gone. Sensing something, she once again looked in the direction of Jiangxi's escape. When she saw the figure blocking Jiangxi's path, she suddenly understood. This battle was no longer on a level that they could reach. Whether it was Jiangxi or Yang Kai, their foundations were far superior to theirs by countless levels. They didn't even know when Yang Kai and Jiangxi had chased after them. "How did you?" Jiangxi looked at Yang Kai in front of him, a look of shock appearing on his face. Just now, he had taken advantage of the chaotic energy flow, and the enemy's attention had been diverted to use a secret technique to escape. He thought he would be able to do so without anyone noticing, but this young man had actually seen through him and intercepted him. Although he was terrified in his heart, Jiangxi was a ruthless person. He knew that if he didn't break through Kai Yang's blockade, he wouldn't be able to escape. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura inexplicably rose by 30%. His whole body was covered in a faint blood-red light as he fearlessly charged towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he snorted and grinned, courting death. Instead of dodging, he raised a fist, which was immediately covered by a layer of golden light. There was a faint sizzling sound, and an extremely sharp aura spread out. 5 elements indestructible sword chi, metal chi. Among the 5 elements sword chi, metal was the sharpest. Using his metal sword chi, Yang Kai's fist was covered in countless sword waves that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Perceiving the terrifying energy contained in this fist, Jiangxi naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death, condensing his 5-colored poisonous smoke again to cover his body. When the fist hit Jiangxi's body, the 5-colored poisonous smoke was instantly dispersed, and the layer of blood-red light covering Jiangxi's body also collapsed. Jiangxi's Saint Chi was unable to play any defensive role and was shattered by the countless tiny sword waves. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Jiangxi's body was sent flying upside down, blood spurting from his mouth midair. His ferocious face filled with panic as he desperately tried to stabilize his body, but the golden light released by a golden blood thread soon engulfed him completely. When the golden light dissipated, Jiangxi's body suddenly shattered into countless pieces and fell from the sky. Jiangxi, who was famous on Scarlet Wave Star and had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm, had fallen. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley all blushed as they cheered, unable to contain their excitement. Yan Chi Lei, who was fighting fiercely with Yu Xueqing, changed his complexion greatly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, his movements slowing down for a moment. Yu Xueqing was the 13th elder of Ice Heart Valley, and although her ranking was quite low, her strength was still quite good. How could she let go of such an opportunity? Taking advantage of the situation, she frantically suppressed Yan Chi Lei. In fact, she was also quite shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai could actually kill Jiangxi. After all, this young man was extremely mysterious. Even if she had faced him head-on, she would have definitely been at a disadvantage and might even have died at his hands. However, Yang Kai had killed Jiangxi in only 20 to 30 breaths of time. In Ice Heart Valley, only the great elder could accomplish such a feat. Was this young man actually a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with great elder? Yu Xueqing's heart shook as she felt the need to re-examine Yang Kai. "Brother, please help 13th elder." The young woman from Ice Heart Valley shouted to Yang Kai. "No problem." Yang Kai nodded lightly before pointing his finger at Yan Chi Lei and shouting, "Kill him!" The firebird flew straight towards Yan Chi Lei. Yan Chi Lei's strength was on par with Yu Xueqing's, neither of them able to defeat the other. But with the addition of the firebird artifact spirit, Yan Chi Lei was not Yang Kai's opponent at all and was forced to retreat without being able to fight back. "Little brat, I am an elder of Brilliant Flame Sect. If you dare attack me, you're dead. It's not too late to withdraw now. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the world, Brilliant Flame Sect will not let you go." Yan Chi Lei shouted angrily, hoping that Yang Kai would refrain from joining forces with Yu Xueqing. Chapter 1637. As long as Yang Kai didn't get involved, with Yu Xueqing's ability, she wouldn't be able to stop him and he could easily leave. As such, his life or death was in Yang Kai's hands. Yu Xueqing frowned and hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, don't be afraid. His Brilliant Flame Sect strength is not ordinary. But my Ice Heart Valley is not made of mud. Naturally, we will protect you. Please help me kill this thief." She was afraid that Yang Kai would be intimidated by the other party's words and back out. After all, Yan Chi Lei was different from Jiangxi. Although Jiangxi's strength was high, he was just a loner. Even if he was killed, no one would avenge him. On the other hand, Yan Chi Lei was an elder of Brilliant Flame Sect with a huge force supporting him. "Of course I'll kill him." Yang Kai grinned as he looked at Yan Chi Lei sarcastically. "Even at this time you still want to threaten me? Are all your Brilliant Flame Sect's people so stupid?" Yan Chi Lei's face turned pale. "Right, I forgot to tell you, this isn't the first time I've killed someone from Brilliant Flame Sect. I killed a guy named Kong Wendong in the Emperor Garden before, and someone named Zhang Qing in the Blood Prison some time ago. Both of them were from your Brilliant Flame Sect, right?" Yan Chi Lei really panicked this time. He hadn't expected that the grievances between Yang Kai and Brilliant Flame Sect would be so deep. Whether it was Kong Wendong or Zhang Qing, both of them were famous figures in Brilliant Flame Sect, elders ranked above him. However, Kong Wendong had gone to the Emperor Garden and failed to return, while Zhang Qing had gone to the Blood Prison. If what Yang Kai said was true, didn't that mean they had all died at his hands? "I don't have a good impression of your Brilliant Flame Sect, so die!" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as an extremely pure spiritual energy condensed into a straight line and blasted towards Yan Chi Lei. The soundless but vast power was like a sharp sword that could cut through anything. It directly tore apart Yan Chi Lei's defense and pierced into a sea of consciousness. Yan Chi Lei screamed as his face turned as white as paper, his soul clearly damaged. Yu Xueqing's beautiful eyes lit up. She took this opportunity to stimulate her own potential and intent field. With her body as the center, The area within a radius of 300 feet immediately became extremely cold, as if even the air had been frozen. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yen Qi-Lei's body as the cold air invaded his body, affecting the circulation of his Saint Qi and the flexibility of his body. The fiery bird seized the chance and swooped down, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing Yen Qi-Lei. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the firebird artifact spirit's abdomen began to bulge, but the scorching power offset it. As time passed, the commotion became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. A ball of lightning suddenly appeared in the firebird's body. The firebird turned into a streak of fire and returned to Yang Kai's body, leaving behind a pile of wreckage. It was clear that this fellow had also been affected by the heaven-scorching lightning fire secret technique. Just like Zhangqing and Kong Wendong, the heaven-scorching lightning fire had been devoured by the firebird after its death in order to increase its strength. A calamity was miraculously resolved. Yu Xueqing stood in place, gasping for breath while looking at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. The other women from Ice Heart Valley were also shocked. Only Qingya wore a smile on her face. After a long time, Yu Xueqing reluctantly accepted reality and nodded to Yang Kai, "Thank you." This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden display of strength, it would have been fortunate if 2 or 3 of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had managed to escape. But now, not only were they unscathed, even the people from Brilliant Flame Sect had been killed. Yu Xueqing was grateful to Yang Kai from the bottom of her heart. "No need, I was just trying to protect myself. Can we set off now?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yu Xueqing nodded and asked one of her subordinates to collect the spoils of war before leading everyone in the direction of Pure Ice Island. However, this time, no one was hostile to Yang Kai anymore. All of them restrained their inexplicable hostility and no longer surrounded Yang Kai to protect him like before. The battle with Brilliant Flame Sect's disciples made everyone realize that Yang Kai was the strongest in their group. He didn't need their protection at all. Along the way, they would glance at Yang Kai from time to time, full of curiosity, wondering what this young man was capable of. He was clearly only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to display such exaggerated combat power. 13th Elder. Why are we looking for him this time? Qingyu observed Yu Xueqing's expression and knew that now was the best time to ask about this matter, so she immediately asked. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples also looked confused as they looked at Yu Xueqing suspiciously. They had been running around outside for a year, each of them searching for Yang Kai. Many of their senior sisters and sisters had died in front of them, so they were naturally curious as to why this had happened. Yu Xueqing frowned and showed an awkward look before saying, "I don't know the specific reason, but since Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for him, our Ice Heart Valley can't let them succeed. Perhaps he knows something." While saying this, Yu Xueqing glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he was lost in thought and had no intention of answering at all. "You don't need to worry about this matter. Since Sect Master and the Elder Council are acting this way, there must be a reason." "Yes." Everyone nodded. The rest of the way was uneventful, and under Yu Xueqing's leadership, the group flew forward for half a month. It was not until half a month later that the group arrived at a city adjacent to the sea. This was obviously the territory of Ice Heart Valley. Yu Xueqing led Yang Kai directly to the space array built in the city and used it to teleport them to Pure Ice Island. On the outer island, as soon as Yang Kai appeared, his expression changed as an uncontrollable look of excitement appeared on his face. He turned his head and stared in a certain direction, his gaze seemingly able to cross the barrier of space and peer into the distance. At the same time, inside an ice room on the inner island, Su Yan, who was meditating, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and her tender body trembled slightly. At this moment, she sensed something. She had sensed Yang Kai's aura. The two of them had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they were not too far apart, They could sense each other. Although the outer island and the inner island were several hundred kilometers apart, the spiritual connection between Yang Kai and Su Yan could not be erased. She's here. He's here. The two of them noticed each other's existence at the same time. Yang Kai stood in place, his eyes as gentle as water, almost capable of melting stone. Su Yan hurriedly got up and walked out, but just as she walked out of the ice room, she was stopped by two women. "Junior sister Su, where do you want to go?" Of the two women responsible for guarding Su Yan, the woman surnamed Zhou looked at Su Yan coldly and blocked her way. "Senior sister Zhou, I want to go out." Su Yan looked at her pleadingly. "No." The woman surnamed Zhou decisively shook her head. "Great Elder has ordered that you must stay here for a while, not even taking a single step out. Don't make things difficult for your senior sister." "Yes, junior sister Su, the two of us guarding you here is already boring enough. Although you are Great Elder's disciple, you can't just put a senior sister in your eyes, right? Please go back." The other woman also looked at Su Yan coldly. Guarding Su Yan was really boring. Not only could they not walk around, but they also could not concentrate, which made them suffer greatly. This task made the two women complain deeply about Su Yan, and coupled with the fact that they didn't like Su Yan being favored, they naturally wouldn't be polite. "Two senior sisters, junior sister doesn't want to make things difficult for you, but I have to go out for a while. I promise I'll be back in half a day." Su Yan bit her red lips and looked at the two women helplessly. "Junior sister really doesn't put senior sister in her eyes." The woman, surnamed Zhou, sneered. "Have you ever thought about what kind of punishment we will receive if Great Elder finds out that you are going out? I don't know what you're going to do, but I won't take responsibility for your senseless actions. Junior sister is Great Elder's most valued disciple, so Great Elder may not punish you too harshly, but what about us? It's not like you don't know how strict Great Elder is. Junior sister, you are beautiful, but your heart is like a snake or scorpion. Do you want to kill us?" Su Yan opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Although the words of these two women were a bit exaggerated and extreme, it was undeniable that if she really went out, the two of them would definitely be implicated. Su Yan's expression dimmed for a moment as she whispered softly, "Junior sister was not thoughtful enough." Her man had clearly arrived at Pure Ice Island and was so close to her, but she couldn't go out to meet him, causing Su Yan to feel like a knife was being twisted in her heart. "Good, now go back." The woman, surnamed Zhou, coldly snorted. Su Yan nodded helplessly and turned back. Seeing Su Yan close the door of the ice room and enter retreat again, the two women guarding outside sneered. The woman, surnamed Zhou, said, "We finally vented our anger. Did she really think she could act so arrogantly just because she became Great Elder's disciple?" The other woman giggled and said happily, "Who told her to be so arrogant before? If she had a good relationship with us before, we wouldn't have made things so difficult for her this time. As senior sisters, we should teach her how to behave properly. Should we report this matter to Great Elder?" The woman, surnamed Zhou, hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "No need. Since she can't go out, even if we report it, she won't be punished. It's better to wait until she really makes a mistake before reporting it. When that time comes, Great Elder will definitely not tolerate her." "Senior sister is right." The other woman's eyes lit up. "Ah, little brother." Yu Xueqing's shout awakened Yang Kai, and he finally took back his gaze to look at Yu Xueqing. The 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley wore a strange expression as she lightly coughed and said, "That is the inner island of Pure Ice Island. As a man, it is absolutely impossible for you to set foot on it. We are now on the outer island, and if it were not for the special situation this time, you would not have been allowed to enter. It is Junior's honor to be able to enter Pure Ice Island." "Junior thanks Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked her. Because of Su Yan, Yang Kai was in a good mood and suddenly found that all the women from Ice Heart Valley were radiant, so their attitude was naturally very warm. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai had changed so slightly, Yu Xueqing didn't pursue the matter and simply nodded. You can stay here for the time being. As for the future, wait until I return to Sect Master and the Elder Council. Chapter 1638. On the outer island, there were many lofts adjacent to the sea. After Yu Xueqing arranged for Yang Kai to live in one of the lofts, she left with the others, leaving behind some of the weaker women from Ice Heart Valley to take care of Yang Kai's daily life. Before leaving, Qing cast a glance at Yang Kai, telling him not to be impatient. Kai Yan understood tacitly, now that he had arrived on Pure Ice Island and learned that Su Yan was just a few hundred kilometers away. Yang Kai's eagerness to see her again surged like never before, but he also knew that Pure Ice Island was not an ordinary place, so naturally he would not wander around casually. Sitting cross-legged in his loft, Yang Kai held Su Yan's ice soul bead in his hand, motionless. He did not release his divine sense, but he could clearly feel that a few hundred kilometers away, there was an aura that was closely related to him. It was Su Yan's aura. At the same time, Su Yan was also sitting in her own ice room, her beautiful eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Both of them were feeling each other's existence and the ups and downs of each other's emotions. This kind of silent and formless telepathy was better than words, and both of them felt warm in their hearts and minds. At a certain moment, the two of them smiled at the same time as a mysterious force burst out from their bodies, crossing the barrier of time and space to meet at the center of Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai seemed to be able to see Su Yan standing in front of him, the figure that had existed in his heart for more than 30 years, finally appearing in front of him today. He could even feel that Su Yan was reaching out to touch him. Yang Kai responded. The spiritual connection between the two of them became closer and closer, gradually becoming one. There was no verbal communication, but both of them could clearly see everything the other had experienced over the years, as if they had experienced it themselves. Somewhere on the inner island, inside Ran Yunting's ice room, Ran Yunting, who was meditating, suddenly frowned, seemingly noticing something as she looked up towards the void with a puzzled look on her face. At that moment, a divine sense fluctuation suddenly came from the communication artifact beside her. She picked up the communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and after perceiving the message contained inside, her face could not help sinking. Junior sister, you actually found that little brat and even brought him to Pure Ice Island? So that's how it was. It was that little bastard who was interfering with Su Yan's mind. Little beast, you court death. Ran Yunting's eyes flashed fiercely as her tyrannical spiritual energy suddenly sputtered towards a certain location on Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of communicating with Su Yan, did not expect that someone would suddenly attack him. The connection of the mind was different from the power of divine sense. The former had no offensive or defensive power at all, while the latter was an existence that could attack and defend. Yang Kai's souls, and Yang to his soul's soul was cuts, his face is hearts, and he almost coughed out a mouthful of blood to him. To his heart to souls he was, and to his soul was soul, and almost to his divine soul. Yang, who was to heart as Yang, to the her Yangs. He could naturally feel that the power that had severed his connection with Su Yan contained some murderous intent, as if it didn't care whether he lived or died. If it weren't for his spiritual energy being far stronger than an ordinary person's, he would have been seriously injured. This kind of injury to one's soul was not something that ordinary pills could repair. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became cold, but soon he shook his head helplessly. Yang Kai's actions just now were indeed a bit abrupt. After all, this was Pure Ice Island, the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley. He was the first man to set foot on the outer island in 10,000 years, so it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for him to act so rashly. After understanding this, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer bothered with this matter. However, this soul's soul was extraordinary and most likely belonged to one of the top 5 elders of Ice Heart Valley. After suffering such a loss, Yang no longer acted rashly. In any case, there would be a chance to meet Su Yan again. As for Su Yan's safety, Yang Kai was not worried. No matter what, she was still Ice Heart Valley's great elder. So whoever interfered with him, no matter which elder it was, would not harm Su Yan. Inside Su Yan's ice room, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale as she called out, "Honored Master! Reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. If you dare act like you did just now again, this elder will personally take that little bastard's head." Ran Yunting's cold voice rang in Su Yan's ear. Su Yan's face turned even paler as she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but no words came out. "You're on your own now." Ran Yunting seemed to be quite disappointed with Su Yan's current state, so after coldly dropping these words, she did not respond. Inside Ice Heart Valley's Ice Palace, after a year, all of Ice Heart Valley's elders gathered once again. "Valley Master, why have you summoned us sisters this time?" an elder asked. Bing Long smiled gently and nodded. "There is one important matter, but it is a happy one." "Oh, what is it?" Everyone became curious. "Elder Yu has found that young man and brought him to Pure Ice Island." Bing Long got straight to the point and announced with a smile. "She found him." "Junior sister Yu really has good methods. Being able to find him is a great merit. It's good that she found him. After more than a year, many people in Ice Heart Valley have died, so it's time to withdraw." "But Valley Master, did you find out why Brilliant Flame's sect was looking for him? What kind of secret is he hiding that Brilliant Flame sect attached so much importance to him? This queen does not know. Elder you brought him back. Did you find out anything?" Bing Long turned her eyes to Yu Xueqing. The latter slowly shook her head. "On the way back, I tried to ask about him once, but that little brat did not answer. However, according to my observations, he is not ordinary." "Why do you say that?" He should be a genius among geniuses. Yan Chi Lei of Brilliant Flame sect died at his hands." "What? Yan Chi Lei died at his hands?" Bing Long's face changed as she frowned. "Didn't you say he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" "And he's indeed only a second-order cultivator, but he can fight opponents above his realm, which is why I said he is a genius among geniuses." "Indeed." Bing Long nodded. "Jiang, she also died at his hands," Yu Xueqing said with a strange expression. "In a one-on-one fight he was killed in 20 breaths." "Jiangxi? That Jiangxi?" Ice Heart Valley's 5th elder narrowed her eyes as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "That Jiangxi? How is that possible?" Although Jiang, she did not come from a prominent sect and had always been a loner, he had many fortuitous encounters in his early years, and his strength was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and I heard that his Shur had reached the grand accomplishment stage. He was one of the most promising candidates on Scarlet Wave Star to break through to the Origin King realm. So how could he be killed by that young man? "Junior sister Yu, are you not joking?" "How could I joke about this kind of thing?" Junior sister saw it with her own eyes, and there are more than a dozen who can testify, Yu Xueqing said seriously. The elders of Ice Heart Valley looked at each other in amazement, and several of them turned to 5th elder, wanting to hear her opinion. Among everyone present, she was the only one who had fought with Jiangxi in the past, so she naturally had the right to speak. 5th elder did not refuse, and after a moment of silence said, "The last time I fought with Jiangxi was 20 years ago. It took me an entire day to seriously injure him, but I was unable to kill him. If it were him now, I may not necessarily be his opponent. In Ice Heart Valley, there are no more than 3 elders who can contend with Jiangxi alone." Asterisk, see asterisk, a series of gasps rang out as the expressions of all the elders present became extremely interesting. fifth elder was not exaggerating at all and was simply stating facts, but it was precisely because of this that everyone present felt terrified. Doesn't that mean that young man's personal strength ranks in the top 3 among all of us? He's only a second-order cultivator if he breaks through to the third order. More than that, resisting and killing are 2 different things. He was able to kill Jiangshi in just 20 breaths of time, so only great elder may be able to contend with him. The expressions of all the elders suddenly dimmed as they spoke these words without any confidence, because even if great elder personally took action, she may not be able to take Jiangshi's life in just 20 breaths of time. Exchanging glances with each other, everyone's expression was one of shock. Unfortunately, he's not a woman. Bing Long rubbed her brow lightly and smiled bitterly. If Yang Kai had been a woman, Bing Long would have tried to recruit him into Ice Heart Valley at all costs. Such a talent would definitely have a much higher chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the 2 great forces on Scarlet Wave Star was because they had an Origin King realm master. If they could have one more, they would be able to completely suppress Brilliant Flame Sect and become the #1 sect on Scarlet Wave Star. What does it matter if he's not a woman? It's not like our Ice Heart Valley has no one to marry. Can't we just find him a good husband? An elder proposed with a smile. That's a good idea, but he may not agree. Another elder sitting next to her slowly shook her head. His strength and aptitude are so outstanding, and he doesn't look very old. So how could he not have a woman following him? Perhaps there are many women who would be willing to follow him. How could those mediocre women compare to the elites of my Ice Heart Valley? It's a blessing for him to be able to marry one of my Ice Heart Valley's elites. That's right. The group of elders chattered among themselves, each expressing their own opinions, as if they couldn't wait to find a suitable candidate to marry Yang Kai and tie him to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Long lightly coughed and said with a strange expression, "Have you forgotten? Brilliant Flame Sect is also looking for him. My Ice Heart Valley may not be afraid of Brilliant Flame Sect alone. However, this matter is very likely to involve Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star. If we offend that master, my Ice Heart Valley may not be able to withstand his wrath." The expressions of all the elders changed as they fell silent. Chapter 1639. And this queen will find an opportunity to talk to him. At the very least, we need to know if Master Luo Hai came to Scarlet Wave Star because of him and why. If everything has nothing to do with him, it won't be too late for us to find a way to recruit him. But if Master Luo Hai really came because of him, Bing Long sighed softly. When the time comes, we can only hand him over in exchange for the safety of my Ice Heart Valley. Valley Master is wise. All the elders nodded in unison, having no objections to this decision. Yang Kai's aptitude and potential were indeed excellent. He could fight opponents above his realm and was very likely to break through to the Origin King realm in the future. However, that was only the future, and right now he was just a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Between the fear of a second-order Origin King Star Master and the promise of a bright but illusory future, which was more important, everyone could naturally tell. Valley Master, when will you see him? This elder will also meet him. Ran Yunting's voice suddenly came from outside the Ice Palace. Everyone turned their heads and saw Great Elder Ran Yunting striding over. Oh, Great Elder is also interested in him? Bing Long was a little surprised. Although Ran Yunting's strength was not as good as hers, the gap between the two of them was quite small. Since she brought Su Yan back to Pure Ice Island more than 30 years ago, she had been devoting herself to cultivating her, showing no interest in other people. Now, she was actually taking the initiative to meet Yang Kai, which naturally surprised Bing Long. Of course, this elder is naturally interested in meeting such an outstanding talent. Ran Yunting smiled softly. For some reason, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and looked at each other blankly. At the same time, somewhere 10 million kilometers away from Pure Ice Island, at the headquarters of Brilliant Flame Sect, which was as famous as Ice Heart Valley. Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters was located in the best location on Scarlet Wave Star. The headquarters was surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, a beautiful environment, and an abundant world energy aura. The two great forces of Scarlet Wave Star had always been evenly matched, but in recent years, Brilliant Flame Sect had been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Ice Heart Valley. The reason for this was because there were rumors that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder had suffered a serious injury while cultivating. Supreme Elder level characters were naturally Origin Kings, and although she would not intervene in the struggles of juniors, such news would affect the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Brilliant Flame Sect had also been steadily advancing over the past few years, faintly suppressing Ice Heart Valley. South of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, in a bamboo forest, there are several huts. These cottages were built very simply and looked inconspicuous. They were surrounded by mountains and faced the lake, but the location was not bad. Around the cottages, there were fiery red bamboos everywhere. At this moment, there were two people sitting cross-legged on a stone block in front of the hut. There was a chessboard placed on the stone table in the middle, and the black and white pieces were fighting nonstop. The one on the left was an old man with fiery red hair and beard. He looked very old, but his skin was gentle like a newborn. Every movement of his was filled with a powerful aura. Opposite him was a middle-aged man in a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. 300 meters away from these two, there was a man with an elegant temperament standing silently, motionless like a statue. Only when he looked at these two would a look of yearning appear on his face from time to time. The red-haired old man and the golden crown man were still fighting, and from the chessboard there seemed to be the sound of thousands of horses galloping, shocking one's soul. The red-haired old man's speed was extremely fast, and he often didn't need to think about where to place his pieces. On the other hand, the golden crown man often had to frown and think hard as he carefully placed a piece. On the chessboard, the black and white auras became more and more prominent. The black piece belonging to the red-haired old man had the upper hand and was now surrounding the white piece. As time passed, the golden crown man spent more and more time thinking, and his expression became more and more cautious. The red-haired old man did not urge him, and simply closed his eyes to meditate while waiting. At a certain moment, the golden crown man suddenly revealed a strange smile. He stretched out his hand and put down a white chess piece. The white chess piece's predicament was easily resolved like a withered tree in spring. On the contrary, the originally aggressive black chess piece suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as a look of astonishment filled his face. After thinking for a long time, he slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Luo Hai's Go skills have really improved a lot. This old master is not his opponent. The golden crown man smiled lightly. Chihua, it's not that my Go skills are better than yours. It's just that you are too impatient. Your intentions and actions are all written on the chessboard, so this king only needs to react accordingly. It's more interesting to be straightforward like this. The red-haired old man shook his head. Life is short. Where do you find time to think about this and that? And I lost this battle. Thank you for letting me win. The red-haired old man turned his head and looked towards a spot not far away before stretching out his hand and beckoning. The elegant man who had been standing 300 meters away stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Wei Qing greets Supreme Elder and Senior Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded lightly and stretched out his hand. The elegant man was Brilliant Flame Sect Master, Wei Qing, and his status was not low. Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star Master, he could not act arrogantly. What's more, he had a good relationship with Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder Chihua, so Wei Qing could be considered his junior. Why have you come here? Chihua raised his head and looked at Wei Qing. Wei Qing respectfully replied, reporting to Supreme Elder, the matter Senior Luo Hai gave us may have some progress. Luo Hai's eyes flashed, but he quickly concealed it. Chi Hua said lightly, "Speak." A few days ago, a spy saw Ice Heart Valley's 13th Elder Yu Xueqing enter Pure Ice Island through the space array with a young man. Although Ice Heart Valley is heavily guarded and the spy did not see the face of the young man, he should be the one Senior Luo Hai is looking for. After saying this, Wei Qing stood aside respectfully and no longer spoke. Although he was second only to one on Scarlet Wave Star, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of Luo Hai and Chi Hua. "Brother Luo Hai, what do you think?" Chi Hua looked at Luo Hai. Pure Ice Island is the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley, and no man has set foot there for 10,000 years. Letting a young man in this time shows that they attach great importance to him. It is also possible that he is the one I am looking for. Haha, it seems they want to use that little brat to do something. And they just want to express goodwill to Brother Luo Hai, probably wanting you to act as a mediator and resolve their current crisis. Chi Hua was a rough man, but his mind was extremely sharp. Luo Hai just smiled and said nothing. "Right, Brother Luo Hai. Now that things have come to this, can you tell this old master why you are looking for that little brat? What is it about him that would attract the attention of a character like you?" Chi Hua asked doubtfully. He had been thinking about this question for a long time but had never been able to find an answer. What could attract the attention of a character like Luo Hai was nothing more than the secret to breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm or an Origin King grade, high-rank artifact. Besides that, there was nothing else in this world that could attract Luo Hai's attention. Luo Hai cared about such things, and so did Chi Hua. But every time he tried to ask, Luo Hai would not answer directly, leaving Chi Hua helpless. "Didn't this king tell you before? That little brat passed the blood prison trial with a second-order origin, returning realm cultivation. So his aptitude is quite good. This king just happens to be lacking a successor. So he wants to accept him as a disciple to inherit this king's legacy." Luo Hai replied with a smile. "So that's how it is. That little brat is quite lucky." Chi-Lu laughed and nodded, obviously not believing Luo Hai's words at all. Luo Hai was now a second-order origin king and possessed a star source, so he was very likely to break through to the third order in the future. So why would he be so eager to accept a disciple and pass down his legacy? Besides, even if he wanted to accept a disciple, it was impossible for him to do it in such a way. If a second-order origin king wanted to accept a disciple, there would be countless geniuses scrambling to acknowledge him as their master. How could Luo Hai chase after someone and forcibly accept them as a disciple? No matter how heaven-defying a genius aptitude was, it was impossible for Luo Hai to do this. There had to be something fishy going on. Since Ice Heart Valley has found that little brat, this king will make a trip there, Luo Hai said as he slowly got up. "This old master will accompany you." Chi Hua grinned meaningfully. Luo Hai glanced at him thoughtfully before nodding. "Very well. Ice Heart Valley's Pure Ice Grand Array is quite powerful. With Brother Chi Hua accompanying me, I believe this trip will be easy." He had no intention of refusing. "And, by the way, Wei Qing, call your good-for-nothing brat over to see this old master. This old master will take him to experience the scenery of Pure Ice Island." Chi Hua shouted to Wei Qing, "Supreme Elder wants to take Wei Feng to Pure Ice Island." Wei Qing was startled and said in a panic, "That little brat!" What kind of character his son was he knew very well. As the son of the sect master, his aptitude wasn't very good. Over the years, despite using countless pills and resources, Wei Qing had given him several times the resources he needed. But it was only today that he barely stepped into the First Order Origin Returning Realm. Although he had reached the Origin Returning Realm, he was still unable to condense his own sure. For the rest of his life, Wei Qing was afraid that his son would only be able to reach the First Order Origin Returning Realm and would never have the strength an Origin Returning Realm Master should possess. In other words, he was only slightly stronger than a Saint King, and any origin returning realm master who could condense their Shi could easily defeat him. Supreme Elder had never liked Wei Feng, feeling that he had ruined the reputation of the sect and had even seriously injured him with a single palm strike. But today, why was Supreme Elder taking him to Pure Ice Island? What are you waiting for? Just go. This old master won't kill him. Qi Hua had a bad temper, and seeing Wei Qing hesitate, he couldn't help shouting angrily, "Yes." A look of horror flashed across Wei Qing's face as he hurriedly withdrew. Luo Hai frowned at Qi Hua, not knowing what he was trying to do. Pure Ice Island was not an ordinary place. Even if Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, he was still extremely wary of the Pure Ice Grand Array. For this trip, he and Qi were more than enough. So why would they need to bring along a junior? What's more, this was a junior that Qi Hu didn't like. After frowning for a moment, Luo Hai suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. Qi Hu laughed and said, "Brother Luo Hai, this time, allow this old master to take advantage of the situation. Just this once, but don't go too far. Luo Li's strength isn't bad, so if we really push her too far and she activates the Pure Ice Grand Array, you and I will suffer a bit. This old master naturally understands. Brother Luo Hai can rest assured." Chapter 1640. Not long after, Wei Qing returned again with a young man. This young man's appearance was quite good, but his aquiline nose and dark eyes ruined his overall sense of beauty, and his aura was weak. At first glance, it was obvious he was the kind of person who was obsessed with wine and women. When he arrived, the young man was trembling, and his face was pale as he kept gulping, staring at Qi Hua with horror and fear in his eyes. Although he was an origin returning realm master, he was like an ordinary person without the strength to trust a chicken, hiding behind Wei Qing and seeking protection, not daring to face Qi Hua's majesty directly. Qi Hua glanced at him and coldly snorted, the contempt and disdain in his eyes obvious. "Supreme Elder, I've brought Feng." Wei Qing said bitterly. "Good, you can withdraw." Qi Hua waved his hand at Wei Qing. Wei Qing opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and just sighed, glanced back at his son, slowly shook his head, and quickly left. Wei Feng was instantly at a loss for what to do, and he looked anxiously at his father's figure as he cried out, "Father, shut up!" Qi Hua shouted. Wei Feng shivered and almost fell to the ground in fright, turning his head to look at Qi Hua in horror, his face turning even paler. He had no idea why Supreme Elder had summoned him. His status in Brilliant Flame Sect was not ordinary, and he could rely on his father's power and authority to do whatever he wanted. But in front of Supreme Elder, he was nothing but a fart. If Supreme Elder wanted to kill him, even his father couldn't stop him. Supreme Elder has been in seclusion in the sect these days. I haven't made any mistakes. I beg Supreme Elder not to kill me. Wei Feng suddenly cried bitterly as he knelt on the ground with a thump, and then he started stammering as he kowtowed vigorously, causing his head to knock against the ground to the point it emitted banging sounds. The contempt and disgust in Qi Hua's eyes became stronger and stronger. Luo Hai slowly shook his head and frowned. Wei Qing can be regarded as the future pillar of Brilliant Flame Sect. But why is his son like this? A loving mother leads to a wastrel son. Qi Hua grunted coldly, and then he looked angrily at Wei Feng as he shouted with a grim voice. "Stand up for me!" Wei Feng cried out with shock, and he didn't dare dally as he hurriedly crawled up. However, his back was still bent, and he was unable to restrain his tears from flowing while he squeezed out a trace of a fawning smile as he looked anxiously at Qi Hua, and he seemed even more unsightly than if he was crying. "Straighten your back, you good for nothing." Qi Hua was full of anger. He strode forward and slapped Wei Feng's face twice. With two crisp slaps, Wei Feng felt as if his face had been slapped away. He was numb. Chihua was an Origin King realm master. So even if he did not use any of his strength, just 2 casual slaps would be enough to shatter Wei Feng. Fortunately, Wei Feng was still useful to Chihua, so it was naturally impossible to kill him here. Grabbing Wei Feng's neck and lifting him up like a chicken, Chihua coldly said, "Boy, your luck has come. Didn't you take a fancy to a woman from Ice Heart Valley? This old master will take you to Pure Ice Island." Huh. Wei Feng was stunned as he stared blankly at Chihua, seemingly not having expected that Supreme Elder would call him over for this matter. After a moment of stunned silence, Wei Feng was overjoyed and eagerly asked, "Is Supreme Elder serious?" Su Yan's exquisite face, which seemed to be carved from ice and jade, suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, causing Wei Feng's blood to boil. "Would Supreme Elder joke with you?" Chihua grinned meaningfully. But what if Ice Heart Valley refuses?" Wei Feng asked. "No matter what, you are the son of my brilliant flame sect master, so your identity and status are extraordinary. Taking a fancy to a woman from Ice Heart Valley is a blessing for them. They have no choice but to comply." That's right. The excitement in Wei Feng's heart completely overshadowed his fear of Chihua, and he nodded repeatedly as he began to fantasize about the beautiful scene after he obtained Su Yan, a foolish look appearing on his face as he giggled foolishly. Luo Hai watched from the side and slowly shook his head. He naturally knew why Chihua was doing this. It was nothing more than to use this opportunity to suppress Ice Heart Valley and force them to admit defeat. Chihua also wanted to borrow his strength, which was why he had said before that he wanted to intimidate Yang Kai. However, Luo Hai didn't care. The struggle on Scarlet Wave Star had nothing to do with him. He had only come here for Yang Kai. Since Chihua wanted to use his tiger skin as a banner, Luo Hai would let him. Luo Hai could eat the meat, but he couldn't stop Chihua from drinking the soup, as long as Chihua didn't pursue the real reason he was looking for Yang Kai. "Brother Luo Hai, let's go." Chihua grabbed Wei Feng in one hand and called out to Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded, and the two immediately turned into streams of light, disappearing on the spot and flying straight towards Pure Ice Island. Pure Ice Island, Outer Island. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation in his loft, thinking hard about how to meet Su Yan. It was impossible for him to set foot on the inner island, so if he wanted to meet this beautiful woman, Su Yan would have to come to the outer island. However, Yang Kai found that Su Yan had no intention of coming to see him, her aura remaining somewhere on the inner island. Is she at a critical juncture? Is it inconvenient for her to move? Yang Kai was puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that she was at a critical juncture, Su Yan would have come to see him no matter what. Yang Kai also couldn't imagine that Su Yan wasn't at a critical juncture, but had instead been placed under house arrest by Ran Yunting. However, since he had already arrived on Pure Ice Island and knew that Su Yan was a few hundred kilometers away from him, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. There was bound to be a time when they could meet again. After experiencing the disturbance of their last spiritual communication, Yang Kai didn't dare to rashly communicate with Su Yan again. He was a guest, and Su Yan was currently on the inner island, so if he acted rashly, the gains would not be worth the losses. So, Yang Kai waited patiently for the right opportunity. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as he called out loudly, "I wonder which senior has graced me with her presence? Junior must apologize for not coming out to meet you." A soft voice came from outside the door. "This queen is Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master." A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he knew that Ice Heart Valley's upper echelons would definitely come to see him in the next few days, he hadn't expected it to be Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master. Ice Heart Valley's Binglong. Yang Kai had heard Qing mention her before. She was Ice Heart Valley's #1 master below Supreme Elder Luo Li, and was the one most likely to break through to the Origin King realm. Ice Heart Valley attaches so much importance to me. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai opened the front door and stood up to greet them with a solemn expression. Two women walked in from outside the door, both middle-aged beauties. The one walking in front had a gentle smile and a dignified appearance, her every movement exuding the style of a noble. The one following behind wore a cold expression, and when she first looked at Yang Kai, there was an inexplicable hostility. Yang Kai frowned, wondering why this woman had such a prejudice against him. Bing Long stepped forward and stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, looked him up and down, and asked gently, "Are you that Yang Kai?" "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Long." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bing Long gently nodded. "Sure enough, a dragon among men. Your aura is profound. No wonder you were able to kill Jiang Shi and Yen Chi Lei. This queen thanks you on behalf of Junior Sister Yu for acting righteously last time." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I was only protecting myself. Valley Master is too polite." After saying so, he looked suspiciously at the beautiful woman behind Bing Long and asked, This is my Ice Heart Valley's great elder." Bing Long introduced. Yang Kai raised his brow as he realized that the beautiful woman behind Bing Long was actually Su Yan's master, and judging from her aura, it was her who had interfered with his mental communication with Su Yan yesterday. However, her prejudice and hostility towards him seemed to be quite deep. Did she know something? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Thinking so, Yang Kai cupped his fists again and said, "So it is, great elder, this junior has been disrespectful." Ran Yun Ting coldly snorted, not showing any intention of responding to Yang Kai. A trace of astonishment flashed across Bing Long's eyes as she did not know what Great Elder wanted to do. But she quickly tried to mediate. "Great Elder and I came uninvited. I hope little brother will not take offense." "Valley Master must be joking. This is Pure Ice Island, and this junior is just a guest. It is this junior's fault for not taking the initiative to greet you." A trace of approval flashed across Bing Long's eyes. She found that not only was Yang Kai's cultivation high, but his attitude was also very humble. This was very different from many of the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Most of these so-called young talents had their eyes above their heads, acted arrogantly, and acted as they pleased. They were eager to carve the word genius on their foreheads and had none of the virtues of respecting the old and caring for the young. Bing Long's first impression of Yang Kai was quite good. After inviting Bing Long and Ran Yun Ting to take a seat, a woman from Ice Heart Valley served them tea. Yang Kai did not know why they had come here this time, but it was not appropriate for him to speak rashly, so he could only sit and drink tea. Ran Yun Ting, on the other hand, had been staring at Yang Kai since she took a seat, as if she wanted to see through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Fortunately, Bing Long was considerate and casually asked Yang Kai a few irrelevant questions, easing the atmosphere considerably. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Bing Long suddenly asked, "Little brother Yang isn't a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star, right?" Yang Kai knew that she wanted to inquire about him, so he did not try to conceal it and nodded. "I am not from Scarlet Wave Star." "Then where is little brother Yang from?" "My homeland is Tongshan Realm." "Tongshan Realm?" Bing Long frowned, apparently having never heard of it before. On the other hand, Ran Yun Ting's phoenix eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them. Bing Long had never heard of Tongshan Realm, but she had. Su Yan was from Tongshan Realm. This little brat really is the bastard who ruined Su Yan's purity and prevented her from reaching the peak of the martial Tao. A faint murderous intent escaped from Ran Yun Ting's body, and although it was extremely faint, Bing Long felt it. Glancing over at Ran Yun Ting suspiciously, she found that Yang Kai did not seem to notice and did not point it out, simply smiling lightly and saying, "It seems this queen is ignorant and inexperienced. This queen has never heard of this Tong Xian realm before. I won't conceal it from Senior. My homeland is very barren and is considered nothing in the vast territory of the starry sky. so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Chapter 1641. Then, why did little brother Yang come to Scarlet Wave Star this time? Bing Long asked again. I just happened to pass by. Do you know that Brilliant Flame sect has been looking for you for nearly a year now? I've heard about it. Why is Brilliant Flame sect looking for you with such great fanfare? After asking a few questions, Bing Long's questions gradually became more straightforward. Yang Kai smiled lightly, took a sip from his teacup, and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Bing Long chuckled lightly before her voice suddenly became low. Then this queen will ask again, did Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star come to Scarlet Wave Star because of you? Since Senior already knows, why bother asking? Bing Long was surprised. Did Master Luo Hai really come for you? She had some speculations before. After all, after Luo Hai arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, he went to Brilliant Flame Sect, and Brilliant Flame Sect began looking for Yang Kai. Connecting all of this together, one could not help but have some guesses. Guesses were just guesses, but after being confirmed by Yang Kai, Bing Long still felt quite surprised. What kind of character was Luo Hai? Looking at the entire territory of Starfall Star, he was one of the top masters. Yet for Yang Kai, he had actually come to Scarlet Wave Star from Green Mountain Star. Why? Bing Long asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, Junior cannot answer this question. If Senior wants to know, you might as well ask Luo Hai himself. The surprise in Bing Long's eyes became even stronger. Yang Kai actually called Luo Hai by his name. There was no trace of respect in his voice. One had to know that when one reached Luo Hai's level of strength, regardless of whether they had a relationship with him or not, they would always add the words master or senior to their name to show respect. Even ordinary Origin Kings were not exempt from this. Although Bing Long was the Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley, she still had to respectfully address Luo Hai as master. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned a blind eye. Bing Long observed Yang Kai's expression and asked in amazement, Do you have a grudge with Master Luo Hai? He chased me all the way from Green Mountain Star to Scarlet Wave Star and nearly killed me several times. Senior, do you think there is any grudge between us? Yang Kai sneered softly. He did not intend to hide this matter, because this kind of thing could not be hidden. Bing Long and Ran Yunting shook at the same time as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. After a long silence, Bing Long said with a complicated expression, Your luck is really good. You were actually able to escape from Master Luo Hai. She thought that Kai Yang being able to come out unscathed was completely due to luck. If not for this, how could a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator survive against a second-order Origin King? What kind of grievances do you have with Master Luo Hai? Tell me in detail. Ran Yunting suddenly opened her mouth. This was the first time she had spoken since she had arrived here, but her words contained an irrefutable tone. This made Yang Kai frown as he secretly thought to himself, I'm not from Ice Heart Valley, so why is she ordering me around in such an overbearing tone? However, considering that she was Su Yan's master, Yang Kai did not want to give her a hard time and could only say, This junior has no comment. Boy, haven't you figured out the situation yet? This is my pure ice island, and you've provoked a master like Master Luo Hai. If you want to live, you'd best cooperate with us obediently. Otherwise, even if you have great skill, you won't be able to escape this calamity. Ran Yunting saw Yang Kai acting so insensibly, and her face sank. Yang Kai looked at her, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, Is Senior threatening me? Ran Yunting's pretty face went cold, and just as she was about to say something, Bing Long hurriedly interjected. Great Elder did not mean that, but this matter is indeed not trivial. This queen has called you Yang Kai. Yang Kai, although your aptitude and cultivation are good, you have offended a master like Master Luo Hai, so I'm afraid your future will be bleak. I know. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Since you know, This queen won't say anything more. My Ice Heart Valley has a supreme elder who is also an origin king. Although she is not as good as Master Luohai, her methods are quite good, and she has met with Master Luohai a few times. You might as well tell us the whole story in detail, and if possible, this queen will ask Supreme Elder to come forward and say a few good words for you to resolve this crisis. What do you think? Bing Long's sincere appearance reduced the anger in Yang Kai's heart slightly, but he still shook his head and said, "This junior does not need to trouble seniors. This junior will handle it himself." What ability do you have to deal with such a tricky matter? Ran Yunting seemed to particularly dislike Yang Kai and sneered, "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't want to say anything, then why did you come to my Ice Heart Valley? Hasn't Ice Heart Valley been looking for me?" Yang Kai looked over at Ran Yunting. Ran Yunting's expression became angry as she pushed her Saint-Chi, causing a great pressure to descend from the sky towards Yang Kai, as if she was about to attack him. Bing Long's face changed slightly as she quickly said, "Yang Kai, since you don't want to speak, this queen and great elder won't force you, but you should think about it carefully. If you agree, send a message to this queen at any time, and this queen will ask Supreme Elder to come forward and help you resolve this matter. Junior appreciates senior's kindness," Yang Kai said lightly. "Since that's the case, you can stay here with peace of mind. As for the future, we'll talk about it later." Bing Long's side got up and left. Ran Yunting glared at Yang Kai for a moment before coldly snorting and following after him. But when she reached the front door, she suddenly turned around and glared at Yang Kai coldly as she said, "Boy, don't think this elder doesn't know what you're planning. I advise you to give up on this idea. She will eventually fly to the top and become a phoenix. She is not someone you can meddle with, so don't ruin her future." After saying this, Ran Yunting didn't give Yang Kai a chance to refute and turned to leave. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stood in place, watching her and Bing Long leave. However, listening to the meaning of her words, it was clear she knew about his relationship with Su Yan. No wonder she had been so hostile towards him. Presumably, it was because she wanted to protect her apprentice. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. To be honest, Su Yan being able to have such a considerate master was not bad, but this Ran Yunting's attitude made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. "Junior sister, there's something wrong with you today." On the way back to the inner island, Bing Long looked at Ran Yunting thoughtfully. "Do you know something? Why did you speak so harshly to Yang Kai? Did you know him before?" "I don't know him." Ran Yunting shook her head and pondered for a moment before suddenly sighing. "Senior sister, to tell you the truth, this Yang Kai and Su Yan have known each other for a long time." "Oh, how did the two of them know each other?" Bing Long was surprised. "Didn't he say he was from Tongxian realm?" "Su Yan also came from that place. They used to be senior sister and junior brother, and—" Bing Long frowned as she vaguely realized something and asked in amazement, "Could it be that they used to—" "Yes. Not only that, Su Yan is no longer pure white jade." "What?" This time, Bing Long's expression finally changed as she asked in shock. But didn't Su Yan use the ice jade secret art? How come she didn't suffer any backlash?" "The backlash has already come. Su Yan's cultivation has declined and her mental state has begun to show flaws. Her ice heart is now covered in dust." Ran Yunting grit her teeth and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that little brat took the initiative to come to Pure Ice Island for Su Yan. Yesterday, I discovered that the two of them were communicating with each other using some kind of strange spiritual force." Bing Long's face changed dramatically as she muttered, "The two of them can communicate with each other using spiritual force. Doesn't that mean their hearts are connected? It seems that their relationship is really extraordinary. If that's the case, wouldn't Su Yan's future be ruined? There is a way to resolve this." Ran Yun-ting's eyes flashed fiercely. Seeing the look on her face, Bing Long quickly realized something and shook her head. Don't do that. Master Luo Hai came here for him. If he dies now, my Ice Heart Valley won't be able to answer to Master Luo Hai. Moreover, this method isn't safe. If Su Yan holds a grudge against you, it doesn't matter if she holds a grudge. Ran Yun-ting chuckled with a hint of madness in her smile. I won't hide it from Senior Sister. I'm afraid I have no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm in this lifetime. But Su Yan has the potential. If I can't do it, I hope she can. As long as she can reach that point, what does it matter if she holds a grudge against me? One day, she will understand that I am doing this for her own good. Junior Sister. Bing Long looked at her and suddenly sighed, her expression becoming dim. Ran Yun-ting said that she had no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm, so how could she not? She had been stuck at the peak of the Third Order Origin returning realm for countless years, and had tried countless times to break through the bottleneck, but all of them ended in failure. She was completely unable to grasp the mysteries of the Origin King realm. As Ran Yun-ting said, she would probably be stuck at the threshold of the Origin King realm for the rest of her life unless she encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity. Bing Long understood Ran Yun-ting's thoughts, but she also felt that it was inappropriate to do so, so she could only say, Let me think about this carefully, don't act rashly. I know. After walking forward for a while, the two parted ways. Ran Yun-ting walked straight to Su Yan's residence. She needed to have a frank and honest talk with her disciple and teach her that the Grand Tao was eternal and that love between a man and a woman was nothing more than a passing cloud, not worth remembering. Not long after, Ran Yun-ting arrived, and from a distance, she saw a woman standing outside Su Yan's ice room, pleading with the two people guarding Su Yan. After taking a closer look, Ran Yun-ting discovered that this woman was actually Qinya, who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Su Yan. Ran Yun-ting still had some impression of her. After all, when she brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, Qinya had also come with her, but her aptitude was not as good as Su Yan's, so she had been living in the outer island. Seeing Ran Yun-ting come over, Qinya and the two women quickly stopped talking, turned to her and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Great Elder! Chapter 1642. Ran Yun-ting gently nodded, her eyes sweeping over Qinya's face indifferently. Ran Yun-ting didn't know if it was because of Yan Kai, but she suddenly found this outer islander from Tongxian realm to be a bit of an eyesore. Yan Kai's untactful face flashed across her mind, irritating her greatly. What are you all arguing about? Don't you know Su Yan is in retreat? Ran Yun-ting shouted. The eyes of the two women who were responsible for guarding Su Yan flashed with a trace of panic as they noticed that Great Elder's mood was not very good. The woman surnamed Zhou glanced over Qinya and said in an aggrieved tone, reporting to Great Elder, This junior sister insisted on going in to see Su Yan. We have already stopped her, but she is still chattering here, refusing to withdraw. Great Elder, it is not our intention to disturb Su Yan. There is simply a reason for this. The other woman also cried out. Ran Yun-ting's sharp eyes fell on Qinya as she said coldly, If she refuses to withdraw, don't you know how to beat her back? Have all these years gone to waste? As soon as the statement came out, Qinya and the other two were dumbfounded. None of them had expected Great Elder to say such a thing. In Ice Heart Valley, although there were disputes between Senior Sister and Junior Sister, no one would ever fight. But what the Great Elder meant was for him to beat Qinya up. The woman, surnamed Zhou, was unable to wrap her head around this for a while, and stood in place in a daze. What are you still standing there for? Are you deaf, or what? Ran Yun-ting shouted again. The woman, surnamed Zhou, shuddered and came back to her senses, realizing that the Great Elder was not joking. Her heart was filled with anger from being reprimanded, but she had nowhere to vent it. Hearing this, she shouted, Yes, I will follow the Great Elder's orders. Saying so, she pushed her Saint Chi and pushed her palm towards Chinya. Great Elder. Chinya opened her mouth to call out, but she had only managed to utter a few words when she was hit in the chest by a fierce force. Her tender body was sent flying almost uncontrollably, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair that dyed her white dress red. Asterisk Kong Long Long. Asterisk Chinya was sent flying several tens of feet away, crashed into an ice wall, and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was pale and bloodless. He forced himself to get up, but he was still unable to catch his breath for a long time. She was now a second-order Saint King, while the woman surnamed Zhou who attacked her was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. The huge gap in cultivation made it impossible for her to resist a single blow. With one palm strike, Chinya was already injured. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Ran Yunting in disbelief. She couldn't understand why the Great Elder had suddenly issued such an unreasonable order. Scram! If you dare set foot on the inner island again, this elder will expel you from Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yunting reprimanded mercilessly. Chinya! Su Yan's door suddenly opened, and an anxious look appeared on her face, her tender body flickering as she rushed towards Chinya. Although she had heard the dispute between Chinya and the woman surnamed Zhou and the others just now, because of Ran Yunting's orders, she didn't dare to show herself and could only close the door. But now, Chinya was actually injured, and she could no longer hold back. The two of them were both from Tongxian Realm and had joined Ice Heart Valley together. They were like sisters, so how could she just stand by and watch Chinya be beaten? However, as soon as she appeared, Ran Yunting waved her hand and a strong wind blew toward Su Yan, pushing her back inside. If you dare take a single step outside, I'll kill her right now. Ran Yunting stood outside the ice room, looking at Su Yan's grief-stricken face with a cold expression. A trace of panic flashed across Su Yan's face as she stared at Ran Yunting with a strange look in her eyes. Opening her mouth, she tried to speak, but in the end, she didn't dare to act rashly. After a long silence, she took a deep breath and grit her teeth. I hope Honored Master will not punish Chinya for her first offense. Ran Yunting nodded. As long as you are obedient, I won't embarrass her. Su Yan grit her teeth, clenched her fists, and whispered, I'll listen to Honored Master. Ran Yunting showed a satisfied expression. That's good. I came here this time to tell you that person has arrived on Pure Ice Island. Do you want to commit suicide to make up for the flaws in your state of mind, or do you want me to help you? Su Yan's tender body trembled as she stared at Ran Yunting in horror, a pleading look flashing across her beautiful eyes as she muttered, Honored Master! Committing suicide was tantamount to severing all ties between her and Yang Kai. From then on they would become complete strangers. If she asked her Honored Master for help, there would only be one result. Yang Kai would be killed. Either way, Su Yan couldn't accept it, as it was worse than death. There is no third choice. I'll give you a few days to think about it. Give me an answer when you've made up your mind. Su Yan's beautiful eyes dimmed in an instant, as if they were covered by dark clouds, unable to see the light in front of her. By the time she recovered, Ran Yunting had already left and Chinya was no longer there. Only the two senior sister and senior sister from the same sect, who were standing at the door, were smiling at her. This smile was so dazzling to her. For the first time in more than 30 years, Su Yan had the idea of breaking the shackles that bound her and escaping from this place. It was undeniable that Ran Yunting had been extremely good to Su Yan. Since bringing her to Ice Heart Valley, Ran Yunting had taught her wholeheartedly and provided her with as many resources as possible, creating an extremely good environment for Su Yan. However, while teaching Su Yan unreservedly, Ran Yunting had also put shackles on Su Yan. Her expectations for Su Yan were too great, and she had placed too heavy a burden on Su Yan. It could be said that Ran Yunting had poured her own unfulfilled hopes onto Su Yan. The future of Ice Heart Valley, the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Su Yan had heard Ran Yunting mention these things more than once. In the past, she didn't think much of it and simply followed her honored master's orders. After all, without Ran Yunting, she, Qinya, and Qian would still be struggling on Green Mountain Star, not living such a carefree life. But now Su Yan felt exhausted. The appearance and arrival of Yang Kai gave her someone she could rely on. She didn't want to assume the future of Ice Heart Valley. She just wanted to travel the world side by side with Yang Kai. She had never had such great ambitions. So her request was very simple. Outside the door, the two senior and junior sisters didn't hold back at all as they mocked and ridiculed him. One after another, they seemed to be in a good mood. Su Yan felt a slight chill in her heart, but didn't say anything, simply sitting down cross-legged and closing the door to the ice room with a wave of her hand. In the pavilion of the outer island, Yang Kai found the Ice Heart Valley woman who was taking care of his daily needs. This woman was also from the outer island and was only a first-order saint. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, and although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was quite delicate and gave off a clean aura. Those from Pure Ice Island all cultivated the ice attribute, so there was a faint chill around her. "Girl, do you know Qinya?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked, "Senior Sister Qinya? I know her." The woman nodded and replied with a slight smile, "Our secluded homes aren't very far from each other, so we often meet. This brother, do you also know Senior Sister Qinya? And can you take me to see her? You want to see Senior Sister Qinya." The woman was startled and frowned, looking a little hesitant. "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Why?" "The elder said the brother can only rest here and cannot walk around at will without the elder's orders. Brother, you should know that our Ice Heart Valley is all women, and no man has ever set foot here. If you see something you shouldn't see while walking around—" As she spoke, the woman's face flushed red. "If that's the case, then forget it." Yang Kai smiled freely and didn't insist, chatting with the woman for a while before turning around and returning to the pavilion. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her, the woman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that this young man was quite easy to talk to. Returning to the pavilion, Yang Kai's expression was calm, neither happy nor angry, but he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. "Don't tell me I'm under house arrest?" Moreover, it had been 3 days since Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, and Great Elder Ran Yunting had come to visit. During these 3 days, no one had come to pay him any attention, not even Qinya. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. Others not coming was one thing, but how could Qinya not come? She knew why he had come to Ice Heart Valley this time, but now he was trapped in this pavilion on the outer island, unable to leave, let alone visit Su Yan. During these 3 days, Su Yan had not communicated with him spiritually. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he quietly released his divine sense and found that the woman was still guarding outside the pavilion. Space force spread out around Yang Kai, and in the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. If it were anyone else, sneaking out would not be an easy task, but for Yang Kai, who had comprehended Space Force, it was extremely easy. Without the woman noticing, he had already appeared in a hidden location 1.5 kilometers away. Looking up at an ice peak a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he approached it. While chatting just now, Yang Kai had intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the location of the woman's secluded home and learned its exact location, since she said that it was not far from Qinya's secluded home. Qinya's secluded home should also be on that ice peak. Yang Kai just didn't know where it was. After a short while, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the ice peak, and while concealing his aura, he looked up. There were hundreds of secluded homes carved out of this ice peak, and all of them seemed to be occupied, causing Yang Kai a slight headache. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that each secluded home was protected by a barrier. Although with the strength of his divine sense, Yang Kai would have no problem breaking through the barriers of these secluded homes. Doing so would only cause trouble. Yang Kai could only frown and wait quietly. While he was at a loss, a group of 4 or 5 people from Ice Heart Valley suddenly arrived at the foot of the ice peak. The leader of this group was a First-Order Origin, returning realm cultivator, while the others were all Saint Kings. Although their cultivations were not very high, Yang Kai felt that each of these women gave off a faint, murderous aura, causing him to frown.